Brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Mr. Dillon?
Are you eating already, Chester?
No, sir.
Oh, why not?
Well, I didn't like to ask Alfred for no more credit.
Oh. Yeah, I heard that you were at Chalk Beeson's faro table again last night.
All right. Read me a sermon. I deserve it.
I guess an empty belly will do you more good than a sermon. I tell you what, you can think about that while I'm eating, huh? And that's where I'm heading right now.
All right, sir. But I think a sermon would do me good, too. You know, all about the evils of gambling.
Mm-hmm.
It
Well,
kindly would lift me up, Mr. Dillon. The best one I ever heard was back in Prairie Falls.
Yeah, well, that's very interesting.
This here
Sure.
circuit rider was a real hellfire and brimstoner. Come right into the gambling hall, he did, and stood up on the table. He got shot before he finished the first sentence.
Look,
but
Chester,
he
could you tell me...
out-shouted them and went right on. Took up a collection afterwards, must have got $40, $50. But there was only one trouble.
Yeah, what was it, Chester?
Well, nothing much, really. Only the money was in chips. See, he could cash 'em or play 'em. He played 'em, and he won. That kindly soured everybody on the sermon.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to go eat now, Chester. I'll be back.
There's more to the story than...
Hello.
Are you the marshal here?
Yeah, that's right. Do you want to see me?
If you're not too busy.
No, come in. This is Chester Proudfoot.
Hello.
How do you do?
My name is Ascom, Marshal. Clint Ascom. I'm a gambler.
Well, I kind of figured that. But you're not from around here. I'd say maybe you work the Mississippi riverboats, huh?
That's pretty close. The Ohio.
Ah. Well, you're a long way from water here.
Thanks to the Santa Fe Railroad. But that's only a temporary necessity. I have a matter to settle.
Oh, well, how can I help you?
I'm looking for a man. I've traced him to this vicinity.
Uh-huh. Now, you know his name?
That's all I know. His name is Cass. Jameson Cass.
Old Jim Cass? Well, I never figured him to get mixed up with gambling and such.
You
Chester,
do know him.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you can direct me to him, then.
Well, he has a place out in the country.
Those aren't very explicit directions, Marshal.
No, they're not.
But they're all I'll get.
Well, I'd like to know what your business with him is.
It's a personal matter.
Oh, sure, but what?
You told me what I wanted to know, Marshal. He's here. I'll find him without your help.
Ask him. Why do you want to kill Jim Cass?
What makes you think I'd do?
A man eaten up by hate gets a look in his eyes. I've seen it too often. Now, why?
I've got reason.
Better be a good one. You say you've never even seen Jim Cass?
Nope.
Well, he's a peaceful little man. He doesn't even wear a gun. And murder is illegal around here.
I'll remember that.
You better remember something else, too. Jim Cass is a friend of mine. You go anywhere near him, and it'll be a pleasure to run you clear out of the country.
It wouldn't do any good, Marshal. I'll get him, sooner or later. Good afternoon.
Well, what in the world? He don't mean that.
I'm afraid he does, Chester.
But why? There ain't a nicer, harmlesser little fella anywhere than old Jim Cass. Now, what do you suppose could bring a man to hate him so?
I don't know, but I better find out. Chester, you watch things here. I'm going to ride out to Jim's. Huh?
All right, sure, but ain't you going to eat?
Oh, I can do that later. You keep an eye on Ascom, and if he should head that way, you follow and warn me.
All
Huh?
right, sure, I will.
Well, Matt, how I just came down to eat with you. You going out?
I'm just riding out to Jim Cass's, Doc.
You are. Now, that's a long, hot ride to make for nothing.
Now, what do you mean for nothing?
You won't find anybody there. I saw Jim Cass over at the Long Branch now 15 minutes ago.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Today, all over the country, more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. And it's all because only L&M gives you full, exciting flavor through the pure white miracle tip. L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. So free up, freshen up your taste, live modern, change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
Well, hello, Matt.
Hello, Kitty. Have you seen Jim? Hello.
Marshal? Following me?
Well, I might be, ask him. Kitty, can I talk to you for a minute?
Sure, Matt.
Is Jim Cass still around, Kitty?
Oh, no.
You know where he went?
Home, I suppose. His wagon was hitched right outside. He got in and drove off about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. All right, thanks.
Well, what's the matter, Matt?
And I just want to see him alive.
Alive? Jim Cass?
Kitty, do me a favor, will you?
Yeah.
When I leave, you see that Ohio River gambler's entertained for a while, will you?
Sure, as long as he's got money.
Okay, thanks, Kitty.
Marshal, have a drink.
No thanks, ask him.
Marshal, I've never had any trouble with the law. I don't want any now. This has got nothing to do with you.
A deliberate killing is the business of the law anywhere, ask him.
He'll have his fair chance.
Sure, house odds, huh? I told you Jim Cass is not a fighting man.
So you'll do his fighting for him?
If I have to.
I'm sorry, Marshal.
Sure. But you won't stop it, will you?
No?
You must have a powerful hate.
I have.
I could lock you up, you know.
Mm-hmm. And postpone it for a few days, that's all. And as for running me out of town, I'm leaving anyway. To go out to Cass's. If you want to warn him, you'd better go now.
So you can follow me?
I can find him without your help.
Ask him, I'm going to warn you. You harmed Jim Cass, and I'm going to jail you or kill you.
Fair warning, Marshal. If you can do it.
I can do it. Hello? Anybody home?
Hey, Tom! Hush up out there now. Hush up. Stop it. Who is it?
It's me, Jim. Matt Dillon.
Oh, Matt. Good to see you. What brings you out here?
Can I come in?
Well, sure. I'll set the coffee to boil. It won't take a minute. Hey, some scorcher, ain't it?
Yeah, it sure is.
Yes, sir. Gonna be a late winter. Must be something important to bring you way out here on a day like this.
It is, Jim.
Something about me, Matt?
Yeah.
Well, say it.
You know a man named Asam? Clint Asam?
Ask him. Nope.
A gambler, slick, young, dark-haired.
Oh, no, not likely.
From Ohio, riverboats.
No. I was back east, Pennsylvania, a couple of years ago. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
I met some people, but I don't remember no gamblers. Not no ask 'em.
Jim, is there any reason why a man you've never even seen before would want to kill you?
Kill me?
Yeah, that's right.
This fella, ask him. He's here gunning for me?
He probably followed me out here. Says he's got good reason. Well, it seemed to me like you ought to know about it if there was a reason like that.
I don't know why any man I ever met wanted to kill me.
Okay. That's good enough for me, Jim.
What are you going to do?
Wait for him to come, then take him.
Well, seems like I ought to help.
No, you just sit tight.
Well, at least I'd like to ask him why. Gee, reckon that could be him?
Yeah, maybe. I'll take a look. No, it's Chester.
Hey, Tom! Shut up out there now. Stop it. Tom! Yeah. Oh, howdy, Chester.
Hi there, Jim. Nice dog. Say, Mr. Dillon,
Yeah, Chester.
ask him followed you out like you thought. But as soon as he spotted the place, he turned off. I come in to tell you like you said.
Yeah. That's my mistake. Now we've lost him. He's out there somewhere waiting for us to leave.
Well, what'll we do?
Jim, maybe you better ride into town with us, huh?
And let a gunman scare me off my place? Something no Kiowa or Comanche was ever able to do?
All right, Jim. Come on, Chester. We'll head back toward town.
Yes, sir, but ain't we...
And then circle and come back.
Oh, well, he'll likely use that draw back by the barn. That's the way the Kiowa come in.
All right, Jim, but you stay in the house now.
Well, don't worry none about me. I got my old scatter gun.
Don't use it unless you have to, Jim. Come on, Chester.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Only the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip can bring all of L&M's full, exciting flavor through to you. And that's the big reason why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. Remember, L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. So live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
see anybody, Mr. Dillon?
No, not yet. Now, wait a minute.
There he is.
Yeah. All right, you stay here. I'm going on up.
All right, sir.
All right, hold it, Asam.
What?
You're covered. Don't make a move.
Where'd you come from?
I'll just take that gun. Chester.
Yes, sir.
My mistake, Marshal. I guess I underestimated you.
I guess you did, Asam. Chester, get the horses and we'll get out of here. Jim, I told you to stay in the house.
Man comes to kill me, I gotta ask him why. Just holster your pistol, Matt. This scattergun will keep him quiet.
Now, wait a minute,
Do
Jim.
like I said, Matt. You too, Chester.
Mr. Dillon?
All right, Chester. Maybe I'd like to hear this, too.
Yeah, but I don't like the look in his face.
All right, now, mister. My name's Jim Cass. You tell me yours.
Asam. Clint Asam.
I'm supposed to know you?
No.
We ever met?
No.
But you got the notion to kill me?
And I'll do it.
Not while you're looking down this gun. Now you're going to tell me why. Talk, mister.
You killed my best friend. Without reason or sense. In cold blood.
Well, that's a lie. I never killed no man.
Jameson Cass of Kansas Territory. On the night of June 12th, 2 years ago, in a barroom on the Cincinnati waterfront. You pleaded self-defense and they let you go. Only it wasn't self-defense. It's taken me 2 long years to track you down.
But that was an Indian.
That was a Delaware Indian. He was my servant and he was my friend. The best friend I ever had. He was as good a man as you are, or any other white man.
Jim, is this true?
Well, Matt, ain't nothing to kill an Indian, you know that.
You had no reason.
Well, he jostled me, bothered me. Had no right being there at all with white men.
Oh, I'll kill you with my bare hands.
Stand back
Ask
now.
him.
You're still taking his part, Marshal. You hate Indians, too.
No, ask him. I hate killing of any kind.
But Indians don't count. Is that it?
If it'd been my friend, I'd probably feel like you do.
Eh? Not this murder.
Ask him, did you ever think maybe Jim's got a reason for the way he feels, too?
A reason? What reason?
Well, out here, there are plenty who feel his way. The situation's different. Indians aren't all like your Delaware. You take a look up there behind the house. That little grass plot with the flowers and the 3 headstones. Now, those are Cass's reasons. His wife and his 2 kids. And Kiowas put them there. Now, I don't hold with what Cass did, but what you're doing's no better.
I don't care what his reason is. I come here to kill him. I'm going to do it.
Ask him.
All right, Mr. Indian lover, you will get your chance. Give him back his gun.
Now, Jim.
Stand back, Matt. This is between him and me. You stay out of it. Give him the gun, Chester.
No, Chester. Jim, can't you see that you're
I see
making...
he ain't going to be satisfied short of blood. Well, now I ain't either.
Now, wait a minute,
Stand
Jim.
back, Matt. I'd hate to have to blast you.
Use your head, Jim.
Man comes to kill me. It's him or me.
Mr. Dillon, that's a shotgun.
Stay back, I told you.
Put it down, Jim.
Matt, I won't be stopped.
Mr. Dillon, look out!
Jim?
Matt, I should have known you was faster than me.
I'm sorry, Jim.
Oh, you had to. But I figured I had to, too.
Chester, give me your kerchief.
Here, Marshal. Take mine.
Ask him. Maybe I had this coming. I never thought much about that Indian. Maybe I should have.
You be quiet, Jim, and lie still.
Marshal, I'm sorry I caused this.
It's a little late to be sorry, isn't it, Ascom? Now, why don't you get out of here?
All right, I'm going.
Matt,
Is he dead?
No, he just fainted. Chester, ride into town and get Doc out here as fast as you can.
Will you let me get him, Marshal? Least I can do.
All right, ask him. Go ahead, but hurry.
Mr. Dillon, you think he'll really bring Doc back?
Yeah, Chester, he'll bring him back.
My, you took an awful chance with that cussed shotgun.
Well, it was a gamble, Chester.
Yeah, but one you could have lost.
Well, maybe you better read me a sermon on the evils of gambling.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. When your child raises his hand in the classroom, does the teacher have time to answer his questions? How many questions go unanswered in your schools because teachers in crowded classrooms just don't have the time to get around to each child? This is only one of the serious situations that's going to be faced again and again this year in schools all over the nation. Every child deserves the best possible educational facilities. Though a good deal has been done since the post-war years, increased enrollments for this term threaten to wipe out all gains. Our schools are packed by the largest enrollment in history. There will be critical shortages in schoolrooms, staff personnel, and transportation unless you do something about it. Join and work with your local civic group and school board now. Through the PTA and other groups, you can take action to improve the schools in your own community and help find more qualified teachers who are so desperately needed. Don't waste time. Your child's education is at stake. Don't leave it up to the next fellow because you're the person who can help improve our schools. This has been a public service message by CBS Radio. And now, William Conrad.
You know, the frontier's so its share of needless killings. But next week, Dodge City watches the most useless of all. Because of a bullet fired 2 months earlier, 3 men die. And that was the West.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Dunkel, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin and Ralph Moody. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Evening, Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
You look a little blue.
Oh, it's cold outside.
Well, you sit down.
Yeah.
I'll have Sam fix you up a coffee grub. That'll warm you.
Why do you think I came in?
Well, you sure know the way to compliment a lady. Maybe I ought to just...
What do you think you're doing?
Matt, look. He's been spoiling for trouble ever since he came in here.
I asked
It's
you a
Murdoch,
question,
huh?
mister.
Do you know him?
Yeah.
Well, answer.
Nothing. You don't need the whole bar.
What'd you say?
I got as much right here as you.
Is that so?
Matt, he's got a knife.
Wait a minute.
Murdoch! Put it up.
You again, Dillon. Just like the last time. You want more of the same?
It's a little different now, Murdoch.
So I see. You got a badge to hide behind now.
Put up the knife. That's better.
This man's crazy, Marshal. I didn't do a thing to him. I didn't mean to jostle him.
It's all right, son. It's over now. Go on about your business.
Yes, sir, Marshal. Yes, sir.
Yeah. What kind of a bone picker is that for the high plains?
Times have changed, Murdoch.
Nothing but settlers and dudes, bone pickers and trackmen, cow wranglers and bluecoats, and lawmen.
There's something you better understand, Murdoch.
Hmm?
When Dodge was full of you buffalo hunters, you could throw your weight around. Well, not anymore.
I ain't changed, Dillon.
Just stay out of trouble.
I'll do as I want.
He always did. What are you doing in Dodge anyway? There haven't been any buffalo around here for years.
Well, maybe I came to see you, Dillon.
And I thought you probably figured me for dead.
Oh, no. I heard about you and your badge.
Maybe it's just as well for both of us I'm wearing it.
I don't fear no man. And least of all, you.
All right. Just let me give you a little warning. If you're thinking of going south for buffalo into Indian territory, I wouldn't.
I do a lot of things you wouldn't.
This is orders from Washington. They don't want any more trouble with the Indians. The territory is closed to hunters. They got cavalry patrols along the line.
I go where I aim to go. And I don't fear no cavalry.
And I got orders to stop anyone.
Have you now?
You just remember what I said.
Matt, he's dangerous. There's a crazy look in his eyes.
You know, Kitty, when the buffalo herds were running, Dodge was 2,000 like him and not much else.
Well, who is he?
He's the one the Indians call Long Arm. His name's Jace Murdoch.
Oh, I've heard of him.
Yeah. Almost a legend on the frontier. Been on the plains maybe 30 or more years. Beaver trapper, buffalo hunter, Indian scout. He lived with the Indians a long time.
Matt, what's between you and Murdoch? A grudge?
That's the kind of a thing a man doesn't like to talk about or remember, Kitty. When he takes a beating.
You?
I was just in from Missouri. Pretty green. Murdoch and some of his crowd were in town on a spree. But when their fun threatened to include scalping a hide freighter they didn't like, I stepped into it. Like I say, I was pretty green.
They beat you, Matt?
Left me for dead down by the river.
You watch out for him. He's a troublemaker.
Yeah. But right now, I want to find out why he's here.
Introducing one of the country's best-known jazz musicians and arrangers, Mr. Bobby Haggart. How about whistling along with him?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
The more perfectly packed your cigarette, the more taste and mildness are released for you. Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, has an open, easy draw that unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos. Now, Accuray ensures an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
I figured Murdoch was in Dodge outfitting a hunt, so I found the merchant who sold him supplies. He couldn't tell me much, except that Murdoch had an Indian with him for a skinner, and that they were camped somewhere outside town. Took me a while, but I found the camp. And when I came up, the Indian was alone. He was a young brave, and he was hunched over the fire, sharpening a long, curved skinning knife. It's all right. Go on. You're a long way from home, aren't you? What are you, Blackfoot?
How do you know that?
The scars on your wrists, the cut arms. Your people do that in mourning some close relative's death, don't they? No. Who are those for? Father, brother, mother? All right. My name's Matt Dillon. I'm a U.S. Marshal. How are you called? Oh, what does Murdoch call you?
When he is not angry, Injun.
And when he is?
Dog eater.
Ah. And he knows his Indian insults. What do your people call you?
It means golden calf.
Now, you're a breed, aren't you?
I'm an Indian.
And then what are you doing here so far from your tribe, skinning buffalo for a man like Murdoch?
In the lodges at night, my people speak of the pale warrior with the long arm.
Chase Murdoch, huh?
When he was with us, his medicine was good. The plains were dark with buffalo. They gave the Indian all he needed: food, clothes, beds, lodge skins. Now we do not have good medicine. The buffalo are gone.
So you came looking for Murdoch, for Long Arm, to take him back?
Yes. But he would not go, so I stay with him.
And now you're going on a buffalo hunt with him into treaty territory, huh?
He does not tell me where he goes.
But I'll tell you. He's going to hunt among the few small herds that are left, given by the treaty to the Indian.
I do not know that.
Well, it's true. And if you do this, you're robbing your brothers of the little that's left to them.
That's enough, Dillon.
Hello, Murdoch.
Stand up, dog eater.
Don't hit him again, Murdoch.
I'll do as I please. You've got no right to come snooping, Dillon. Asking questions, trying to turn my skinner agin me.
And the way you treat him, you'll turn him against yourself. And he may not be so friendly once you two are alone down in the Indian nations.
I don't fear no Indian. Least of all him. I know him. Lived with him plenty of years.
So I heard. They thought you were good medicine then, huh?
Sure. I brought him the long arm. The first gun they ever seen. Gave him more meat than they ever seen, too. Sure, I was good medicine.
Yeah, but you've changed some.
Well, I'm not so romantic as I was. I can take them or leave them alone. Besides, Injun's day is done. A man don't need to walk easy with them no more.
I wouldn't be too sure of that.
With this, I can be sure.
Well, you still shoot a big 50, huh?
Yeah, and I can load and fire as fast as another man with one of them new repeaters. And I can drop a buffalo near a mile. Or a man. Hey, killed an Injun once at 1,200 yards. Like to took off his head.
You enjoy killing, don't you, Murdoch?
Oh, I don't mind it.
You know, 30 years on the plains have done something to you. Something crazy. Maybe you were a pioneer once, opening up the West, a loner doing what you had to do, making your own law. But your day's finished, Murdoch. You have to abide by the law now.
Are you through, Dillon?
I see by your outfit you're going light and fast. That must mean south. Well, I'm warning you, don't try it.
I'll go where I aim to go. No cavalry will stop me. And I just hope you try.
All right, if that's the way you want it. You cross that line and I'll come after you.
Say, where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your car? Getting ready for dinner? Oh, I see. Just relaxing in your favorite easy chair. I'd say you're in a good spot right now to really enjoy Chesterfield's better taste and mildness. You see, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. A more perfectly packed cigarette gives you an open, easy draw that unlocks all the better taste and mildness of fine tobaccos. And Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, is more perfectly packed, with an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying. Remember, to the touch, to the taste.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
By Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
I could have sent word to the colonel out at Fort Dodge and let the cavalry handle Murdoch. But this was something personal. It was a job I wanted to do myself. I couldn't touch Murdoch until he crossed the line into the Indian nations, so the next morning I just watched him drive out of town. I gave him a couple of hours, and then Chester and I started on his trail. Went straight south, across the Arkansas, into the nations.
I don't know, Mr. Dillon. It seems almost too easy. His wagon tracks in the snow going straight as a board as far as you can see over the next rise.
Yeah, I know, Chester. But we better keep our eyes open. We should be getting close to him now.
Well, I guess ain't nothing to worry about as long as we can see his tracks up ahead.
Now, maybe not. But we'll come up on that rise easy. Just might be waiting for us on the other side.
Well, I don't know. The way he ain't bothering to cover his trail, it seems like he ain't expecting us to follow him. Maybe he didn't believe you.
Don't count on it.
No, I swear this ain't the time of year for traveling, is it? Good time for buffalo hunting, though. Coats will be prime. And if I was... Mr.
Dillon! Chester, you hit?
No, sir, he didn't get me. He got my horse, but I'm pinned down.
All right, I'll get you out.
Mr. Dillon, look out. He's still shooting.
All right, just stay flat behind the horse. Now, you pull your leg out when I lift up on the saddle, huh?
Yes, sir, I will.
There. Now, stay low.
Mr. Dillon, where'd that shot come from?
Well, I'm not sure, but Yeah. From over in that rim of rock there.
You must have circled round.
Yeah, we rode right into a trap. How's your leg?
Well, it ain't broke, I don't think. But it hurts some, all right. Oh, I'm afraid I ain't going to be much use to you, Mr. Dillon.
Now, don't worry about it, Chester.
But what are we going to do? We can't just lay here in the snow. We'll freeze.
That's probably what Murdoch's thinking.
He sure planned it neat. Got us pinned out here in the open. No cover anywheres near. Mr. Dillon, my rifle's under the horse. Maybe we can...
No, it wouldn't do any good anyway, Chester. It's too far. Only his buffalo gun has this range.
Yes, sir. I got it. Where is it? No, he shot your horse, Mr. Dillon. There was no need for that.
Yeah. He's showing us how great a hunter he is, Chester.
What are we going to do without horses?
We'll worry about that later. Right now, there's one thing we can do. Get up to those rocks and rush him.
But how?
Well, his Big 50's a single shot. He's got to reload between shots.
He's doing it mighty fast.
Yeah, but while he is, I could be moving.
Oh, Mr. Dillon, you wouldn't never make it. Why, that's 500 yards or more.
You got any other ideas, Chester?
No, sir, I ain't. Oh, darn this leg.
It's all right, Chester. This isn't your fight anyway. Well, I think I'll draw a shot and see just how fast he can reload.
No, Mr. Dillon.
1, 2.
You're taking awful
3,
chance standing up like that,
4,
Mr. Dillon.
5.
No. Gracious.
All right. Now we know. 5 seconds.
That ain't very long.
Well, it'll have to be long enough. Oh, Chester?
Yes, sir. Good luck, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Same to you, Chester. Hey, Murdoch! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Not like hunting buffalo, is it, Murdoch?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, you're getting closer, Murdoch.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, maybe he's caught on.
Hey, Murdoch! You couldn't be out of ammunition, could you?
I wonder.
Hey, Murdoch!
I lay there half covered by the snow, knowing Murdoch might easily be holding me in the sights of his rifle. But I also knew I couldn't lie there much longer. I'd freeze before darkness could give me the cover I needed. Then I saw movement among the rocks. It was Golden Calf. He walked to the rim, then started down toward me. The body of Jace Murdoch, lifeless in his arms. I got up and went to meet him. And as I approached, Golden Calf stopped, and after a moment, he placed the body gently on the ground. Why did you do it, Golden Calf?
I know now you spoke the truth. His medicine was not good. Not anymore.
Is that the only reason you killed him? Here? Now? All right, thanks, anyway. I'm going to have to take you back. But nobody will convict you for saving the life of a U.S. Marshal. Well, we're going to have to bury him.
Yes.
Here, wait a minute. Let me see your wrist. That's a new gash. Was Murdoch a relative of yours?
He was my father. I am Golden Calf, the son of Long Arm.
Oh. Well, all right, Golden Calf. Let's get started.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield. Mild. Yet they satisfy the most.
You know, the arrival of a Texas herd in Dodge usually meant celebrating and a general hurrahing of the town. But next week, our herd arrives with a murdered man. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The special music for Gunsmoke was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Nestor Paiva, Sam Edwards, and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Smokers, this is it. L&M filters. So good to your taste, so quick on the draw.
Make today your big red letter day, your L&M red letter day. Superior taste and filter, it's the miracle tip. Make today your big red letter day. Change to L&M today.
L&M, so good to your taste.
So quick on the draw.
Get L&M today.
Relax with L&M. So good to your taste, so quick on the draw.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Mr. Dillon, couldn't we stop a little while?
Well, if we're going to get to Dodge before dark, we got to keep moving, Chester.
Yeah, but I swear I'm about to bust.
Oh, what did you expect after the way you ate dinner?
You know, I just couldn't help it. Every time I eat with the cavalry, I make a fool of myself. The ration them fellers draws nowadays is really something, ain't
Hey,
it?
Chester. Look over there in that drawer.
Why, it's an Indian, ain't it? Is he dead or what?
So let's go see. Yeah, he's dead, all right. And that was an ugly death, too.
My goodness, shot in both knees.
Yeah. Looks like he was trying to crawl away when he got finished off.
Who in the world would do a thing like that?
Well, whoever it was, he must have been full of hate.
Mr. Dillon?
What?
There's a squaw watching us over yonder by them trees, see her?
Yeah, I see her.
You reckon she's his?
Yeah, she might be. They're both Pawnee.
She's coming over here. Say, she don't think we'd done this, does she?
I don't know.
I sure hope not.
If I could speak Pawnee, I'd tell her.
Understand white man talk?
Is this your husband?
Yes.
I'm Matt Dillon. I'm a U.S. law marshal.
Law much true.
You know who killed your husband?
No.
Well, you know why your husband was killed?
No. Husband good. Much heart. Big. Strong.
We'll help you bury him.
No. Indian bury husband.
Oh. All right, we'll go. Come on, Chester.
It just don't seem right leaving her there all by herself, Mr. Dillon.
That's the way she wants it, Chester. Well, let's get on back to Dodge. Kitty.
How was the trip?
Oh, it was all right, I guess.
You don't sound very enthusiastic. Have a beer and tell me all about it.
No, thanks, Kitty. I'm going to go pick up my laundry, and then I'm going to go get some sleep.
Evening, Kitty. Matt.
Hello, Doc.
Doc?
Well, I just treated Chester for an attack of indigestion. How are you feeling?
Oh, fine.
Well, that's not true, Doc. Something's bothering him.
Oh? That's so. What's the trouble, Matt?
I'll tell you what's the trouble, Doc. Disgust for my fellow man. But I guess I'll get over it.
What happened, Matt?
Well, on the way in today, Chester and I found a dead Indian. His squaw came along about the same time. Just rough to watch, that's all.
Well, Matt, men die all the time, and their women grieve.
No, not like this, Doc. He was killed a piece at a time. Somebody had shot him in both knees so he'd crawl. It wasn't until they'd had their fun that they finished him off. His squaw could see what had happened to him, so they didn't...
Quiet. I'm listening to a funny story.
Hey, you. Is it my funny story you're listening to?
Yeah, that's right. Any objections?
You have some particular interest in Indians?
I have. Go on with the story. It's good. How does it end?
It hasn't ended yet.
I could end it for you. If it was me out there, that squaw would have went right along with a man.
That's so?
I hate Indians. I kill them. That's mighty near all I got on my mind. I enjoy killing them. I hate squaw men, too.
All right, get your hand away from that gun.
You wearing some kind of badge there under that vest?
That's right. I'm a U.S. Marshal.
And you figure that gives you a right to tell me who I can hate?
No. That's your business. But what you do about it is mine.
Well, I'm going to go on killing Indians is what I'm going to do about it, Marshal. Like I've been doing for 16 years.
And you've got a lot to answer for, mister. That's a long time.
It seems like no more than yesterday. I come back from hunting one time. I found my wagon burnt. My wife with a pretty back stuck full of arrows. My baby son carried off. They was Pawnees. And Marshal, your little badge ain't gonna change that. That's between me and the Indians. I'm gonna kill them till the day I die.
Edgar.
Leave me alone.
What a terrible thing.
What Matt saw was terrible too, Kitty.
Yeah.
16 years of that kind of hate's long enough, isn't it, Doc?
Much too long.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, that squaw's here.
Huh? Here in Dodge?
Yes, sir. She come over to the office. She wants to talk to you.
Oh, where is she now?
Well, there was another Indian with her. They're waiting out near the edge of town.
All right, let's go.
Hello, this is Marvin Miller with another page from your American Heritage Scrapbook. The majestic Hudson River, which has cut such a wide path through American fact and fiction, was apparently first discovered by Giovanni da Verrazzano, a Florentine navigator, on April 17, 1524. But the man for whom it was named, Henry Hudson, made the first conclusive exploration of the river during the months of September and October of 1609. Henry Hudson, hoping to find a waterway through North America to the East Indies, sailed his ship, the Half Moon, up the Hudson as far as present-day Troy, New York. In the 1620s, Dutch patroons had established a permanent colony, New Netherlands, along the banks of the Hudson, and New Amsterdam was spreading out from the southern tip of Manhattan Island. It was in 1664 that an English invasion force entered the deep-channeled mouth of the Hudson River and took over control of New Amsterdam from the Dutch. They renamed the city New York. Ships flying the Union Jack cruised the Hudson for more than a century, bringing furs and food supplies to cosmopolitan New York. Control of the Hudson became imperative during the colonial revolution for independence. The British attacked and captured Fort Washington and Fort Lee late in 1776, but their attempt to cut the jugular vein that united New England and the middle colonies was unsuccessful. Colonial independence won, peace reigned again over the river Henry Hudson once described as the great river of the mountains. Yes, running 306 miles from the summit of Mount Marcy in the Adirondacks to the wide-spreading harbor of New York City, the Hudson River became the lifeline of a new nation just beginning to explore and develop its natural riches.
I don't see him, Chester.
No, me neither.
You sure that's the right place?
Well, I think so, Mr. Dillon. I couldn't understand her too good. Maybe they changed their mind and left.
Now, that's not very likely. Must have had something pretty important to say to come all the way into town like that.
They sure must have.
Oh, there she is. Moving out into the clearing.
Yeah, but she's alone now. Where's that other?
Well, we'll probably find out.
Mr. Dillon, we better be careful. I don't like this.
You want to wait here?
No, I'm coming.
We talk.
You come alone now. My friend says that there was another Indian.
He back there. He little white wolf. Brother. He no make talk. He wait.
Is that the one, Chester?
Well, I think so. He never come near enough for me to get a real good look at him.
Any other Indians here?
No other. 3. All go. Leave village. Make new house. Oklahoma.
All right, we talk now.
White man kill husband. White man go to city.
How do you know this?
Brother, he gone. See one, only white man. Then go find husband dead. Brother track white man. Go to city.
Who is the white man?
He wear black hat, spotted shirt. He ride black horse.
Well, I seen him.
Wait a minute, Chester. There are many men like that in the city. You got to say more than that.
You find, you make prisoner, you kill.
Now listen. The law must know, and it must know good. Did your brother see the white man kill your husband?
Brother, he gone. Then see one, only white man.
Yeah, but the brother did not see. Maybe the white man did not kill. Now, the law must know. It must be certain. You understand that?
Law not certain. Then law not kill white man?
That's right.
Then you give us white man, we kill.
No.
Brother not have two hearts. Brother certain, we kill.
No. That's much bad. Now, you go to Oklahoma. You make new house.
White man big enemy. We no make peace. We wait. We kill.
Well, that's sad.
Reckon she means it?
Yeah, she means it all right. They'll get him. Eggert, I want to talk to you.
Come on in.
I tried to find you last night.
I ain't been hiding much.
Yeah, I know. It was late when I got back to town. Nobody knew where you were staying. I went out to talk to some Indians.
You seem mighty fond of Indians.
I'm fond of the law, Eggert. Now tell me, did you kill that Pawnee?
I killed lots of Pawnees in the last 16 years.
That's not what I'm asking you. Did you kill that one yesterday?
Supposing I did, what would you do about him?
I'd hang him.
For killing an Indian? Might as well hang a man for squashing worms.
That day's past, Eggert. Now, the Indians think you killed him, and so do I.
I reckon you'll have to prove it, Marshal.
Yeah, there's an Indian who can identify you. The squaw's brother, so you do it.
That ain't exactly true.
No?
No, because if it was, you'd have me in jail right now. You ain't got no proof.
Well, the Indian heard your last shot, and he saw you ride off. He tracked you here to Dodge.
Don't put no rope around my neck.
Not legally, no. But the Indians know that you did it. And I don't want to have to hang those Indians.
And what do you mean by that?
I'll tell you what I mean by that. They're waiting for you, Eggert.
They're what?
That's right. So you stay in this town. You set one foot outside of Dodge City, and those two Pawnees will kill you.
Don't be sure of that, Marshal. Don't be sure of it at all.
This is Myron J. Bennett, back again with another little-known item of American military history. When you're up there in the wild blue yonder, either shooting or getting shot at, there's not much time for making famous remarks. Perhaps that's why there aren't too many on record for the Air Force, although our youngest branch of the armed forces got a big piece of the action in our recent wars. It started out on August the 1st, 1907, with only one officer and two enlisted men, and didn't get its first airplane until a year later. Under the Signal Corps, aces made history in the dogfights of World War I. But it wasn't until General William Billy Mitchell got himself court-martialed for backing up his statement that nothing can stop the attack of aircraft except other aircraft that the air arm really got going. In World War II, General Henry H. Hap Arnold built the Army Air Corps into the greatest military armada ever seen, with his three-legged stool formula of pilots, planes, and airfields, and the slogan, "Keep 'em flying." And in the Cold War that's been going on ever since, the now independent Air Force, with its ever-ready Strategic Air Command, carries the biggest stick we've got behind its soft-spoken motto, "Peace is our profession."
You got time for a cup of coffee, Matt?
Yeah, I reckon so, Kitty. There you are.
On, can we have some coffee?
Right away, Miss Kitty.
Where'd you run off to last night, Matt?
Well, that Pawnee squaw wanted to see me, Kitty.
Oh?
Yeah, she and her brother know who killed her husband, and they came to me for help.
I get him to believe in the law, Matt. That's good.
Yeah, it'd be fine if the law could do anything about it.
Your coffee.
What do you mean, Matt?
No legal proof. So the Indians are going to do it in their own way.
Who was it?
Eggert?
That man who lost his wife and baby?
Yeah. I was up to see him this morning. He's the one, all right.
Mr. Dillon, I've been looking high and low for you.
What's the matter?
Will you give that Eggert orders to stay in town, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, he didn't do it. He left about a half hour ago.
Yeah, I should have known he would. All right, come on, Chester. Maybe we can catch him.
Seems like we ought to have caught up with him, but now, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Maybe the Indians got him already.
I doubt it, Chester. I think they'd get him behind him and trail him till they could set up an ambush.
Well, it's a pretty good spot for a fight right here.
Wait a minute. There's the squaw over there in those trees.
And she's riding up that little gun.
Yeah, come on. She's turning.
Oh, she jumped off.
I'll get her. You catch the horse.
Yes, sir.
Hey, stop. Come here. Now, where's your brother? Come on, talk. Where's Little White Wolf? You see white man who killed your husband?
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, over here, Chester.
I got her horse. What'd she say?
Nothing.
Nothing?
No, not a word. Look. Brother killed white man, he break the law. Now, the law will punish him. You understand that? Now, where is your brother? All right, come on.
That's where I don't understand, Mr. Dillon.
I do, Chester. She waited on the trail as a decoy and deliberately led us away to give her brother time. Right now, that Indian and Eggert are stalking each other somewhere in that bush.
See, that was a rifle.
White man, big enemy. We kill now. Little White Wolf avenge husband.
Where'd it come from, Chester? Could you tell?
Well, from that bluff yonder, it sounded like.
All right, let's get over there. Maybe we still have time to stop him. Eggert! Eggert!
Maybe that Indian got him, Mr. Dillon.
Eggert!
Here, Marshal.
Huh?
I got me another Pawnee. But he got me too.
Where is he, Eggert?
Right in them rocks.
Yeah, here he is, Chester. He's shot right through the head.
Well, he's much more than a boy. He's Mr. Dillon.
Yeah,
Little White Wolf.
he's dead. Little White Wolf wasn't your brother. Not your true brother, was he?
No. True brother. Die baby. Chief, give mother white baby. Call him Little White Wolf. He grow up fine Indian. He good brother. White man die?
Yeah, he'll die very soon.
Marshal,
Yeah, Eggert.
did I kill him?
You killed him.
Oh, that's good.
You were just a kid. About 18.
I'm glad. That's just about right. By now, my own son would have been just about 18. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Dillon, did you tell him?
No, Chester, I didn't tell him. Well, at least we can bury him together.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Matt. Chester.
Hello, Kitty.
Oh, Miss Kitty.
I'm looking for your partner, Kitty.
Oh, Sam?
Mm-hmm.
He's in back breaking out a shipment of whiskey we just got. Sit down. He'll be here in a few minutes.
Okay.
Sam in trouble, Matt?
Oh, no, Kitty. I just wanted some information from him. It's nothing important.
Well, that's good. Who are those two men?
I don't know. They're strangers to me.
That one wearing the gun, I'd like to keep a stranger.
Where is the owner of this place?
He don't look like he's going to make nobody happy.
Hey.
Excuse me.
Let Sam take care of him, Kitty.
Well, it's my job, too.
Go get the owner, miss. We want to talk to him.
I'm one of the owners.
You?
What is it you want?
Well, we can't do business with no woman, Breeze.
And what's wrong with doing business with a woman, mister?
Well, it ain't fitting, that's all.
Well, what's going on, Kitty?
You the real owner here, mister?
Miss Kitty and I own it together. What can we do for you?
My name's Tom Breese. This here is Red Temple.
I'm Sam Noonan.
They say this saloon's worth about $15,000. Is that right?
I guess that's about right. Why?
We want to buy it.
What?
They said we want to buy it. We'll give you $10,000 cash.
You just said yourself it's worth 15.
I hadn't finished. We'll give you $10,000 down, $5,000 a year for the next 2 years. That makes $20,000 in all.
You'll give us $20,000?
Go check at the bank. The first 10's on deposit there right now, and your banker, Mr. Botkin, will have the bill of sale drawn up by tomorrow morning.
You're awful sure of yourself, aren't you, Breeze?
Now, Kitty, all they want to do is give us $20,000.
Where are you men from, anyway?
Abilene, we come in on the Santa Fe this morning, and our money is good.
This is kind of sudden, but $20,000?
Well, what do we want to sell for, Sam? This is a good business.
Sam knows a good deal, miss. You trust him.
Sure, if it's legitimate, why not?
Well, I don't know.
Look, why don't you two talk it over, and we'll come back in the morning and settle everything.
We'll talk it over, all right. Sam can't sell without me.
Oh. Well, you listen to him now. He knows what he's doing. We'll see you in the morning. Come on, Temple.
He's right, Kitty. We'd be crazy not to sell at that price.
I'll sleep on it, Sam.
Sure, you do that. But come on out back for a minute. I want to show you that new whiskey we ordered.
All right. I'm going out back for a minute, Matt.
Okay, Kitty.
Well, I'll be doggone. What do you make of that, Mr. Dillon? Sounds like a good deal, don't it?
Yeah? If, like Sam said, it's legitimate.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Only with L&M can you enjoy the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos through the modern miracle of the L&M Miracle Tip. Through the pure white Miracle Tip, L&M tastes richer, smokes cleaner, draws easier. No other cigarette, plain or filter, gives you all the flavor you want. The rich, exciting flavor you get only from L&M. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Get L&M today.
I just ate and I'm still hungry. But it's a nice morning, though, ain't it, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, nice enough to get Kitty out bright and early.
What? Oh. Say, she looks mighty pretty, don't she?
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Miss Kitty.
Well, are you in business or out, Kitty?
In. I told them this morning I'm not selling.
Oh?
Well, how's Sam feel about it?
Sam's hardly speaking to me.
How bad?
Well, what decided you?
I honestly don't know, Matt. Maybe I just don't like those two. And I don't like their big hurry, either. They insist the deal has to be settled by Wednesday, day after tomorrow, no later. So I told them I needed more time, that's all. But they can't wait, so I made a definite no.
Well, it's your right, Kitty.
It sure is. Well, drop around later, huh?
Okay.
So long, Miss Kitty.
Bye.
Well, that's that.
Yeah. Hey, look, Mr. Dillon.
What?
Them two fellas. You think they're fixing to follow her?
It won't do 'em any good. When Kitty makes up her mind, she doesn't often change it.
Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Priest. Temple.
How'd you know our names?
I've heard.
Oh, through Kitty Russell, no doubt.
Do you want to see me?
They say you're a good friend of Kitty's.
Yeah, that's right.
She tell you about turning down our offer?
She mentioned it, yeah.
She's making a mistake, Marshal.
Well, I think it's up to her what she does, don't you?
Oh, sure. Maybe you could kind of change your mind.
What?
By Wednesday. There's $1,000 in it for you.
Better take it, Marshal.
I had, huh? Tell me something, Temple. Is that more or less than he's paying you?
Huh? Hey, now, look
Easy, Temple. What do you say, Marshal?
I don't know what your game is, Brees, but if I find out and I don't happen to like it, you're going to be in trouble. Both of you.
Come on, Temple.
Yeah. We'll meet again, Marshal.
Anytime.
My goodness, they're going to bear watching, ain't they?
Yeah, they sure are.
Well, this is number 9.
Go ahead, Temple. Knock.
What do you want?
We want to talk to you, Kitty. In private.
Now, look here.
Just be quiet.
What do you think you're doing busting into my room
Shut
like
up,
this?
else you'll get hurt.
Oh, so that's it. I should have known you were nothing but a hired gun when I first saw you,
Hey,
Temple.
you quiet.
Let go of me!
Hit me, I'll show you.
Oh, Temple, now hold it. Leave her alone.
She slapped me.
I said leave her alone.
See you later, Kitty.
Kitty, you listen to me. I'm going to make it real short.
Then you're through now. Get out of here.
We're going to buy the Long Branch, Kitty. And we're going to buy it before Wednesday.
No, you're not.
Okay, Kitty. You were right about Red Temple. He is a gunman.
So? You're going to have him shoot me?
No. Your partner, Sam Noonan.
You wouldn't dare.
But if you go to the marshal or anybody else about it, he'll shoot you, too.
It'd be a pleasure.
No. Look. You can't do anything to Sam.
We'll kill him, that's all. Think it over, Kitty. Think it over hard.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern. Change to L&M.
L&M is the modern cigarette that lets you get all the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos. No other cigarette you can buy, plain or filter, gives you the flavor that you get through the modern miracle of the L&M Miracle Tip. Through the pure white Miracle Tip, L&M tastes richer, smokes cleaner, draws easier. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live, live, live modern. Get L&M today.
Evening, Marshal.
Hello, Sam.
Well, did you hear the news?
Oh, what news?
Kitty. She's changed her mind. We're going to sell the Long Branch after all.
You are?
Here, ask her. You tell him, Kitty.
What about selling? It's true, Matt. Why should I turn down all that easy money? I was just being stubborn, I guess.
Well, you had to think it over some, Kitty. I understand that now. But at least it's your decision. Nobody pushed you into doing it.
No.
Come by tomorrow afternoon, Marshal. Drinks will be on the house.
Tomorrow?
Well, after we get through signing the papers at the bank. Going to have a little celebration. I'll see you then.
Okay, Sam. Kitty? How come you changed your mind?
You really want to know?
Well, if you want to tell me.
I did it for a friend, Matt. I did it for Sam.
Well, good morning, Matt.
It's past noon, Doc.
Well, then it's time to go eat some dinner.
All right. As soon as Chester gets back from the depot.
Depot? You go to meet somebody?
Oh, Chester meets everybody who comes in. But his excuse is that he's picking up the mail. Oh, sit down, Doc.
Thank you, Matt. That's good. Say, you know, Dodge ought to put Chester on the payroll as a kind of official greeter.
Yeah, he'd like that.
Wouldn't he? But it's kind of funny. He welcomes them, makes them feel at home, and then you come along and look them over and run half of them back out of town again.
Well, maybe that's why I'm not as popular around here as I might be.
Well, lawman isn't supposed to be popular, man. Not if he's doing his job right.
No, I guess so. You know, practically everybody has something on his conscience, Doc.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, that is. Even of me.
Oh? You want to tell me about it, or wait till I find out and come after you, huh?
Well, no, I'll wait. It'll kind of give you something to think about on rainy afternoon.
Okay, Doc.
Mr. Dillon, well, hello, Doc. You here?
No, I'm not, Chester.
Oh, a friend of yours is in town, Mr. Dillon. I met him down at the depot.
Oh, who, Chester?
Glenn Horn. Do you remember him?
Sure I do. One of the richest gamblers in Abilene. What's he doing here?
He didn't say.
Oh, where is he?
He went to the Dodge house. He said he'd be by later.
No? Glenn Horn doesn't travel for pleasure. I think I'll go see him right now. Well, Glenn, the whole thing begins to make sense, doesn't it?
Yes, it sure does, but I don't like being taken for a fool, Matt. And I won't be in the middle on any kind of a crooked game.
You never have, I know of.
I don't even know this pair, this Brees and Temple.
The game works better for them that you don't.
I'll admit I was talking some about my plans, but I never thought anybody'd try a trick like this.
Anything for $1, Glenn.
I suppose you've got some fool law here against shooting people.
Well, you take 'em back to Abilene and shoot 'em. I'd rather have Bill Hickok worry about it.
No, I'm serious, man.
Now, you leave the fighting to me, Glenn. If there is any.
Do you think this Red Temple's much of a gunman?
You never know till it happens. But if we handle it the way we plan, maybe there won't be any shooting.
Men like them never give up easy, Matt.
Well, let's find out. You ready to go?
I'm ready for anything. Come on.
Hey, Marshal, come over to the bar. Have a drink. Now, we just started celebrating, Marshal. What'll you have?
You can draw me a beer, Sam.
Coming right up.
The deal's all set, huh, Kitty?
Signed and sealed, Matt.
Hello, Breeze. Temple.
Marshal.
Sam and Kitty have 10,000 cash in the bank, Marshal, and I've got the bill of sale. Right here.
That's fine.
Breeze.
Glenn Horn. He got here just right, didn't he?
Sure did.
Let me handle this now, Temple.
Yeah.
Who is he, Matt?
Wait a minute, Kitty.
Well, Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Mr. Horn. What are you doing here?
Oh, just business. How you been, Marshal?
Oh, fine, thank you. Oh, this is Kitty Russell, Glenn Horn.
How do you do, Kitty?
Hello?
Here's your beer, Marshal.
Oh, thank you, Sam. Sam, this is Glenn Horn. Sam Noonan.
Hello, Sam.
Have a drink. We're celebrating.
No, thanks. I'm taking the train back to Abilene in a few minutes.
What'd he say?
Shut up, Temple.
I thought you were here on business, Mr. Horn.
Well, I was, Marshal, but I've changed my mind. Matter of fact, I was going to make an offer for the Long Branch here.
You were going to buy it?
Well, I was going to try to buy it, Miss Kitty. I guess I told everybody in Abilene about it. I even told them I was going to offer $15,000 for it.
Hey, excuse me, Mr. Horn. My name's Brees. My partner there's Red Temple. We just bought the Long Branch.
Well, that's fine, Mr. Brace. I wish you good luck with it.
Yeah, you haven't really changed your mind, have you?
Yes, I've decided I prefer Abilene to Dodge. I don't know why I was thinking of moving anyway.
Yeah, but it's for sale. We'll sell it to you, maybe even for $14,000.
You'll do what?
You stay out of this.
No, it's no use, Mr. Brace. My mind's made up. Goodbye, Miss Kitty.
Goodbye.
Sam.
Goodbye, Mr. Horn.
Good to see you again, Marshal.
Yeah, I'll look you up in Abilene sometime.
Bye.
We can't let him go, Breeze.
He means what he says, Temple. Hey, Kitty. Sam, I got something to tell you.
What?
Here's the bill of sale. You can have it back.
What do you mean?
We've changed our minds, too. We want our money.
What's going on here, anyway?
Deal's off. We want our money. We're going back to the bank and get it right now.
But you can't do that.
Yes, we can.
Wait a
Sam.
minute, Temple. I want to explain
Marshal,
something.
just you keep out of this.
Not
now.
likely.
What is it, Matt?
It's real simple, Kitty. Glenn Horn was thinking of offering $15,000 for the Long Branch, and these two heard about it. So they bought it for $10,000, and we're going to make a fast $5,000 profit on it.
But they were going to pay us another $5,000 a year for 2 years.
Yeah, if you could find them. Men like them can disappear pretty easy.
Rotten crooks. I should have known.
You forgetting something, Kitty?
All right, Temple. I haven't said anything.
Oh. So that's it, huh? They've been threatening you, Kitty?
No, Matt.
You're looking at me, Temple, and you keep looking at me.
Shoot him, Temple.
I'd do it, Marshal.
Nobody else is armed, Temple. I guess it'll have to be me.
You first, anyway.
You killed him.
You should have hired a better gunman, Brees.
Now, you can't touch me. I ain't done nothing illegal.
No, but you're leaving town after we go to the bank.
What?
You want your money back, don't you? Kitty, you and Sam come along, too. Glenn Horn is waiting there with $15,000 if you still want to sell.
No. No, that ain't fair.
Brees, you're lucky to get out of this alive. Now, you keep quiet. You too? You still want to sell?
But I ain't even going to the bank, Marshal. After this, I'm leaving all such matters with Kitty.
Good. Then we're still going to be running this place, Sam. Let's go, Matt.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. How can we make America a better place to live? First, we must keep our own homes in good condition. That goes without saying. Secondly, we must clean up slums. Slums hurt everyone, not only those who live in them. If there's a slum near you, it lowers the value of your house. If there's a slum anywhere, it breeds delinquency and crime, which you pay for in higher taxes. What can you do? Well, some slums are beyond repair and should be torn down, but some can be rehabilitated. Right now, local groups may be at work in your town seeking adequate housing for all our people. Find them. Join them. Write to Action. Action is the American Council to Improve Our Neighborhoods. It's a new national nonprofit organization designed to give you the information you need to protect the housing health of your community. Send for Action's free booklet. Write today to Action, Box 20, Radio City Station, New York 20, New York. This has been a CBS Radio public service announcement. And now, William Conrad.
You know, on the frontier, most men, even the gunfighters, wore only one gun. Because they felt if you couldn't get the job done with 5 bullets, you shouldn't get in arguments to begin with. And that was the West.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Lawrence Dobkin, Vic Perrin, and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Barkeep! Barkeep, get down here.
His name's Sam, mister.
That's so. What's your name?
Neil Butler.
Ain't you pretty young to be drinking so much hard liquor, Neil?
I'm 19, but I've been around Dodge longer than you have.
Kind of sassy for a kid, ain't you?
Man enough to ride for Fate Ender.
Fate Ender?
You never heard of him?
Maybe I have.
Anybody that's ever been near a longhorn steer has heard of Fate Ender.
Sure.
He's a hard man to work for, though.
How's that?
Well, he eats one meal a day and don't drink or smoke.
So he has a big advantage over the likes of me and you.
Mm-hmm. Does he pay regular?
You looking for a job, mister?
It ain't mister, it's Lee Shin.
Okay, Shin.
And I'm looking for a drink, not a job.
Sam! Hey, Sam!
Yeah, about enough, Neil.
You ain't my nursemaid. I'm buying a drink for me and Lee Shin here.
I've been yelling for one long enough.
Sometimes I'm hard of hearing.
You know, I've seen barkeeps with their heads all busted open.
Shin, huh? And where would you have seen that, Shin?
Texas, maybe.
Well, you ain't in Texas now.
Lay off of him, Sam. He's new around here. Fetch them drinks.
I just don't believe I will.
Now, looky here.
You don't pull much weight around here, do you, Neil?
He's had enough, Shin, and don't you egg him on.
He can take care of himself.
Of course I can. Sam, you give me a drink or by heaven I'll blow a hole in you.
Now, take it easy, kid.
You don't think I will, huh?
Well, you better not try.
I'll try.
All right, you hold it, mister. Watch him, Marshal.
I ain't made a move.
No, but you was about to.
It'd have been too bad for you if I had, Bart.
Never mind that. Throw some water on Neil there, Chester.
Right, Mr. Dillon. You got any water, Sam?
What kind of place you think I run?
Well, give me some beer, then.
You paying for it?
Mr. Dillon?
Forget it, Chester. The kid's coming to anyway. You're a stranger in Dodge, mister.
Supposing I am.
Don't start any trouble, that's all.
I ain't done a thing. I just been standing here. It's that mean-tempered barkeep started it.
You want me to break a bottle over your head, Shin?
See?
Blast you, Sam. What'd you hit me with, anyway?
The usual. If you try that again, I'll hit you twice.
You sure sobered me some.
Sobered you, did he? What were you doing drunk in the first place?
Now, Mr. Render...
Shut up, Neil. I can tell what's been going on here, and I don't like it.
It's all right now, Mr. Render.
You, going to arrest him, Marshal?
No, I got nothing to arrest him for, Fate.
Drunkenness?
He won't cause any more trouble.
You're trying to protect him, huh? Well, it ain't going to work.
He's sober now. Look at him.
Sure, he's all right, Fate. I just had a little argument with him. Wasn't nothing.
I'm not blaming you, Sam, but a man has to learn to hold his liquor, or not drink at all.
It's a lot easier not to drink at all. The way you do, Fate.
Maybe. But I remember the time I felt I'd come to the estate of man when I'd learned to drink 1 1/2 quarts of whiskey daily.
That's a lot of whiskey.
But I quit. 15 years ago, I quit.
You ain't had a drop since?
Only once. A friend of mine who was a candidate for office tempted me into a glass. I felt like I'd stolen a sheep.
Well, you can't expect everybody to feel the same way, Fate.
I don't, Marshal. But I recognize the weakness for liquor when I see it. And young Neil here's got to learn.
Mr. Ender, I ain't been drunk in 2 weeks. Till today.
2 weeks? Neil, if you ain't man enough to stay away from it longer than that, you ain't man enough to work for me.
You mean I'm fired?
You'll draw your pay tomorrow morning. Good day, gentlemen.
Mr. Ender. That old mosshead. He needs shooting.
You'll start thinking about finding a job, Neil, not shooting somebody.
Maybe I'm tired of working. Say, where'd that fella Shin go? It's plumb disappeared.
Never mind about him. Look, Neil, they're looking for some help over at the OK Stables. Maybe it'd keep you in feed till you find something else, huh?
Thanks, Marshal. But I got some thinking to do first.
That Fate Ender sure is a hard man, Mr. Dillon.
Hard enough to cure himself of drinking, anyway.
Yeah, but He needn't have been so mean with Neil the other day. He could have gave him a second chance.
Oh, Neil can get another job.
Yes, I know. But I don't cotton to a man being so self-righteous. My, I'll bet old Ender's made lots of mistakes in his time.
People say he has. Only nobody's caught up with him yet.
What do you mean?
Well, back in Texas, he used to spread a mighty wide loop, Chester. I expect it was a long time before he paid money for any calves.
Oh, well, I never heard he was a thief.
Oh, he isn't. Not now. That was just after the war, when everybody was branding anything in sight. Cattle were running wild then, what with so few men to look after them.
Yes, sir, I know. One of my brothers got caught at it.
Oh? You never told me that, Chester.
Well, it's something us proudfoots don't bring up very often, Mr. Dillon.
No, of course not.
No, sir. My brother wouldn't like it.
What?
Well, he's a banker now.
A banker?
Yes, sir. At a place called Pavo. That's over west of San Antone. Real dry country there. He likes it, but I sure don't. My goodness, the wind and the dust is just
Mac!
Hello, Doc.
So you better come upstairs.
Oh, what's the trouble?
Fate Ender. He didn't want to see you, but I sneaked down anyway.
He didn't want to see me about what?
I just took a bullet out of his arm, Matt.
What?
And he's talking about killing the man that put it there.
Who?
He didn't say.
Wait here, Chester.
I didn't hear about no gunfight, Mr. Dillon.
Neither did I. Is he hurt bad, Doc?
I didn't even break the bone, Matt. It'll be a mite painful for a while. He's resting a little right now. That's how I got away.
Well, I'm glad you did.
I might have known that's where you went, Doc.
No man comes in here carrying a bullet without my telling the marshal, Fate.
How'd this happen, Fate?
I'll skin my own snakes, Marshal.
Not around here, you won't.
I've killed men before, and I don't need no help to do it again.
Somebody took a wild shot at you, is that it?
Not so wild it didn't hit me.
Well, maybe he wasn't trying to kill you.
He didn't get close enough for any such trick shooting. Little coward.
Oh. You think it was Neil, huh?
Of course it was. And I'll kill him. I'll kill him sure, Marshal.
Why do you think it was Neil, Fate?
I know it was. Tried to kill me while I was crossing the Arkansas on my way into town. But he was a quarter mile off, behind a bluff. Just too bad for him he didn't hit my gun arm.
Now, wait a minute. If he was behind the bluff, how do you know who it was?
You're just complicating things, Marshal. I heard he threatened to kill me the other day when I fired him.
All right, Fate. I'll find him, and if we can prove he did it, he'll go to jail.
He won't go to jail if I find him first, Marshal. You won't stop me. I've lived too long to be killed by some hot-headed kid.
You got a right to protect yourself, Fate. But murder's a hanging offense these days.
And if you don't want to see me hung, you better move fast, Marshal.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, Barbara Stanwyck and Barry Sullivan play their original screen roles again in the Lux Radio Theater adaptation of Jeopardy! It's the story of a wife who encounters a killer during her frantic race to save her husband from death. Remember, Jeopardy! On the Lux Radio Theater Monday night over most of these same stations. On the same evening, hear Victor Mature in The Girl in Car 32 on Suspense. Mature plays a cop who, chasing a jewel thief, finds love along the way. Hear Suspense, also Monday night at the Star's Address. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
For all his hard-headedness, Fate Ender was as good a citizen as any around Dodge. And in some ways, a lot better. In any case, I didn't want to see him hung any more than I wanted to see young Neil shot. And since Fate wasn't the kind of a man you could argue with or throw in jail to cool off, I went looking for Neil. He wasn't at the OK stable, but a small boy there told us that he'd be right back, so Chester and I sat down in one of the stalls and waited.
Mr. Dillon, you don't think Neil's going to admit trying to stage an ambush, do you?
Well, he'd be a fool if he did, Chester.
And what are you going to do with him?
I don't know. Maybe he'll do it by himself.
Just
What?
like I told you before.
Yeah, maybe
Man
this is
that
him.
mean deserves to die, Neil. It don't matter none who killed him.
Hey, it's that fella Shin.
Be quiet, Chester.
Well, sometimes I think it'd be worth hanging for, even if I did get caught.
That's more like it, kid. Don't you let nobody bluff you.
He ain't all bluff. I've seen him.
Neil, Fate Ender's like a Confederate dollar. Like 500 Confederate dollars, in fact. He's just that no good.
Well, I don't know. But anyways, he sure didn't treat me fair. I shouldn't have talked so much about shooting him.
Don't you worry, kid. They can't do nothing to you. They can't prove nothing at all.
Of course they can't.
What's there to prove, Neil?
Marshal.
Take your hand off that gun, Shin.
Why, sure.
Shouldn't jump out at a man like that, Marshal.
Well, my being here wouldn't bother most men.
What do you mean?
I take it you've heard about Fate Ender getting shot.
I heard. And he's saying I did it, too.
Well?
Don't tell him nothing, kid. You don't need no alibi.
Suppose you stay out of this, Shin.
Well, why should I? I'm the only friend Neil's got around
Neil
here.
can talk for himself.
Everybody's got a rope on the kid. It ain't
That's
fair.
enough out of you.
He's just trying to help me, Marshal. But he don't need to. I can prove I wasn't anywhere near there.
Oh? Well, how do you know where it happened, Neil?
A friend of mine met him on the way into town. Ender told him all about it, and he come straight off and told me. Ender says it was at noon, Marshal. You want to know where I was at noon?
Yeah, where?
At the Texas Trail, talking to Kitty. I'm going back there right now and get her to prove it before Ender finds me and tries to kill me.
Now, wait a minute, Neil.
Let him go.
It won't do any good, kid.
Of course it will.
Darn fool, kid.
Shin. Why won't it do any good?
There's nobody'll believe either of them. You'll say they're both lying. He's paid off Kitty or something.
Stop right there, Neil. No.
Hey, that was Fate Ender, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. All right, drop that gun, Fate. Drop it.
Don't let him shoot me again. I ain't going to shoot you again. Not this time, anyway. Here. Take my gun, Marshal.
You know, you don't have to kill a man to go to jail, Fate. All right, Chester, keep an eye on him.
Yes, sir.
How are you, Neil?
He busted my shoulder, Marshal.
You're lucky.
I seen him coming and I got scared. But I wasn't fast enough.
You weren't fast enough?
I know him. He'd never bother saying so. But I drew first, Marshal. I gotta admit it.
Now, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Give Neil a hand here, huh? Taking up the ducks.
Okay, Mr. Dillon.
Shin can help you, Chester.
He's run off, Neil. Seems like he's kind of gun shy. All right, now, come on. Put your arm around me.
Be
here.
careful. Put it under.
There we are. Well, walk some, Neil. It's your shoulder hurting.
Tell me something, Fate. How come you didn't finish him off while you had the chance?
Well, I would have. The first shot hadn't crippled him. I ain't no murderer, Marshal.
But you'll kill him when he gets well. Is that it?
I'll kill him. Of course I will.
Matt.
Hi, Marshal.
Kitty. Sam.
I can tell you're not going to make any money off him today, Sam.
Have a drink on the house, Marshal.
No. Kitty's right, Sam. I didn't come here for pleasure.
I heard about Fate Ender being shot. Is that what it is, Matt?
Yeah. Kitty, young Neil claims that he was in here at noon talking to you.
Yeah, he was, Matt. Funny thing is, he was talking about Fate most of the time. Sam was here, too. He heard him.
Yeah, sure did. If what he was saying is true, Fate's about the sharpest dealer I ever heard of.
Oh? What do you mean, Sam?
Oh, it's just a story about Fate when he was still in Texas.
Go on. You tell him, Kitty. Tell him.
Well, seems Fate owed a man $500 when the war broke out. But he told him he'd keep it for him so he'd have something when he got out of the Army. That was during the Confederacy, of course. So when the fellow came back to collect his money, Fate shoved a whole barrel of it at him and told him to help himself.
Ain't that something, Marshal?
Fate claimed the debt had been made in Confederate money, so that's what he paid off with. Pretty foxy of him, don't you think, Matt?
500 no good Confederate dollars. Kitty, did Neil say where he'd heard this story?
Oh, that new friend of his, Shin. He told him. Why?
Hey, it's a good story, Kitty. It's a real good story.
Neil's fine, Mr. Dillon. Doc's got the bullet out and everything.
Yeah, there's nothing more I can do now. You're a mighty lucky young fella, Neil.
I don't call getting shot so lucky.
I ain't talking to you, mister. When you come back tomorrow, Neil, I'll have to change that dressing.
Sure, Doc. Let's get out of here, Shem.
Okay.
Shin.
Yeah.
Where'd you go after the shooting at the stable?
Nothing I could do for him there, Marshal. Come on, kid.
Now, you wait here a minute, Neil. I'd more like to talk to you.
What for?
Well, I ain't waiting.
You might be interested in this, too, Shin.
I'll wait for you at the stable, Neil.
That's far enough, Shin.
I've heard all your talk I need, Marshal.
Shin, maybe Fate Ender outsmarted you, but $500 isn't enough to try to kill a man over. Now, wait! Get over by the window, Chester, in case he makes the street. I'm going after him.
Yes, sir. Look at him, Mr. Dillon. Right there.
What?
I got him.
Did you shoot him, Chester? I didn't hear anything.
No, sir. That chamber pot there. I dropped it right on his head.
What?
A bullseye, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Well, he's your prisoner, Chester. Come on down and lock him up.
Yes, sir. I'll be right there.
Neil?
Yes, sir.
Marshal here told me the whole story.
Looks like we both made a mistake, Mr. Ender.
Shin wasn't much of a friend, was he? Trying to hide behind you all the time.
I took up with him when I was drunk. That's the whole trouble.
Neil, I'm kind of old. Sometimes I guess I forget what it's like to be young.
Yes, sir.
And Well,
that's all right, Mr. Ender.
No, it ain't all right.
Maybe what he's trying to tell you, Neil, is that he went and paid Doc for fixing you up.
He did?
And Doc says it'll only be a couple of weeks before you can ride again.
A couple of weeks is too long for a little wound like that. I won't have no namby-pambies riding for me. You hear?
Yes, sir. I hear.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, James Ogg, Harry Bartell, and Barney Phillips. Harley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Kids love him, grown-ups love him. Now, who could be so universally admired? Why, no one else but that singing cowboy, Gene Autry. Tomorrow night, Gene Autry invites all his friends to visit him at Melody Ranch for a half hour of songs and stories about the Old West. You don't need any road maps to get to Melody Ranch. Just turn on your radio and tune in the Gene Autry Show, Sunday nights over most of these same CBS radio stations. George Walsh speaking. Stay tuned now for Gangbusters, which follows in a few minutes over most of these same stations. For Mystery Mixed with Merriment, join Mr. and Mrs. North Tuesday evenings on the CBS Radio Network. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Hand me those forceps, will you, Matt?
Is this what you mean, Doc?
Yes, that's right now. We'll just... Yeah. Well, at least we got the bullet out.
What do you think, Doc?
Well, I'm not the good Lord, Matt. Maybe and maybe not.
Any, chance of me talking to her now?
No, not for half an hour or so. Until the chloroform wears off. Just think of it. 60 miles on horseback with a bullet in it. I tell you, Indians have got more endurance than any race alive.
Yeah, but Sochi's only half Indian, Doc.
And that's what worries me.
She couldn't give you any description at all, huh?
Now, Matt, you know that all white men look alike to an Indian. She said she'd know him if she saw him, though. And she kept saying it until she passed out.
Yeah, I'll bet she'd know him. He shot her husband down right in front of her and then tried to kill her when she ran. Well, there can't be too many white men in the Choctaw Basin this time of year.
Well, whoever did it, you get him, Matt. Little slip of a girl. Pretty as a fawn. 60 miles and bleeding all the way.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
We got an answer to that telegraph, Mr. Dillon.
No?
Yeah, the garrison commander at Fort Cougar Pass says only 3 men have gone into the basin from the west since the thaws.
3, huh? Mm-hmm. Does he know any of them?
Well, he didn't say so. More than likely they're trappers short-cutting down from the hills.
Well, if they haven't come out this end, it's one of those 3. Nobody winters in that basin except a few Indian families like Sochi and her husband.
Well, we could find out from Ben Taylor there at Laurel Grove Trading Post. That's where they'd have to come out at.
Doc, I'll be at the jail if she comes to.
All right, man.
Doc, Miss Kitty's out in the other room. She wants to know maybe can she help.
She sure as the dickens can. You send her in, Chester.
All right.
Come on, Chester. I'll go out with you.
How is she, Matt?
Oh, I don't know, Kitty. Doc had to put her under chloroform to take the bullet out. She's pretty weak.
It's Sochi, isn't it? The half-breed girl who married Walking Deer last spring?
Yeah, that's the girl.
Yeah, I remember seeing her around Dodge. She's a lovely little thing. Just beautiful.
I guess maybe that's what caused it, Kitty.
What do you mean, Matt? What happened?
Well, all I know is what she managed to tell Doc when she stumbled into his office. Seems that some white man rode into their winter camp up in the Choctaw Basin and asked her and her husband for something to eat. When they gave it to him, he hauled out a gun and killed Walking Deer and then fired a shot at her when she ran for a horse. Matt, she got away.
Hanging's too good for whoever did that.
Maybe, but it'd do in a pinch.
Matt, was she able to describe him?
Not so far, but she's sure she'll know him if she sees him again.
Then you make sure she does see him, Matt.
I was kind of planning to. Oh, look, Kitty, I think Doc could use some help in there. Huh?
Oh, yeah. I figured he could. That's why I came over. I'll see you later, Matt.
Yeah.
It could be any one of them 3 men, Mr. Dillon.
Uh-huh.
Pretty hard to tell which one to bring in.
Well, there's one way to tell, Chester.
How's that?
Ride into the basin, round up all 3 of them, and bring them back here to Dodge.
That might take some doing, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, you're right, Chester. It will take some doing.
How would you like to improve your position in your unit? Or perhaps you'd like a change in classification. Well, a step in the right direction would be a course with the United States Armed Forces Institute. Yes, a course with USAFI is an indication of your desire to improve yourself. In the past 20 years, USAFI has proved conclusively that men who use their off-duty time constructively are more proficient in their military duties. See your education officer about a USAFI course.
Let's water the horses here, Chester. We may have to leave the creek pretty soon to take a look up some of those ravines.
All right, sir, Mr. Dillon. Oh. By jing, it's just going to come to one of 2 things sooner or later. Either that saddle's going to have to change to fit me, or I'm going to have to change to fit it.
Take a look at yourself from the rear sometime.
Well, now, that ain't too easy to do.
Well, I guess you'll have to take my word for it. The saddle's not changing any.
That's about what I figured. Here, now, horse, quit sucking wind in there when you drink. We've got a lot of ground to cover.
No, not too much more, maybe. The basin's not over 12 or 14 miles across.
Yeah, but they might have rode right on through, Mr. Dillon. One or two of them, anyway.
Now, Ben Taylor says no.
He might have missed seeing them.
Well, Ben knows when a rabbit passes his place.
Yeah, he sure enough seen Sochi come riding out hell-bent for leather.
Chester. The horses.
Maybe we're in luck, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I think we are. There they come. 3 of them.
All together. By golly, we won't have to round them up after all.
No. Just get them to Dodge. That's all.
Howdy, gents. Thought we had this basin all ourselves.
You did until this morning. How are you?
Just fine. You're asking me, Marshal. Boss. You a Marshal? I'm betting 3 to 1 he is. He's got the look. Am I right?
Yeah, you're right. My name's Dillon, out of Dodge City. This is Chester Proudfoot.
How you doing?
They call me Beggar, Marshal.
Beggar?
Oh, I had a decent Christian name once, but it got lost somewhere along the trail.
I see.
You up this way on business, Marshal?
I don't think I caught your name, mister.
Steed. Clem Steed.
Steed, huh? How about you?
Foss. Curly Foss.
Uh-huh. And you're a professional gambler. Am I right, Foss?
Right, Marshal. You're not a bad guesser yourself. What are you after us for, Marshal? Now, take it easy, Steed. Marshal don't always mean trouble. Looks to me like we all just met accidental.
How long you 3 been traveling together, huh?
Just since this morning, Marshal. Me and Foss here, we met, and then we run on to Steed, and it appeared we was all headed the same way, so we strung along.
I see. It just so happens that Steed's right. I'm not here by accident. I'm here to arrest one of you for murder.
Which one, Marshal?
I don't know. And I won't know until we get to Dodge City. One of you shot and killed an Indian and wounded his wife.
You figure she could identify one of us. Is that it?
Something like that, yeah.
So you gonna take our guns away?
Nobody's fool enough to shoot a marshal in front of 3 witnesses.
Maybe none of us done it, Marshal. Now, you take me, of course, I ain't got no particular use for Injuns. That is, unless they're young and pretty.
Now, this girl is, Beggar.
They're all a bunch of sneaking thieves. What's the difference if one gets killed more or less?
Is that the way you figured it yesterday morning, Steve?
I ain't seen an Indian in the last 2 weeks.
Well, you're going to see one tomorrow in Dodge City.
Marshal, suppose we was to object to that.
Are you objecting, Foss?
No, just wondering.
Uh-huh. Anybody else wondering? All right, let's ride. How's the coffee coming, Chester?
Oh, I reckon it's boiled about long enough, Mr. Dillon. Give it another half minute, though, just to make sure.
Coffee's no good if it ain't strong.
Well, then, by golly, it must be strong, Steed. Because it smells good. It smells mighty good to me.
Oh, Pegger, I make the best coffee in Dodge City, bar none.
Yeah. Anything tastes better on the trail. Them beans and bacon we just had, if I was to get them served up to me in a restaurant, maybe in Frisco or St. Louis, I'd just pitch them out on the floor. Come to eat them here by the fire. They tasted pretty good.
Well, no, I like beans and bacon in a restaurant, as far as that goes.
Chester, you just like to eat. It doesn't make much difference what.
Well, now, there's some things ain't fit to eat.
And one of 'em's Indian grub. No dog would eat the stuff they do.
He didn't eat their food, Steve. He just asked for it to get them off their guard.
Who asked for it? Now, look here, Marshal. I ain't even seen no Indian.
I didn't say you had.
Well, anyway, good food and good drink now. Man can't ask for much more than that in life.
Oh, I know. The river boats is where you find the best. I used to run a faro bank on the Delta Queen between New Orleans and Memphis.
Mr. Dillon, you notice them coyotes is shut up?
Yeah. There's an animal of some kind prowling off there in the brush. I've been listening to it.
Only one or two animals would cause coyotes to shut up.
Hey, what the devil's that? It's a cougar. That's what it is, a dang cougar. I'll fix that.
Hey, you're wasting bullets, Steve. You can't see anything out there in the dark.
Rifle's what you got to use on a cougar. You just let me get one good look.
Pegger, drop that rifle.
Well, sure, Marshal.
Drop it.
All I did was stumble. That's all. You don't think I went to shoot that close to you, did you?
From now on, there'll be no more shooting unless I give the word. That includes you, Steve.
I hate cougars. I'll kill them on sight.
Feel the same way about Indians, do you?
You saying I'm a murderer?
I'm saying one of you is.
It ain't me.
Now, we'll see when we get to Dodge City.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Old Dobbin must decide that for himself. Similarly, we can lead you to the font of knowledge. We can tell you how, when, and where, but it's up to you to make the next move. As a member of the United States Armed Forces on active duty, you have the opportunity to continue your education through the United States Armed Forces Institute. The courses are varied and practically unlimited in scope. There is something for everyone. Your education officer has a USAFI catalog available. Sit down and discuss a correspondence or group course with him. It's your opportunity to increase your power through knowledge with USAFI.
Come on, gosh darn you. Let that wind out of your belly so I can pull up this cinch. You ain't fooling me one bit.
Why don't you get rid of that horse, Chester? It's a half-hour job to get a saddle on him.
Yeah, but once it's on, he's a mighty fine mount, Mr. Dillon. Just as steady as a rocking chair. Come on, breathe, you wall-eyed bag of bones.
What about the rest of you? You ready to move out?
Anytime you are, Marshal.
Let's get started. I want to get into town and get this over with.
It's only about a 3-hour easy ride from here, Steve.
What are you getting so spooky about, Steve? I ain't spooky. What reason I got to be spooky, Force?
I wouldn't know nothing about this myself. Only thing I'm sure of is my own conscience. It's just as clean as a newborn baby. I never killed no Indian, not my whole natural-born life.
Nor done a lick of work either, Pegger, I'll lay odds.
Now, for a professional gambler to talk about a lick of work...
All right, Chester. All right, let's ride.
Hey, hold on to that brute of yours, Steve. He tried to savage me. Got him trained that way, Force. He always goes for card shots. You wouldn't be asking for a bullet in your guts, would you? Anytime you think you're fast enough.
All right, hold it, both of you.
It's all right, Marshal. Steed's just mouthy. We'll see about that. The Marshal won't always be around.
Well, he's around right now, gents. I suggest you better take it easy.
Steed, I told you to keep that animal away.
His horse bolted on him.
Or else he's trying to get away.
Steed, you and Bigger stick close together and ride easy. Keep that rifle on him, Chester.
Yes, sir. All right, now you two just sit there easy like, and we won't have no...
Boss! Pull him in!
I can't. One bridle rein broke. He's got the bit.
All right, boss, just steady him along.
Yeah, right, Marshal.
If I can get a hand on that bridle. All right. Easy, boy. Easy, boy. Easy now. Easy. All right. Easy.
Thanks.
Where were you heading, Foss?
Oh, you asked the horser. Or Clem Steed. He done that on purpose.
Maybe.
I guess I'm more used to a stagecoach seat than a saddle.
You stayed with him pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, there's no harm done, Foss. We're just that much farther along toward Dodge City.
There's that famous Boot Hill, huh?
Yeah, that's it.
I reckon you put a few men there yourself, Marshal.
A few, yeah.
That's Dodge City off by the river.
20-minute ride, looks like.
It's about that.
Down there, one of them shacks, there's an Indian girl waiting for us. Waiting to help you plant one of us there on that hill.
All on account of some savage. And you see a white man hung just for that.
Murder's murder, Steve.
There's some that'd disagree with you, Marshal.
They can disagree if they want to, Foss, but they still don't have the right to kill.
Now, Marshal, that's not the way I figure it.
Hey,
Put your hands, Marshal. Get him up. Now, the rest of you. You're thinking of dealing in to help him. Just don't.
It ain't my fight. Nor mine.
All right. And you know, Marshal, I just hate to miss getting another look at that little Indian filly. Prettiest I ever saw.
You admit killing her husband, Pigger? And shooting her?
I wouldn't have hurt her. She didn't run. She just lost her head when she seen me kill him.
All right, Pigger, you're under arrest.
What? That's kind of funny, seeing as how you're under my... Stay back there, Marshal. I'll blast you
Give
short.
me that gun.
All right, if that's the way you want it. You... Hey, no. What the...
It's no use, Pigger.
You can lay a man's head open pistol whipping him like that.
That's right, Foss. All right, Chester, get him back on his horse and tie his hands behind him.
Yes, sir. It's lucky for you his gun misfired that way, Marshal.
It wasn't luck, Foss. I pulled the loads on his cartridges during the night.
You knew it was him?
No. Chester and I pulled the loads out of all three of your guns.
And you deliberately turned your back on us here, hoping that one of us would jump you and give herself away.
It was the only chance I had of tagging the killer.
But what about the Indian girl? She could have told you.
She died 20 minutes before Chester and I rode out of Dodge. So Pigger will hang for 2 murders, not 1.
produced and directed by Norman McDonald. Stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Fresh air in this office. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What's the matter, Chester?
Oh, my gracious. You got trouble, Mr. Dillon. Leastwise, you're going to have.
That's usually a pretty safe prediction.
That red-haired Blanchette girl, the one married that no-good Slim Adele.
Cherry Odell? She come in here?
She sure is, with her eyes a-snapping and her curls a-flying. Why, she's madder and prettier right now than she's ever been, Mr. Dillon.
Huh?
Oh, she must have been real insulted. Look out. Here she comes.
Marshal Dillon.
Morning, Cherry.
What kind of a town are you running, Marshal? When a decent married woman can't walk down the street without...
Without being insulted? Why don't you sit down, Cherry?
I don't want to sit down.
All right. Now, which one of the boys do you want to have me hang this time?
Matt, I didn't come here to be laughed at.
No, you want somebody thrown in jail, somebody that made the mistake of paying you a normal human compliment.
I'm a married woman, and I'll thank the men in this town to respect me as one.
Cherry Slim's been gone for nearly 2 years now. A lot of people don't think he's ever coming back.
Oh, he'll come back all right. Don't you worry none about that. And when he does, these grinning loafers are going to be mighty sorry that they talked out of turn.
Like me, ma'am?
Oh, you've got a nerve coming here.
I reckon I'm the cause of this young lady being all riled up, Marshal. See, I told her I was aiming to marry her.
That's what I meant. A complete stranger, right on the street. In broad daylight, if you please.
Well, now, Cherry, I doubt if anybody would call that an insult.
Oh, you think it's funny, don't you? All three of you. But maybe if you was me, you wouldn't think so. If you'd waited a year and 8 months, not knowing, just hearing stories, lies about your man.
Now, Cherry.
Oh, I don't know why I come here. I don't know why I even thought.
Cherry, wait.
My.
Marshal, my name's Red Larnard.
I'm Matt Dillon. This is Chester Prodford.
Howdy.
How you do?
Are you just riding through?
I didn't have any actual plans, Marshal. I came face to face with Mrs. Odell up the street there.
Huh? Miss Odell?
Oh, I knew who she was before I even spoke to her. I ought to. I've been carrying her picture with me for 3 weeks now.
Here. Where'd you get this?
From her husband, after he was dead.
Dead? Oh, my goodness.
That's what I came to Dodge for, to let her know he was dead.
I see. Tell me something. Slim Odell, how did he die?
Well, it was Injuns, renegades up in the Platte River country about a month back.
You sure of that?
I was there. Me and him was partners on a trap line. He almost got me, too.
Uh-huh. Chester?
Yes, sir.
Hand me that bulletin there back of the desk, will you?
Yes, sir. Here you are, Mr. Dillon.
I got word of Slim's death, too, Red. The sheriff's bulletin came about 3 weeks ago.
I looked in the post office here. There wasn't any bulletin up.
Yeah, I know. I haven't said anything about it, not even to Cherry. Slim Odell was shot to death trying to hold up the North Platte Broken Arrow stagecoach. His partner got away. No name, no description.
Marshal...
That's why I kept the news to myself. I figured his partner might head for Dodge and try to get Slim's wife to alibi him some way.
Now, just a minute,
You
Marshal.
keep your hands right where they are, Red. You're under arrest for attempted robbery and for the murder of 2 stage line guards. Take his gun, Chester.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Only the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip can bring all of L&M's full, exciting flavor through to you. And that's the big reason why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. Remember, L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. So live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
Red Larnard was a pretty nervy customer, walking into my office and telling me a lot of lies about Slim Odell being killed by Indians. The strangest thing of all about it was that I was sure he knew I wouldn't believe him. But whatever he had in mind, I decided not to take any chances with him. When I told Chester to take his gun, he stepped back a few feet, and for a minute I thought I was going to have a fight on my hands.
Now, wait, Marshal. I reckon we better back up a little here.
Get out of the way, Chester.
Listen to me, will you? We both made a mistake here.
Oh, is that so?
I came to Dodge for the same reason you kept quiet about that wanted bulletin. I Figured Slim Odell's partner might make for here to hide out.
I thought you said you were his partner, Red.
No. No, I'm the man who killed him. I'm a special agent for the Wells Fargo Stage Company. My credentials are in my hip pocket.
Here.
Yeah, I guess these could be legitimate enough. Marshal, this is Odell's hometown. It's just possible you were friends and you might cover for him. I wasn't sure whose side you'd be on.
Well, I'm not on his side, Red. He left here just one jump ahead of arrest. Sit down. Thanks. You were there when Slim and his partner tried to hold up that stage.
Yeah. We were bringing through a load of bullion. Two men had jumped one of our stages a week before, so the company took the regular driver off and put an extra guard in his place. I was riding inside, just the three of us.
I see.
But Odell and his partner outsmarted us, Marshal. They just came riding out of the brush, one on each side, shot the two guards in the back without saying a word. I dropped Odell. The other man got away.
Get a look at him?
Just barely. About average height and build.
Yeah.
Well, he could be 1,000 miles away from here, Red.
Maybe. But we got nothing else to go on. Truth is, Marshal, I reckon I'd have come here on my own after seeing that girl's picture.
Cherry Odell?
Mm-hmm.
And I thought maybe you were just using her to get to her husband's partner.
Tell me, she's still in love with Odell?
Maybe. And maybe she just thinks she is. Cherry's a born rebel. I always figured she married Slim, mostly to spite her family. They were only together about 2 months. He tried homesteading until he found that there was work to it. Then he left town with Yancey Kleiber.
Kleiber?
He's the partner you're looking for. At least I heard 4 or 5 months ago they were still together. I've been watching for him since I got that bulletin, but he hasn't showed yet.
Marshal, I'm a plain man, and I don't know much about women, but I meant just what I told that girl. I'm going to marry her.
You shot her husband, Red. That's not going to help.
What do you figure she'll do when she hears?
Well, knowing her, she'll try to kill you.
Matt, I sent a boy to look for you a while ago.
Oh?
Yeah, I guess he's still over at the jail waiting for you.
What's the trouble?
Well, I'm not sure, but... Matt, do you know somebody by the name of Larnard? Red Larnard?
Yeah, he just hit town this afternoon. He's here on business.
Oh.
Why? What about him?
Well, Cherry Adele was in here looking for him.
In here?
Yeah, looking for this Red Larnard, and that's all she'd say, Matt. She was acting half wild.
She had a run-in with Red earlier this afternoon.
Well, doggone, if the Long Branch ain't getting to be the most law-abiding place in Dodge. At least that's where the law abides most of the time. The law abides most of the time.
How are you, Doc?
Very funny.
Oh, Kitty, you're looking pretty in a young filly in a field of buttercups.
Well, thank you.
You just watch this old goat, Kitty. The only thing he really thinks is pretty is a bad case of jaundice or a family down with a croup.
Oh, now, Matt, I'll allow you to buy me a drink for that.
Just may do that, Doc.
Mr. Dillon. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
You better come quick, and you too, Doctor.
Why? What's the matter?
It's that fellow Red Larnard. They just found him laying back of the livery stable. He's been shot in the back.
Here's a holiday hint from L&M. This year, why don't you live modern and give modern? Give L&M holiday cartons. In gay holiday cartons, L&M's make an exciting gift. L&M's are the favorite cigarette of people who like to
live modern. Live modern. Live modern.
free up, freshen up your taste.
Smoke and L&M.
Live modern. Smoke modern. Change to L&M. Enjoy full, exciting flavor through the Miracle Tip. It's no wonder more people are changing to L&M than to any other brand. So smoke modern L&M. And remember, you're sure to please when you give L&M holiday cartons.
Live modern. Smoke and L&M.
Easy now. Watch the top step there, Chester.
Yes, sir. I got him all right, Mr. Dillon.
All right, let's get him in.
That's it. Stretch him out over here on the table, man.
Yeah, all right, Doc. All right, easy, Chester.
Yes, sir.
I'll have to cut that shirt to get it off his shoulder.
Sounds like he's coming too, Doc.
Yes, it does. Now, hand me those scissors, Chester, please.
There.
Thank you. Now, let me see. Oh, now take it easy. Take it easy now, son. Let's have a look at you.
What do you think, Doc?
Well, Matt, if it'd been a couple of inches lower and a little to the right, I'd have had myself a coroner's fee. As it is, though, I guess he'll probably live.
Well, don't sound so disappointed.
Hand me those forceps, will you, please, Chester?
These things?
That's right.
Here.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Red?
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
Now, there's no use fooling you, son. This is going to hurt a little bit. But we've got to get that bullet out.
Go ahead. Get it over with.
Wait a minute, Doc. Be all right if I ask him a couple of questions first.
Sure, Matt, you go ahead. A few minutes won't hurt anything. I've got the bleeding stopped.
Red, you feel like talking?
I felt more like it. It won't do any good anyhow, Marshal.
What do you mean?
I went over to the stable, get my horse. I was aiming to ride out to Cherry's place. I felt the bullet hit me, and that's all.
You didn't see who it was? Huh?
No. No, they were behind me. I didn't see anybody at all, Marshal. That's a fact. Don't you believe me?
I got no reason not to, Red. If you claim that's what happened, then that's the way it is.
That's all I know about it, Marshal.
All right, Red. Good luck.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Doc. Chester.
Yes,
sir. Brace yourself now, young fella. Once we get that bullet out, you'll feel...
Chester, go saddle a couple of horses, will you? We'll ride out to the Cherries.
If she ain't here, Mr. Dillon.
She's here, all right.
Who is it? Who's out there?
Matt Dillon, Cherry. Chester's with me.
What do you want?
Oh, a cup of coffee, maybe. Have a talk with you.
No, Matt. You can't come in.
Oh, why not?
Because I'm here alone. It's late. It just wouldn't be right. You come back tomorrow when it's daylight.
Well, I think it's all right, Cherry, since this is more or less official.
What do you mean?
I hear you were in town earlier tonight looking for Red Leonard.
What of it?
Why did you find him?
No, I didn't find him.
What did you want with him, Cherry?
That's my business.
Well, it might be mine, too, in a way. You know who he is?
He's a brute that thinks all he has to do is grin at a girl and he's got her.
Oh?
And along with it, he's a sneaking, cowardly killer.
He is, huh?
Red Larnard shot my husband in the back. Didn't even give him a chance. And then Red made up the story that Slim was trying to rob a stagecoach.
Made it up, huh? Why did he shoot Slim in the first place, Cherry?
Red was trying to hold him up. Slim and Yancey. Slim had $20,000 in gold dust that he took from the diggings at Grady Fork, that he'd worked hard for. Marshal, that's where he's been for the last year.
Slim Odell working?
Sure he was working. All them stories about him was lies.
Cherry, Slim hasn't been panning gold for the last year. He's been rustling cattle, holding up banks. He and Yancey Kleiber together.
No.
I've tried often enough to tell you he was no good, but you wouldn't believe it. Or at least you wouldn't admit it. Actually, I think you knew. I think you knew it a week after you married him.
That's not true.
Slim was killed during an attempted holdup of the stagecoach between North Platte and Broken Arrow. He was shot by a Wells Fargo agent. And not in the back.
Yes, he was.
2 men were shot in the back, all right, the 2 guards. Cherry, Red Larned is a special agent for Wells Fargo.
I don't believe it.
Well, it's true. And I got the sheriff's bulletin on the robbery. Now, you've known me for a long time, Cherry. Have you ever known me to lie to you?
No.
All right. Now, Yancey Kleiber told you that wild story, didn't he?
No.
He's here somewhere, isn't he, Cherry?
No, he's not. You're wrong, Marshal.
You know what he did, don't you? He shot Red Larned a half hour ago in town. He shot him in the back, the same as those guards.
Oh, no, Matt, no.
Has he come back yet? Is he there in the house?
No, he's not in the house. He's there at the corner of the porch.
You dirty little...
You got him in the shoulder, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Go see to him, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Matt, I believed him, and I was willing to hide him out.
It's all right, Cherry.
And then for him to sneak into town and kill Red Larned.
I said he shot Red, Cherry. I didn't say he killed him.
Red's alive?
Well, he was lying in Doc's office when we left.
Then he's going to be all right?
Yeah, I'm sure he is.
Maybe I should go see him.
Yeah, maybe he should.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Well, I don't know why not. Oh, Cherry, when you see him, you might explain to him that it wasn't you that shot him.
He thinks that? Oh, he mustn't think that. He just mustn't.
Where's she going, Mr. Dillon?
How to saddle a horse, I imagine, Chester. To ride into town.
My gracious, I just won't never understand women, I guess.
Chester, you're not alone.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. There's a place for you in the Ground Observer Corps. The Air Defense Command wants to know what's going on in the air over our country at every hour of the day and night. Radar stretches out to investigate in every direction, but people are needed too. Alert people who will man the spotting posts that spread out east, west, north, and south in a great network of vigilance on city rooftops, in suburban yards, on hilltops far out in the country. Your fellow citizens are manning these posts now, night and day, 24 hours out of every 24. Even if you have only a few hours a week to give, you'll be a welcome member of the team. To join the Ground Observer Corps, all you have to do is call your local civil defense office and ask when and where you can be most useful. Don't waste those sharp eyes and keen ears of yours when, with a brief training period, you can take the place that's waiting for you in Operation Skywatch. Reach for the phone first chance you get and call Civil Defense to volunteer. This has been a public service message from CBS Radio. And now, William Conrad.
You know, Christmas on the frontier usually meant just a little more hurrah than usual. And it was far from a time of goodwill toward men. But next week, well, a touch of real Christmas comes to Dodge. And that was the West.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Sammy Hill, Vic Perrin, and Bill Lawley. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Why don't we take the day off tomorrow, Matt? See if we can shoot us a deer.
Oh, that's not a bad idea, Doc.
Looks like we might get a light snow tonight. Make it easier to track them.
You couldn't track a three-legged buffalo in a box, can you?
Oh, is that so? Let me ask you, who tracked that antelope we shot just before Christmas?
It wasn't an antelope, it was a deer.
Yeah, well, that's not the point.
And you didn't track it. Chester did. You want to stop in the office for a while?
Darn right I do. Matt, I recollect that antelope just like it was yesterday.
Deer, Doc. Morning, Chester.
Oh, dear. Yeah, that fella's back there waiting to see you, Mr. Dillon.
Oh,
Morning, Marshal.
hello, Burke. I thought you were back in Washington.
I was. Come in on a train last night. Got a job for you, Marshal.
Is that so?
Yeah, there goes our hunting trip.
What's he saying?
You know Doc, don't you, Burke?
Yeah, we've met.
Yeah, sure is, Matt. I've been warning him for years about that blasted temper.
You just mind your own business.
Hey, look at him right now. You see veins swelling up in his neck, face getting red as a beet.
So help me, Doc Adams.
Keep on like that, Bert Krager. One of these days I'll make a coroner's fee off of you. You mark my words now.
Well, I didn't come here to listen to the half-baked opinions of some broken-down old quack.
Now, wait a minute. You just...
Both of you, wait a minute. Doc, you quit trying to drum up business. What's the job, Burke?
These papers ought to explain it pretty well.
Oh, let me see them.
That's what I've been doing back in Washington. And I don't mind telling you, it gives me a lot of satisfaction when I finally got them to issue them papers.
Court ordered a United States Marshal in Dodge City, Kansas for service of eviction notice.
Yeah, look at the second one, Marshal. It took me pretty near 3 years to get justice done.
Eviction order from Federal Lands Commission, Washington, D.C. to one Sloat Carson.
Yep, finally getting them off my
Guilty of illegal homesteading a portion of the Krager Ranch located in Section 246 Township. I see. Are you sure that this is justice, Burke?
You got the papers right there in your hand, Marshal. It was issued according to law.
I was talking about justice, not law.
You aiming to separate the two, are you?
How much range are you running now, Burke?
Just over 30,000 acres.
Uh-huh. And Sloat Carson's got a measly 360 acres in that homestead. Is they going to break you to let him go on farming it?
That's got nothing to do with it. The law has decided the land's mine. It's your job to get him off it.
You've been driving yourself for 10 years now, Burke, without a let-up. You got every inch of land between Briar Ridge and Walnut Creek, except for this piece that Sloat's living on.
And I got it, too, now, once you serve that order.
Why? What are you out to prove, Burke?
It's what I have proved, Marshal. That I'd own the whole valley someday. Every last foot of it. And with Sloat Carson out, I do own it. I've gone along all these years keeping the old name Blue Sage Valley. But now that I own it complete, I'm changing that name, Marshal. It's the Krager Ranch now. From here on out.
Yeah, from here on out won't be very long if you up and bust a blood vessel.
So my son's named Krager, too, I'll remind you.
Burke. Sloat's put a lot of work into that place of his. You sure you won't think it over?
You got them papers, Marshal. And it's your duty to serve.
All right, I'll serve them. I got no choice.
And I bid you all good day. There is a downright mean man, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Well, if he doesn't change his ways, he's going to be a dead one.
You may be right, Doc. But not for the reason you think.
Hmm? What do you mean?
Sloat Carson's a peaceful man. But that doesn't mean he'll take to being pushed off that land of his.
Hello, this is Marvin Miller with another page from your American Heritage scrapbook. It was a portrait of the French hero Lafayette, painted in 1825, that marked the zenith of the artistic career of Samuel Finley Breeze Morse. Yes, the first dots and dashes ever wrought by Morse were blended in oil on a piece of canvas. But lack of funds forced him to abandon his art studies in London, and he accepted America's first professorship of fine arts at the University of New York City. While at the university, he lived in the Tower Garret, and it was there that he experimented with wires and batteries, hoping for an inventive success that would free him financially so he could contribute to the arts of America. Even while conducting his electrical experiments, Morse tried to make his art a paying proposition, but without success. In 1837, he put aside his brushes and constructed the first working model of his telegraph. Symbolically, he used one of his wooden canvas stretchers in the process. His promising career as an artist was sacrificed. Yet he performed perhaps a greater service to mankind in another way. Samuel Morse became one of the world's great inventors.
Well, there's no smoke coming out of the chimney, Mr. Dillon. Reckon maybe he ain't to home.
He's probably working out in the barn. Let's ride over there.
It's just a cussed shame, that's what it is.
That can't be helped, Chester.
Bert Krager don't need this land no more than he needs a second head.
Yeah, he's got a devil on his back, Chester. Krager Ranch are the only 3 words in the world that mean anything to him.
Well, it's a mighty poor reason for putting a man off land he's proved up.
Marshal! Chester!
How are you, Sloat?
Mighty good to see both of you. Yeah, been up this way for quite a spell.
Ah, man gets caught up in things, Sloat. First he knows, all his time's been taken.
That's a fact, all right. Come on up to the house. I'll set the coffee on.
Oh. How you making out?
Oh, tolerable. Crop wasn't too bad last year.
Good.
Next year, though. The next year's going to be my best one yet.
No?
That there North 80, you know, I had to let it lay fallow the last 2 years for lack of time. But by golly, I got in there last fall, plowed the whole darn thing before the snows hit.
Sloat,
So I had to work 18 hours a day to do it. But now it'll be in shape to plant right when the thaws come. Catch the melt off in the spring rains and gonna
Sloat,
plant
I
it
want
in Kaffir, Marshal. That's the best feed crop in the world. It's been too dang much for seed, maybe, but in the long run, that'll pay out. Here, Marshal, you're all mighty serious for some cause or other.
Well, there's reason for it, Sloat. This isn't just a neighborly call I'm making. Bert Krager just got back from Washington yesterday.
That's so.
I guess you know what he was doing.
Oh, same thing he's been trying to do for 3-4 years now. Steal my land away from me.
Yeah. Well, he's finally done it.
What?
I got an eviction notice with me and an order from the Land Commission to serve it on you.
I don't believe. You're joking, Marshal?
I wish I was, Sloat. I'm sorry.
Well, nobody can grab a man's farm away from him. After he's put his sweat and blood, his whole heart into it.
The order gives him a right of prior occupancy.
But he never run a head of stock on this ground when I filed on it.
There's nothing I can do about it, Sloat.
Don't them fellers back there even care about my side of it? Don't they even want to hear my story?
And according to the order, they notified you by mail.
Oh, I got some kind of papers through the post. I couldn't tell what they was all about. I just figured it was some more of Bert Krager shenanigans, some kind of bluff.
It wasn't bluff, Sloat.
Mr. Dillon?
And them papers said come to a hearing in Washington. Now, where'd I get the money to go to Washington?
I don't know, Sloat, but the court's decided.
Mr. Dillon, here comes old Krager's son.
What?
Crowdy Krager coming here?
Now, you just take it easy, Sloat.
Morning, gentlemen.
How are you, Crowdy?
Ain't you Kragers done enough? What'd you come here for?
Maybe I come to undo some of it, Mr. Carson, if it ain't too late.
I'm aiming to undo it myself, Crowdy. I'm figuring to use a gun.
Now, wait a minute, Sloat.
I ain't a man that hunts trouble, Marshal. You know that. You know it as well as anybody. But I ain't letting 4 years of my life get took from me without putting up a fight.
Killing Bert Krager won't change a legal decision, Sloat. What did you mean, Crowdy? If it ain't too late.
You served that eviction notice yet, Marshal?
No, not yet.
The law say you got to do it today instead of tomorrow, maybe?
No.
And I'd like to talk to you, Mr. Carson.
Why?
I may be able to tell you something that'll save your farm for you.
I'll listen to you, Crowdy, but I won't promise nothing.
You don't have to. Marshal, I think it'd be better if you wasn't a party to this.
Why are you doing this, Crowdy? What's your reason?
If you'd lived around my pa your whole life, you wouldn't have to ask. Mr. Carson, could we walk into the barn?
All right.
You excuse us, Mark.
Well, looks like there won't be any bloodshed after all, Mr. Dillon.
I don't know, Chester. I wouldn't count on it.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe, honey.
Uh-huh.
Joe, darling, put down the paper. I've got something important to ask you.
Okay.
Joe.
All right. What?
How many savings bonds do we have?
What kind of a question is that?
A good one. How many?
I'm not sure. I'd have to count. And I'm reading the paper. Now, what do you want to know for?
Have we got enough to make things comfortable for us?
Very comfortable. That's why I buy on a payroll savings plan. A bond a month will give us quite a nest egg for the future.
Enough for a college education?
Eventually. But who's going to college?
Our children, silly.
We don't have any yet.
Oh?
What do you mean, oh?
Better buy some more bonds, honey.
Daphne, you mean...
We've got a new investment.
How about that?
Evening, Doc.
Oh, Matt. Well, when'd you get back?
This afternoon. Well, how come you're still sober?
Oh, well, now, that's one distinction I hold, Matt. I may not be the best doctor in the West, but I'm the soberest.
Oh, then maybe if you took to drinking a little bit, you could...
Doggone it. You never did give a man credit for anything, did you?
I guess I'm in a bad mood, Doc.
Yeah. Evict Sloat Carson, did you?
No, not yet.
No? Why not?
Well, let's say tomorrow's soon enough, huh?
It's too soon, if you ask me. Have a beer.
No, thanks. I was just looking around. Have you seen Kitty?
Well, she was here a while ago, but she went to bed. Said she had a headache.
Oh?
She didn't have a headache, though. I know Kitty. She just wanted to get out of here for one night.
Well, I can't blame her much.
Girl like Kitty ought to be married, Matt. Settle down, having children.
Why don't you talk to her about it, Doc?
I will. Yes, sir. By golly, I will.
You should have studied for the ministry.
You know, I thought about that, but the pay's bad.
Now, there's a real Christian.
I wouldn't talk if I were you, Matt Dillon.
But at least I don't go around telling people how to live their lives.
Well, don't you?
You know what I mean.
Yeah, I won't admit it.
You know what you need, Doc?
Oh, yes.
You need some old woman to rail at, a nice fat wife to take it out.
Oh, no, you don't. You don't turn it on me like that.
You know, there's Widow Liffey's got that house at the edge of town, you know. I've seen how she stares at you when you drive by. You might do yourself some good there, Doc.
Oh, I'm not saying a word.
I hear she's a good cook, too.
Yeah, the only woman cook the railroad ever hired. Till they found out she was a woman.
Well, it took them 6 months. You got to admire her for that.
Oh, sure, I admire her for that.
Well, all right, if you're going to be stubborn about
I'll blow my brains out when the day comes that I got to take a woman that crops her hair and wears men's boots and men's hats. All she needs is a beard and a rifle, and she'd make a good buffalo hunter.
it. Female charm sure wasted on you, Doc.
Hers is.
Mr. Dillon.
Oh, yeah, what is it, Chester?
Well, I figured I'd better bring these over to you right away. Judge Bent stopped by the jail and went... Hello, Doc.
Yeah, Chester.
What's this about Judge Bent?
Well, he left these here papers, and I thought you'd ought to know about them.
Yeah, let me see. U.S. Marshal Matt Dillon, injunction against service of eviction order number... Order in U.S. District Court enjoining one Burke Krieger from attempting to assume possession of land parcel known as Section 246. Plaintiff, Sloat Carson.
Yeah, looks like Sloat's kindly outfoxed old Krager, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, sure does. With young Crowdy's help.
Well, Judge Bent says the Land Commission's only got jurisdiction in case nobody don't take it to court. He says Sloat could keep this dragging on for years.
Well, Chester, it looks like we ride out tomorrow and serve papers on Burke Krieger instead of Sloat.
There'll be trouble, sure.
Yeah, it probably will.
Come in, Marshal. Chester.
Thanks, Burke.
Come on in, sit. Maybe I can rustle up a pot of coffee.
No, don't bother. We're not going to be here long.
Well, I'll take a minute. There. You served them papers on Sloat Carson, did you?
No.
What? Why not?
As a matter of fact, Burke, we're here to serve some papers on you.
What the thunderation you talking about?
Judge Bent issued this late yesterday afternoon. You better take a look at it here.
What's that old fool doing poking his nose into my business? What's this?
It's pretty clear if you read it.
I don't have to read it. I know what it is. The only blasted way in the world Carson could have beat me, and he stumbled onto it.
In case you're interested, Judge Bent handed down a ruling at the same time to prevent me from serving the eviction notice.
Then I'll run him off. I'll take a gun to him.
I wouldn't advise that you try that, Burke.
Marshal? Chester?
Good morning.
How are you, Crowley?
What's the trouble, Pa?
Trouble? 10 years, that's the trouble. For 10 years I've fought for this valley, foot by foot. And when I get it right in my hand, the last square inch of it, the Krager Ranch, this fool Sloat Carson blunders onto the one way of blocking me.
He didn't blunder onto it. I told him about it.
You what?
I told him about that loophole in the Land Commission's order. You mentioned it one time, you remember?
Are you sneaking young whelp?
Here now, you know what Doc said about you getting mad.
I'll have the hide off your back. I'll beat you till you scream to have a bullet put in your head.
Burke.
Stand back, Marshal.
Put down that horse.
I'll cut the daylights out of you.
You heard me, Burke.
You yellow cur, pump out.
Mr. Krieger.
Oh, what's wrong?
Here, wait a minute, Crowley. Let me have a look at it.
What happened to him? We got to get Doc out here right away.
It's no use, Crowley. He's dead.
Dead?
Doc said it was going to happen like that if he didn't stop losing his temper.
But he can't be dead. I didn't mean for this to happen.
It wasn't your fault, Crowley. You were trying to do the right thing. It was your father who was doing wrong.
I can't even claim that excuse, Marshal. I didn't care what happened to Sloat Carson. I was just trying to hit back at Pa for all the years he bullied me.
I don't guess he was easy to live with.
But I didn't aim to do this. I just didn't.
I'll send Doc out when we get back to town and make out his coroner's report.
I'll break this ranch up and sell it off, every foot of it.
I guess we'll be riding, Crowley.
Krieger Ranch. I'll blot that name out if it's the last thing I ever do.
Come on, Chester.
Krieger Ranch. I'll show him how long that name will last. In 2 years, nobody will ever remember.
A man sure don't live long after he's dead.
Well, I guess that depends on how a man lived his life, Chester.
What's the matter?
Oh, my wife has a toothache.
Your wife has a toothache and you're moaning?
Well, she hit me when I complained about her yelling.
Well, why didn't she go to a dentist? Outside the United States, dental care is available for dependents at all Uniformed Services facilities on a space-available basis.
No kidding. What about inside the United States?
It's available for medical or surgical conditions.
Oh.
And in an emergency to relieve undue pain and suffering.
How are they on a broken jaw?
For more on Medicare, get the pamphlet Dependents, Medical Care Program.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were composed by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another story of the western frontier of America in the 1870s on
Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Nothing suits the lively pace of modern life better than Pepsi-Cola. Light, racing, clean, tasting Pepsi. So think young, drink young. Say Pepsi, please, and get an extra carton of Pepsi-Cola.
So go ahead and fix a drink that lets you drink young as you think. Yes, get the right one, the modern light one. Now it's Pepsi for those who think young.
I should go stable a horse, Mr. Jones?
Yeah, you might as well, Chester.
Well, I'll come in and get the stove going first. I sure could use a cup of coffee when I get back.
Okay.
Hold it, Mr. Dillon.
Well, are you going to shoot me or not? Matt Dillon, if I was as jumpy as you are, I'd sleep with the door locked. Even if there was a marshal's office. Matt, you're some guy. How are you, Nate? You ain't grown an inch. Well, I'm a whole lot smarter, though. Oh, I ain't so sure of that. I could have put a bullet in you easy just now. Yeah. Chester, this is Nate Tatum, an old friend of mine. Hi, Chester.
You had me kindly worried there for a minute.
Yeah, I got bad habits, all right. Well, Nate, what are you doing in Dodge? I'm headed for California, Matt. Just stopped in to say hello. You're still a U.S. Marshal, aren't you?
A U.S. Marshal?
Yeah, Oklahoma Territory, Chester, for the last 4 years.
Forevermore, my gracious.
No, not anymore, though. I quit. Quit? What for? Scared, I guess. Scared? You? Well, maybe that ain't the word, but I began to get the feeling my number was coming up, and I still have it. No. It's a real strong feeling. I don't like it.
You must have made a lot of enemies back in Oklahoma.
What lawman doesn't?
Yeah, that's true, ain't it, Mr. Jones?
Yeah, I ruined too many of their games back there. They ain't forgetting. You mean you think somebody will follow you? They're after me. I'm sure of it. But it won't be anybody I'd recognize. They'll hire some stranger for the job. Oh, I expect you can handle him.
Well, head on, I'd face anybody in the world that's getting shot in the back that bothers me.
You know, it seems to me this is pretty heavy talk for this time of day. Besides, I got some alkali to wash out of my throat. How about a drink, Nate?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
We'll be at the Long Branch, Chester. You take care of things here, huh?
Thank you. Thanks a whole heap.
I sure envy you, Nate. Going to California.
You been there?
San Francisco.
Yeah?
I've always wanted to go back.
If you were in San Francisco, you'd start wanting to be back in Dodge.
Maybe, but I'd like to find out for myself.
But you're making money here, Miss Kitty. Looks to me like you got good business.
Well, money isn't everything.
To some people it is.
Can't be to you. You just quit a good job, didn't you?
It didn't pay much. Ask Matt.
Well, I guess Washington figures if a marshal's doing his job, he won't have time for more than one meal a day anyway.
That's about the size of it, yeah.
Evening, Kitty. Oh, Bonnie. You came to work early. Nothing else to do. Bonnie, this is Marshal Dillon and Nate Tatum.
Oh, you sit down, Bonnie?
Tatum?
No, wait. I got a better idea.
Huh?
You'll excuse us, Miss Kitty?
Well, sure. First drink's on the house.
Well, thank you. Bonnie, shall we go to the bar?
Whatever you say. Nice meeting you, Marshal.
Nice meeting you.
Now, there's a man who knows what he wants.
Nate never was one for wasting time. Now, who's the girl, Kitty?
Bonnie? She just arrived a few days ago from Abilene. She's trying to get a stake to go to California.
Oh? Maybe she's found the right man in Nate.
No, I'm afraid not. She told me her man's coming from Abilene in a day or so. Some gambler.
Well, that's all right. Nate's traveling pretty light these days, anyway.
He looks like a good man, Nate.
Yeah, he is. The best. You know, Kitty, there's something that you might do for me while he's here.
What's that?
Keep an eye open for strangers. Anybody you think might be carrying a gun for money.
After Nate, huh?
Yeah.
What a rotten world.
Miss Dillon? Miss Dillon?
What? Oh, what is it, Chester?
You dressed?
Oh, what's the trouble?
There's been a shooting.
What? I didn't hear anything.
Neither did I. It was way down at the end of Front Street. I was having a nightcap for Lady Gay, and somebody stuck his head in and hollered something about a shooting.
Gunfight?
I don't know. All he said was this man had been shot. Come for you right away. Miss Dillon?
Yeah?
The man that was shot...
What about him?
It was Nate Tatum.
Anybody see this happen?
No, I didn't see it.
He was shot in the back, Mr. Dillon. Just like he said he'd be.
Yeah. You know, that alley over there would be a good place to ambush a man from.
Want me to go take a look?
No, there's no use, Chester. Whoever did it wouldn't be around now.
Mr. Dillon, there's somebody still up over there at the rooming house.
Yeah. I'm going to go over there and ask a few questions, Chester. Get a couple of these men to help you carry Nate up to the docks, huh?
Yes, I will.
Who is it?
Marshal Dillon.
Oh, thanks, Jeff.
Bonnie, you live here?
Yeah, I got a room here a few days ago.
You all alone?
Yeah. The landlady and her husband went off to visit some friends in the country. They won't be back till tomorrow. What happened, Marshal?
What about the other rumors here?
I'm the only one right now. I heard the shot, but I was afraid to go out. Tell me what happened, please.
Nate Tatum. He's dead.
Oh, no.
Was Nate with you earlier, Bonnie?
Well, he walked me home. We had a drink. Just one, and then he left.
I see. You ever been in Oklahoma?
Now, look, Marshal, I had nothing to do with this. You can't blame me for Nate's death. Somebody must have followed us. Come up here, looked in the window, and then waited for him.
You keep the shades up all the time, do you?
Oh, no, of course not. He could have heard our voices.
Yeah, sure. Any idea who it was, Bonnie?
You're being unfair, Marshal.
Yeah, maybe, but you're the only thing I got to go on. I want you where I know you're safe.
You talking about jail?
That's right, I am.
He was a good friend of yours, wasn't he? All right. I'll be right out.
Don't try to run out the back way, Bonnie. Wouldn't do you any good.
I won't, Marshal.
Morning.
Oh, morning. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for a saloon.
Well, sir, you come to the right town. Just about every other place here is a saloon.
No, I'm looking for a particular one. Long Branch.
Oh?
A girl I know is going to get a job there. Bonnie Van Diemen.
Bonnie? Well, Bonnie ain't at the Long Branch, mister. She run into a little dab of trouble last night.
Trouble? What happened?
You better ask Marshal Dillon about that. He's right inside the office.
Where is Bonnie? She all right?
Oh, she's fine. She didn't mind spending the night in jail at all.
In jail? You sure took your time telling me my girl's in jail.
Well, I didn't have to tell you at all.
Are you Marshal Dillon?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I want to know what you got Bonnie Van Diemen in jail for.
Well, a man got murdered here last night, mister.
My name is Miles Cody.
All right, Cody.
Well, Marshal, what has this man's death got to do with Bonnie? Why are you holding her?
Well, I've been thinking about that myself. I got nothing on Bonnie, and she hasn't been able to tell me a thing. Chester.
Yes, sir.
Bring Bonnie out here, will you?
I see.
You, the gambler Bonnie's been expecting from Abilene?
Right. It sure is a mighty poor way to arrive in town.
Here she is, Miss Dillon.
Miles,
Hello, Bonnie.
you got here.
Yeah. Not soon enough, the way it looks. What's this all about, anyway?
Man got killed in the street where I live. Shot in the back.
But you didn't have nothing to do with it.
Of course I didn't.
Well, you've got no right holding her, Marshal.
I'm not holding her. She can leave any time.
I don't understand any of this.
Nate Tatum, the man that was killed, was a good friend of the Marshal's. Marshal was pretty upset. He had to do something about it, and, well, I was the most available, I guess, so he locked me up. We had a talk about it earlier this morning.
Oh. Well, I got a little short-tempered there, Marshal. Guess I understand now. No hard feelings. No hard feelings, really. Well, I sure wish you luck. That's a bad thing, shooting a man in the back.
Yeah, but I'll get him. Sooner or later. I'll get him.
You can't explain away the unique qualities of the CBS Radio Network's in-person program with the word entertainment. True, there are highly entertaining facets to the program. But calling in-person entertainment is like describing the Empire State Building as an office building. Fact is, Monday through Friday evenings, CBS Radio airs on In-Person intimate word portraits, sketched by artists with highest authority on the subjects they discuss. These artists have ranged from chorus girls to former delinquents, outraged citizens to winners of windfalls,
people brushed by comedy or tragedy. In Person brings you real stories that have overtaken real people in all walks of life, told by the people involved. It's more than entertainment, more than news. It's In Person, a program far easier to hear and enjoy than describe. Each weekday evening, In Person offers novelty and high human interest, sometimes tears. Listen for it here.
Bonnie, Marshall just came in.
Yeah, I saw him.
You still think you can swing it?
Always pays to be nice to the law.
Mm-hmm. And you go be nice to him. And good luck.
Thanks. Oh, evening, Marshal.
Bonnie?
I want to talk to you.
Oh?
Well, it's more like I've got something to ask you.
All right, go ahead.
Miles and I are trying to get to California, and we're pretty broke right now. We need a stake.
You're working, and Miles has his job dealing faro.
Sure, but I want to get out of here. I want to get to California. Now.
What's that got to do with me?
Well, Miles is a good dealer, Marshal. He could be a whole lot better if he didn't watch him so close. Wouldn't take him more than a week. Going real easy so there'd be no trouble.
Sorry, Bonnie. No crooked gambling.
I could make it worth your while.
I can't be bought, Bonnie. Not any way at all.
Well, if you change your mind, you know where to find me.
Yeah.
Well, hello there, Matt.
Hello, Doc. Where's Kitty?
Oh, let's see. Oh, she's in the office talking to a whiskey drummer. Sit down, sit down. You look tired.
Yeah, I am.
Are you still looking for Nate Tatum's murderer?
It's a real waste of time, Doc.
Well, it just isn't a whole lot you can do about it, is it?
I'll get him, Doc, if I have to go back to Oklahoma Territory and start from there.
Oh, you can't do that. And then you get a job here.
But somehow it doesn't interest me very much, Doc. I want the man who killed Nate. And I don't care how many days or months or years it takes to find him.
John? Here's a telegraph for you.
Oh?
Yeah, just come in some minutes ago. Down at the depot.
Well, it looks like Washington came through with something for once.
Well, what do you mean, man?
I sent him a telegram about Nate, and the War Department's offering $500 for his murderer.
$500? That's a heap of money.
Say that's right. He was a U.S. Marshal, wasn't he?
Yeah. Chester, first thing tomorrow morning, take this over to the printers and get some posters made up, will you?
Yes, I sure will.
You know, this $500 reward just might smoke out our killer.
Hello, Marshal.
Oh, Bonnie.
Can I sit down?
Sure. What's on your mind?
Money.
You don't change much, do you?
Not when it comes to money, Marshal. And right now, money can buy my way to California.
Tell me something. Why is California so important to you?
It's been a dream of mine ever since I was a kid. And now I'm going. You're going to send me.
Oh? Is that so?
$500 is a lot of money. That's what you're offering for Nate's killer, aren't you?
Oh, the government is. Go on.
That's all.
I knew I had a reason for jailing you.
I didn't tell you many lies, Marshal. I just didn't tell you all I know.
Yeah, but for $500 you will, huh?
Well, a woman like me hears a lot of things, gets to know a lot. I can lead you straight to the murderer.
Then let's go.
The money first.
You don't expect me to have that much money right here, do you?
You want the murderer, don't you?
If you can really produce him, yeah.
If I can't, you don't pay me. I'll be at the Long Branch this evening. You bring the money there, and then we'll go find your murderer. See you tonight, Marshal. Well, evening, Marshal.
Bonnie,
Did you get the money?
I got it. Let's go find our man, and you can have it.
You wouldn't trick me, would you, Marshal?
Not about this.
All right. There he is, at the faro table.
What? You don't mean Miles Cody?
I do.
Well, I thought he was your man.
Well, there are a lot of men, Marshal. But I don't get a chance at $500 very often.
The way you feel about people, you should get a lot of chances.
Now, Marshal.
All right, tell me about Cody.
Well, he reached Dodge that night. He rode back out and came in again in the morning, just for show.
Go on.
He knew where I lived. I sent him a telegram. He came there, and he must have heard Nate and me talking from outside the window.
I see.
He's the most jealous man I ever met. Outside of business, of course.
He wasn't hired to do the job.
Hired? No, I just told you.
So he waited for Nate to pass that alley, and then he put a bullet in his back. Is that it?
That's how I figure it, Marshal.
Well, don't you know?
I know. He told me all about it.
Yeah. He must trust you a lot.
Let's go get him.
Well, Marshal, been thinking over our proposition, Bonnie's and mine?
About running a crooked game?
Yeah.
No, that isn't it, Cody.
Well, and what is it? Bonnie, what'd you tell him?
Did you kill Nate Tatum, Cody?
What?
I ask you if you killed Nate Tatum.
So you sold me out, Bonnie. I saw them reward posters today. You sold me out.
Well, there's your confession, Marshal.
I'll take your gun, Cody.
All right. You can go ahead and take
He tried to shoot me.
Couple of you men give a hand. Get Cody over to the jail.
Why, he tried to kill me, Marshal. That dirty dog.
Maybe you'd feel better about it if you came to his hanging.
I don't need any lectures from you. Where's that money?
Money? Here's your money.
Thanks.
Now, aren't you going to count it?
Why, I trust people, Marshal. Don't you?
I feel sorry for you, Bonnie.
Sorry for me? Why, I'm headed for California, Marshal.
But you're going to hate it, Bonnie. Even you. You're going to hate every minute of it.
Hi, this is Dennis James to make a point about reliable, effective Kellogg's All Brand. Repeat after me, please. What do you want when you need brand?
What do you want when you need brand?
Reliability.
Reliability.
Now, what do you get in Kellogg's All Brand?
What do you get in Kellogg's All Brand? Reliability.
Right. You see, Kellogg's All Brand is the reliable brand that millions depend on for the effectiveness they want. It's the real Battle Creek formula that brings you more brand bulk in every serving. More of the vital brand bulk that helps you keep regular. Kellogg's All Brand is also low in calories and mighty pleasant tasting. You can trust Kellogg's for that. The crisp toasted shreds have the kind of good bran muffin flavor that most folks are partial to. So next time you're shopping, get Kellogg's All Brand and you'll get reliability.
That's what you get in Kellogg's All Brand reliability.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston and adapted for radio by Norman Macdonald. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Virginia Christine, and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Have a happy habit. Monday through Friday, Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney on the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
I sure would like to turn off here and go down to that stream and catch me a mess of fish, Mr. Dillon.
Even the fish have enough sense to lie low under a noon sun like this, Chester.
And I'd just soon be lying low with 'em along the bank there under a tree.
Yeah, sure. There you'd be, stretched out under a tree.
Yeah.
And then the ants would come, and the chiggers, and maybe a rattlesnake or two.
Oh, now, just a minute here.
Just as soon as you got rid of them, they'd probably blow up a storm.
Well, now,
I think you're better off riding right back into town with me.
Well, maybe you're right at that. I don't guess I really feel like eating fish today anyway. Say, look yonder there. Ain't that somebody walking up ahead of us?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Well, why on earth would a body be walking on a day like this?
He probably has no choice.
Well, everybody around here rides a horse, Mr. Jones.
Looks like he has been riding one.
How's that?
Well, he's carrying a saddle, Chester.
Well, my land, I can see that, but what do you suppose he's told us?
Well, we'll be up with him in a minute. Why don't you ask him?
Oh, well, I wouldn't want to come right out and ask him.
Greetings, gentlemen.
Yeah, hello.
Hello?
Carstairs. Sedgley Carstairs.
Matt Dillon. This Chester Proudfoot.
Pleased to meet you.
Is that a star you're wearing?
Yeah, U.S. Marshal out of Dodge City.
Well, Marshal, I feel a bit awkward without my horse. Rather warm for walking.
Yeah, we were just wondering about
Lost
that.
him, you know.
Lost him? In this open country?
Chester, let the man talk.
Well, yes, sir, but...
Yeah, I lost him in a card game. Poker.
Oh.
Not very good at poker.
You bet your horse?
All I had at the moment. Temporarily embarrassed, you might say.
Mr. Dillon, what's he talking about?
He means he's out of money.
I'm afraid that's correct.
But you didn't lose your saddle, huh?
Oh, I didn't wager my saddle, sir, no. That's the only one I've found to give me any comfort in your American style of riding. I feel I must keep it.
That's a good idea in case you got another horse.
Oh, I mean to win him back. That's one reason I'm heading for Dodge City.
Who'd you lose your horse to?
A chap named Pete Knudsen. We came up together driving cattle from Texas. But he gradually won everything I had, and last night he won my horse. So, now I'm afoot.
Pete Knudsen's a mean man in a poker game. He's a mean man out of one, too.
If he weren't so mean, I might not be so determined to win back my horse, Marshal.
I see. Well, at least we can give you a lift into town. You climb up behind me. You take his saddle, Chester.
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
There you go.
Very sporting of you. Perhaps I can repay you sometime.
Just don't try too hard to repay Pete Knudsen.
It's somewhat an affair of honor, you know.
You'd be better off just to think of it as a poker game and leave honor out of it.
Now, just listen a minute, if you will. I've got a little story to tell you. Well, it's not so little. It's sort of a tall tale. I don't know if you've heard of Joe Mazurak or not. If you've never worked in steel, then you probably haven't. But he was a legendary giant whose body was made of pure steel. It was Joe who invented riveting. Joe would stand there shaping rivets out of the hot steel with his thumb and fingers, and while the rivets were taking shape, he'd punch holes in the girders or plates with his little fingers. Then he'd plug the rivets into the holes and pound them over with his knuckles. Worked so good that they invented riveting machines to take his place on jobs he couldn't get to. Joe was a busy man, you bet. But in between jobs, he couldn't just stand around doing nothing, so he'd stockpile cannonballs, making them out of white hot steel the way little children make snowballs, by rolling them in their hands. For entertainment, Joe used to have what he'd call a taffy pull, only he'd use steel instead of candy. And as he stretched it out, his fingers would be shaping it. When he finished each long tug, he'd break it off and lay down another length of rail to cool. Guess half the rails of the B&O were made by Joe at his taffy pulls. Yes, Joe Mazurak was the spirit of the steel industry, the spirit of those men who worked and sweat before the open hearths of the Alleghenies, who laughed and bragged about the strength of their giant while they turned out the finest steel in the world. Some of that steel was Joe Mazurak himself, to hear them tell it. It seems that during the year of the big layoff, when the steel mills couldn't get metal to process, why, Joe, he melted himself down in the flames of hearth number 7 so as America could maintain its steel supply. Yes, old Joe was quite a legend, wasn't he? Say, isn't it nice being citizens of a country where you can laugh and talk about things free as a breeze, and write and read and worship, too? Yes, sir. Maybe you don't think about it much, but you should.
You want something more, Chester? Like maybe another piece of pie?
No, thanks, Doc. Just a little more coffee.
I'll buy.
No, I've had plenty. Had plenty of that Carstairs fellow, too, come think of it.
Oh, is that so? What's the matter with him?
Well, now, Doc, what kind of a man would have a name like Sedgley Carstairs? Anyway, I don't trust him at all.
Oh, now, a man can't help his name, Chester. Chances are in England, a name like Sedgley Carstairs is every bit as common as Chester Proudfoot is over here. Oh, Proudfoot.
Maybe so, but I tell you, Doc, he talks so fancy, it's just plain silly.
Oh, he's not trying to talk fancy, Chester. That's just the way Britishers talk. He was born in England, wasn't he?
Well, what's he doing over here, then? Why didn't he stay at home where folks could understand him?
Oh, no, I expect he's here for about the same reason the rest of us are.
What reason?
To make a living.
Oh, now, Doc, I don't believe nobody who talks like he does knows how to make a living. These ways, he sure don't know how to keep a horse.
See, you know, I've run into a couple of these fellas before. They're what they call second sons.
Second son? What's that?
Well, it's the second son born into a British family. You see? Usually a wealthy family. Well, sometimes even a titled family.
You mean lords and dukes and queens and all such as that?
Could be.
Well, say, then, this Carstairs fellow might be rich, huh?
You can't be sure. In England, it's the first sons who get everything.
Doc, you mean them lords and dukes and stuff don't give their second boys nothing?
Sometimes not, unless maybe they send them something a couple of times a year to keep them from hanging around the estate, raising a fuss.
You mean they bribed their boys to stay away?
It's been done. Sometimes those second sons turn out to be kind of ornery once they find out that they're not going to get their share of the family loot.
Oh, it's a dirty trick. You can't rightly blame them for that. Say, Doc, you reckon this Carstairs feller's getting paid to stay away?
Can't tell, Chester. Well, something to think about, though.
Give me a beer, will you, Sam? I'll take it over to the table.
Sure, Marshal. Here you go.
No, thanks, Sam. Well, evening, Kitty.
Hello, Matt. Sit down.
Thank you.
What, are you going to talk to me, or are you just going to look around the room?
What? Oh, I'm sorry, Kitty. I was just looking for somebody.
He's over there at the far table. You can't see him too well with all the crowd standing around.
Yeah. Now, how'd you figure I'd be interested in Carstairs?
Well, everybody's interested in him.
I hear he's the willingest poker player to hit Dodge since the Santa Fe Railroad gangs.
And the willingest loser. He doesn't seem to care who he loses it to. So he keeps on playing.
I wonder where he gets his money.
Well, they say all he has to do is walk into the bank and he comes out with all the money he wants.
It could be gossip, you know.
Yeah.
He was down to betting his horse a few days ago.
You worried about him, Matt?
No, not exactly worried, Kitty. But he's a likable fella. I just hate to see him losing all his money.
I wonder why he's doing it.
He wants to learn to play good enough poker so that he can sit in on another game with Beat Knudsen. He wants to win his horse back.
Well, you can't blame him for that. But if Knudsen hears about the money, there'll be a lot more involved than our horse.
No, gentlemen, no.
The game's breaking up.
Yeah, looks like it.
Opens tomorrow. Then I'll be only too glad. Hi, hello, Marshal. Miss Kitty.
Hello, Sedge.
Sedge.
Mighty pleasant chaps in here, Marshal.
Oh, why shouldn't they be pleasant? I understand you're supporting them.
I am losing a good deal of money, that's true. But I'm learning, Marshal. I'm learning. Well, good day, Marshal.
You must have opened the bank this morning, Sedge.
Oh, no, Marshal. Mr. Butkin was there, and the bank was open for business, but... Oh, you're joking me, huh?
You better get that money out of sight.
Seems hardly worthwhile, does it? I lose it as fast as I get it.
Yeah. Sedge, I'd like to talk to you about that.
Oh, it's my money, Marshal. Nothing shady about it.
I'm not worried about that. I just think maybe you ought to be more careful, that's all.
Careful?
Yeah, there's talk all over town that you're a rich man. For somebody as free and easy with his money as you are, it could be dangerous.
Then you haven't a worry in the world. I'm certainly not a rich man.
Maybe you ought to quit acting like one.
Oh, it's just that my latest bank draft was waiting for me here when I got to town.
Bank draft?
Yes, from London. They send me a remittance check twice a year, Marshal, to keep me safely on this side of the ocean. But it'll be gone soon.
Well, it's your business. Just make sure that you don't lose more than your money.
Thank you for your interest, Marshal. Now, if you'll excuse me...
Yeah. I'll see you later, Sedge.
Mr. Dillon?
Huh? Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Mr. Dillon, Beat Newton and his crowd just got in from Abilene. They went right into Dodge House.
How many of them?
Well, there's 4 of them altogether. It's a funny thing, though.
Oh, what's that?
They tied up 5 horses.
One without a saddle, huh?
Yes, sir, that's the way it was.
Well, Beat's really rubbing it in, isn't he?
Oh, well, shucks, Mr. Dillon. If Sedge didn't have no better sense than to lose his horse in the first place...
I just hope he wins it back, Chester. For his sake. And I also hope he rides it right out of town.
This land is your land. This land is my land.
Stephen Foster came from Alabama, and Al Jolson was always Alabama bound. Even though there was no particular validity to these claims, there was a definite sincerity behind them. For Bama has a sense of charm and hospitality unlike any other state. Maybe Stephen Foster didn't come from Alabama, but Helen Keller did. And so did a lone wolf train robber named Rube Burrow. And what if Jolson didn't go there? George Washington Carver did. And his experiments at Tuskegee brought international fame to him and the state. For all the deep, radical changes experienced by the Cotton State, some things never seem to change. Each spring, the fields and roadsides are carpeted with primroses. Green fields turn pale pink and roll wave-like in the wind. Alabama, like much of the South, seeks to combine 20th century industrial progress with the barn raisings and candy pulls of an earlier era. And what is more, Alabama succeeds.
Hello, Knudsen.
Oh, it's about time you showed up. I thought you'd be down to the Long Branch by now.
What do you mean by that?
Well, the whole town's been waiting for you to come in so you could play poker with that English fella.
Why should I play poker with him? I already cleaned him out. I even got his horse.
Yeah, that's what he wants to win back. I don't know why he put such a store by it, though. Why, he could buy a string of horses if he wanted to.
He been winning?
Sedge, win money? Why, not hardly, but that don't matter.
What?
Well, he's rich.
He is?
I mean, you didn't know that?
Well, you didn't have no money on the way up from Texas.
Well, it just come. It come from London, England, to the bank, where he goes and gets some every day. I hear tell he got another big wad this morning.
You know what you're talking about.
Well, anybody'll tell you.
Well, maybe I will just mosey down there and play a little poker after all. Got to give the man a chance to win back his horse.
Sure.
Hey, Knudsen.
Well, if it ain't the marshal.
You heading for the Long Branch?
I didn't know I had to report to you.
You don't. But there are a lot of stories been going around town, Knudsen. I just don't want any trouble.
You got a law against playing poker?
Well, there ought to be, the way you play it.
Well, Marshal, I just want to give the man a chance to win his horse back, that's all.
Now, listen, Knudsen, I've told Sedge that if he's smart, he'll just try to win that horse and then quit. I'm telling the same thing to you.
Well, thank you, Marshal, but I just figure I'll have to take my chances without any help from you.
Just don't start anything, Knudsen.
No. Of course not, Marshal.
Mr. Dillon, there's something downright peculiar going on around here.
What?
Well, that English fella, he won back his horse from Beat Knudsen.
He did?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it looks like Carstairs' luck has finally changed, doesn't it?
No. Old Beat stood pat on a pair of sixes. Now, you know he never done a thing like that before in his life.
Oh. And he let Carstairs win.
Yeah, but that's not all. They all went off to the livery stable, Knudsen and his crowd, to get the horse. Friendly as you please. Knudsen had a jug, and they was getting old Sedge all liquored up. Well, it don't make sense, but...
Are they still there?
That's what I was getting at. They rode off out of town.
Oh, come on, Chester. I think maybe we better follow him.
You reckon they took the road to Hayes City?
Now they headed off this way towards some cover. Come on. I'm gonna play a hunch, Chester. Isn't there a deserted shack just over the rise?
Yes, sir, there is.
I figured they'd stop the first place they come to.
Do you think they're going to gamble him for the rest of his money?
They won't bother to gamble, Chester. Yeah, we'll leave the horses here. Yeah, there it is. 4 horses out in front. All right, listen, Chester, you keep low and you go up to the window on the left side there, see? Now, you think you can make it?
Yes, sir, I can make it.
All right, good. Now, I'll go around to the front. When I get to the door, you cover me through the window. All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
Come on, then. All right, Chester. You're covered, Knudsen. Drop your gun.
Why, no.
Either of you two want to argue? Not me, Marshal. All right, climb through the window and get their guns, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Now stand them up against the wall.
Yes, sir, I will. All right, step lively. You move along, both of you. Come on.
You may have got me, Marshal. But you're too late for that fancy talker.
Where is he, Knudsen? Where's Carstairs?
He's in the gully, up back.
Dead?
Dead as I'm gonna be.
You're a fool, Knudsen. All you had to do was keep on playing poker with him. He'd have lost everything he had. You didn't need to kill him to get it.
Marshal, you want to laugh?
Something funny, Knudsen?
All that money they talked about, it was all spent. He just had $3 on him. $3.
Mr. Dillon?
You know, Chester, a man's life should be worth more than $3. A lot more.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what, Chester?
Just look at them doggone prairie dogs skittering all around everywhere, scurrying down all them holes.
Well, what about them?
Well, I was just wondering, did you ever give them much thought?
Oh, I can't say that I have.
Well, they ain't good for nothing. Not one cussed thing.
You're right about that.
But all they do is increase theirself and pock up the prairie at them holes.
You figuring on doing something about it, Chester?
Well, yes, Mr. Dillon, I thought I might just maybe write a letter to the government about it.
Oh? Well, you go right ahead and do that.
You think it'd do any good?
Well, sure it would, Chester. The government would turn it over to the nearest marshal's office. Then I could turn it over to you right away. And you could spend your time rounding up prairie dogs.
Well, come right down to it. I ain't such a hand to write letters after all. Look yonder, Mr. Dillon. A buggy pulled up to the side of the road there.
Yeah. Now, let's see if anything's wrong, huh?
Well, what in the world would a lady be doing way out here all by herself?
Now, let's see. You need any help, ma'am?
It's that rear wheel. It just seemed to give way.
We'll have a look.
In Wichita, they said this was a sound buggy.
You come all the way from Wichita? Alone? Without no man?
Well, I hope to meet him in Dodge City.
Well, but it just ain't safe for a woman to go driving all over Kingdom Come without no man.
Chester.
Well, yeah, I know, but it's just plain foolish.
Chester, let's have a look at the wheel, huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let's see here.
Yeah, look at there. The pin that holds the wheel on the axle's gone.
Uh-huh.
Wonder that wheel ain't rolling way across the prairie till yet.
Yeah. No, there's not much we can do about it out here.
No, sir. That needs some first-rate blacksmithing.
Well, ma'am, looks like you're stuck here. Can you ride a horse?
Well, I've ridden a horse, certainly, but never on a saddle like that.
Well, don't worry about it. We'll lift you up and you can sit sideways. We'll walk the horse in. It's not too far to Dodge.
I'm not sure. I'm not accustomed to traveling with gentlemen I don't know.
Well, I'm the marshal out of Dodge City, ma'am.
Marshal, I suppose it's all right then. My name is Sarah Howell.
Oh, Mrs. Howell. There's Chester Proudfoot.
I do, ma'am.
It's Miss Howell, Marshal. I'm not married. Yet. As a matter of fact, you might be able to help me about that.
Oh, how's that?
I'm coming to Dodge City to find my fiancé, Marshal. And maybe you can help me find him. Maybe you even know him.
Well, what's his name, Miss Howell?
His name is Guy Porter. He's a tall man and very handsome. Do you know him, Marshal?
No, ma'am, I'm afraid I don't. Are you sure he came this way?
He told me he was heading west. I have reason to believe he may be in Dodge City.
Oh, a lot of people come and go in Dodge, ma'am.
You'll help me find him. I know you will.
Well, a man can lose himself out here if he wants to, you know.
Oh, Guy isn't trying to hide from me, Marshal. He said he was coming back, and I know he meant it. No, I'm afraid something's happened to him. I'm afraid there's trouble.
Well, if there's trouble, ma'am, I'd stand a better chance of locating him for you. Yeah, come on. Let's get going.
Hello there, Chester. When did you get back?
Just a little bit ago, Miss Kitty. And I don't mind telling you, if I don't never take that ride to Park City again, I won't do no belly aching about it. That is the one longest, driest, most no-count piece of country.
Did Matt come back with you?
Yes, he did, Miss Kitty. He'll be in directly. He's seeing to a lady down to Moss Smalley's.
Oh? Where'd he find the lady? Park City?
Well, no, that ain't exactly the way it was. It was more like that he found her along the way. Curious thing.
Oh, come on over to the bar, Chester. I'll buy you a beer to wash some of that dust down.
Well, that is mighty friendly of you, Miss Kitty.
This lady you brought in.
Oh, do you want to hear about her?
Chester will have a beer, Sam.
Sure, Kitty.
Sure do, thank you, Miss Kitty.
Go on about the lady, Chester.
Here you are, Chester.
Oh, thank you, Sam.
Chester, the lady?
Oh, yes, well, she come from Wichita, Miss Kitty, and she wants Mr. Doone to round up a man who's supposed to be out this way somewhere.
Oh, does Matt know who he is?
No, he don't, but he wouldn't have no trouble recognizing him if he seen him. Tall and tow-headed. Followed him all the way from Wichita, she did. I guess women folks can do that better than anybody.
Do what, Chester?
Recollect what a fellow looks like. Why, they can take just one look at a man's face, and they got it stored away in their minds forevermore. How his teeth was set, the way his hair growed out. Why, man don't hardly have a chance.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about it.
What do you mean?
An awful lot of you get away.
Oh, well, hey, there's a stage going down the street, ain't it?
Oh, it sounded like it to me.
Yeah, well, then I better get down for the mail. Thank you for the beer, Miss Kitty.
All right, Chester. See you later.
Yes, ma'am, I'll sure be back.
Sam, I'll be upstairs for a while.
All right, Kitty. Kitty.
Huh?
Can I see you a minute?
Oh, sure, Rance. What's on your mind?
Well, that woman Chester was talking about. He say what her name was?
No, Rance, he didn't. Why?
Well, I just thought I might know her. I got kinfolk in Wichita. They was talking about a cousin coming out here.
Oh, well, I can tell you where she's staying. You could go down there and find out about it.
That'd help, all right.
Matt took her to Moss Smalley's, the boarding house in the south end of town.
Thanks, Kitty. I'll go down there right off.
What's the matter with you, Rance? You come pounding in here like the devil's on your tail.
You better start worrying about that a little bit, Joe.
What do you mean?
You talked me into saying you could stay on here with me mighty nice. Claiming nobody saw you get away with that Wichita money.
Well, that's right. Nobody did.
Well, you should have looked back over the other shoulder. There's a woman asking all over town after you.
What?
She's giving your description to the marshal, right down to that pretty white hair. And he's looking for you, too. Now, you just got to get out of here, Joe.
Now, just a minute, Rance. You sure you know what you're talking about?
I know, all right. This woman's from Wichita. She's staying at a town boarding house, and she's asking about you. Now, I don't want no trouble with the law.
Quit your bawling, Rance. There ain't gonna be no trouble.
But if she spots...
She ain't gonna spot me.
You gonna move on?
No. She is. Tonight.
How do you know?
I'm gonna fix it, that's how. You know where this boarding house is?
Yeah, well, sure.
All right. You show me after dark.
Well, now, you ain't gonna
You
do nothing...
want her to show me to the marshal?
Well, no.
Well, then leave it to me.
Oh, I tell you too, Miss Howell.
'Tain't often one of my lodgers takes it in mind to help out with the chores.
No, I'd sooner not have idle hands, Mrs. Smalley.
I am grateful to you. Would you care to come set a spell in the parlor when we finish up?
Oh, that's kind of you, but I think I'll just take a little stroll.
You're going out walking. Whatever for?
Guy, Mr. Porter and I, we used to stroll. We used to take lovely strolls in the summer evenings. Perhaps I might even run into him. Stranger things have happened, haven't they, Mrs. Smalley?
Well, it ain't likely.
But there's always a chance in this life, Mrs. Smalley. Always a chance.
Well, you watch that you're back before it's full dark. Dodge City ain't the safest place in the world for a lady after nightfall.
Oh, I don't think you need to worry, Mrs. Smalley. I've never been troubled that way. I'm sure no one would bother me. Mr. Porter used to say a man can always tell a lady.
I'm sure that's so, my dear, but in this town they just ain't particular if you're a lady or if you're not.
Rance, here, come over here. Did you find out who she is? You know where her room is?
I know who she is, all right, Joe. Her name's Howell.
Come on, then. Let's go.
Now, wait a minute. She ain't there.
Ain't there? You listen to me, Rance. It won't do you no good to try to trick me away from doing this.
Now, that ain't it. I swear it ain't. She went out for a walk. That's what they told me.
Out for a walk? Well, why would it? Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Quiet. It must be her walking alone.
Now, don't you do nothing, Joe. Don't you?
You be quiet. Now, you won't be talking about me or nobody else.
Hello, Matt. I was going to send somebody for you.
Yeah, I just heard Doc. How is she?
Well, Matt, I don't know. There must be something about this town. I'm continually being called in to take care of somebody who ought to be dead, but isn't. Not quite.
Does she have a chance?
Well, any doctor in his right mind would say no. She shouldn't be alive, but she is. I don't know. She just may stay that way.
Any idea who did it to her?
I didn't have time to ask.
Could I see her?
Oh, no, I wouldn't recommend it.
Would it hurt her?
Well, no, I guess it won't hurt her, but it won't do you any good. She's delirious, Matt. She just keeps moaning and calling for somebody named Guy. She's not able to tell you anything.
Well, I guess that's the way they wanted it.
Here, Matt.
Oh, thanks, Kitty.
Well, it's hard to figure why anybody would do such an awful thing. What could that poor woman have done to anybody?
I don't know, Kitty. It's pretty bad, even for Dodge.
She hasn't been able to tell you anything yet, huh?
I don't suppose she will be able to, even if she gets well. It was dark, and whoever it was jumped her from behind.
Dodge seems a strange place for a lone, middle-aged woman like her to come to, doesn't it, Matt?
Especially when she said she came to find the man she was engaged to.
You think he could have done it?
I'm not even sure there is such a man, Kitty.
Well, Rance Matson couldn't have been the one. He's much too young.
Rance Matson?
You know, that young farmer lives out of town away.
Oh, yeah, I know who he is. Well, what's he got to do with this?
Oh, maybe nothing, but He was in here earlier asking about the woman who came from Wichita. Thought she might be one of his kinfolk.
Oh, what do you want to know?
Her name, where she was staying. Matt, do you think...
I don't know, Kitty. But I'm sure going to find out.
I sure wasn't anxious to be out on this road again so soon, Mr. Dillon. Seems like we ain't hardly been off it.
Yeah.
We could have stopped off at the Matson place yesterday just as easy on our way back from Park City.
And it might have saved some trouble if we had, Chester. Yeah, come on, let's turn in here.
There's Ranch standing out in front there.
Yeah. Hudson, I want to talk to you.
Why, he's running, Mr. Dillon.
Dad, where you are?
Don't shoot again. Don't shoot.
Next time I'll be aiming for you. Get his gun, Chester.
Yes, sir. Now, look, Marshal, I don't want no more trouble.
Chester, keep an eye on him. I'm going up to the house.
Yes, sir. There's nothing inside.
All right, come on out of there. Come on. There are two of us here.
Don't shoot anymore. I'm hit.
Then come on out. All right, Chester, let's try to patch him up. I want him to last long enough to answer a few questions.
All right, Matt. Come in. But be as gentle about it as you can. She hardly has any strength left.
Okay, Doc. Miss Howell? Miss Howell?
Oh.
It's Matt Dillon, Miss Howell. I'd like to talk to you for a minute.
Oh, Marshal. Nice of you to come to see me.
About the man you were looking for.
Guy? You found Guy?
Well, we might have, Miss Howell.
Guy. I knew I'd find him.
Now, you said that he was a tall man?
Tall, Marshal. Straight as a young tree.
And yellow-headed.
He has light-colored hair, all right. And it shines in the sun.
Well, we found a man that looks something like that.
When can I see him? Where is he, Marshal?
Well, now, just a minute, Miss Howell. You might not be so glad to see him as you think.
Oh, Marshal Dillon, you mustn't talk that way. I've never had a thought for any other man.
No, ma'am, I didn't mean that, but this man, he may have changed some since you last saw him.
Oh, not Guy. He couldn't have. Besides, it was just a little while ago.
I have to tell you, Miss Howell. This man is wanted for robbery in Wichita. And he may even be the man who beat you up.
Oh, Marshal Dillon.
I'm sorry, but that's the way it looks.
What? Guy Porter never did a dishonest thing in his life. Where is he, Marshal? Let me see him.
Well, I didn't know the way it turned out if you didn't want to see him after all.
Please, Marshal, bring him to me.
All right, ma'am. She wants to see him, Doc.
All right, ma'am.
Chester?
Yes, sir.
Bring him in.
Yes, sir. Along now, mind you step soft. Take your hat off in a lady's bedroom.
Here he is, Miss Howell.
Guy? Guy? Come closer.
Well, go on, step up there.
Tall and slim. But You're old. Old. Oh, no. No, you're not, Guy.
You sure about that, man?
Of course I'm sure, Marshal. Why, Guy's young. Young. He's only a couple years older than I am, Marshal.
Young? Mr. Dillon.
You better take him out of here, Chester.
All right, Doc.
Matt?
Yeah, Doc, I'm ready to leave.
Just a minute, Marshal, if you please.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't seem to have made myself clear to you about Mr. Porter, Marshal. Perhaps in the interest of preventing another unfortunate error.
You don't have to talk anymore. No.
I prefer to get things straight, Doctor. Guy Porter is a young man, Marshal. We grew up together.
That's all right, Miss Howell.
No, it certainly is not all right. You clearly don't understand. Bringing in that middle-aged man in those rough clothes. Why, Guy would never let his uniform look so tacky.
His uniform?
Of course, Marshal Dillon. As long as the war continues, he'll be in uniform.
Matt.
Even though his regiment was ordered into the western wilderness, he'd never let himself look like that.
But you better leave, Matt. I'll give her something.
Yeah, Doc, you do that.
They ordered him west. And I waited and waited. And finally I came to find him. It was all right for me to come, wasn't it, Marshal?
It was all right, ma'am.
You won't make a mistake and bring me the wrong man again, will you, Marshal? Just Guy.
No, ma'am. I won't bring you the wrong man again.
By jing, I tell you for sure, Mr. Dillon, I'm glad they sent a deputy to take that outlaw back to Wichita on the stage. I sure wasn't hankering to ride that road again so soon.
Yeah.
He was an awful mean one, beating up a lady like that. Is Miss Howell going to be all right, Mr. Dillon?
I guess she'll get over the beating, Chester. But Doc doesn't think her mind will ever be any better.
How could she go on like that all these years, thinking that fellow was coming back to her?
I don't know. Yeah, memory can do funny things.
Yeah, but Doc says she was carrying around a telegraph the War Department sent her years ago, telling her this Guy Porter had been killed.
Yeah, I know. But she didn't want to believe it. No, she didn't. And I guess she never will.
Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Clark Gordon, and Ann Morrison. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. All right, Tom, he's all yours.
And we'll take good care of him for you.
My gracious, Mr. Dillon, look at that clutch of keys. He sure does use a lot more than we do back home.
Yeah. Well, they always did things up fancy in Wichita. Isn't that right, Tom?
Yeah, there are a lot of people who wouldn't agree with him. Hey, can I buy you two a drink?
Well, say now, that's mighty nice.
No, thanks, Tom. Not right now. I got half the trail dust from here to Dodge on me. What I need is a bath and some sleep. I'm heading for the hotel.
Sure, Matt. I'll catch up with you before you head back.
Come to think of it, I guess I could stand and take a bath, too.
Come to think of it, you could.
I'll see you at the trial tomorrow.
Yeah, good night,
Good night,
Tom.
Mr. Bagley. Well, I guess you're right about going to the hotel, Mr. Dillon. I sure will be proud to get these boots off.
Yeah, it's been a long ride.
Seems to me like they'd ought to pay extra for it, too.
For what?
Well, for doing all that traveling harnessed to a prisoner, you sure don't get a chance to enjoy the countryside much.
There isn't much countryside around here to enjoy.
Well, that's true, but even so, Mr. Dillon...
You, want to talk to me?
I believe so, sir. I believe so. If I'm not mistaken, you're the marshal from Dodge City.
You're not mistaken. Matt Dillon, what can I do for you?
I'm pleased to hear you offer your services, Marshal. I keep writing the folks back home, and some Yankees are gentlemen, but I swear I don't think they believe it.
Look, mister, you're keeping me from a hot bath. You've got something on your mind. You speak it out, huh?
My name's Clayton Morley. At your service.
Well, Mr. Dillon, ain't that the...
I thought you'd recognize the name.
I just brought a man named Reed Morley in from Dodge. Are you related?
He's my brother, Marshal, my younger brother.
Oh? Well, he's in bad trouble.
I'm bound to agree with that.
I left him at the jail, Morley, if you want to see him.
Oh, I'm not wanting to see him, Marshal, not tonight. I want you to get him released for me.
The boy's being held for murder.
Brother Reed didn't do that thing.
I didn't arrest him without a reason.
Nobody with the name of Morley would kill a woman, Marshal.
Your brother will be tried. He'll have his say.
You'll be testifying, won't you?
Yeah, I'll be testifying.
Your words could have a powerful effect, one way or another.
I'll be telling what I know.
I think maybe you ought to know something else, Marshal.
What's that?
I think maybe you ought to know that if this stain on the family name isn't removed, if Brother Reed doesn't walk out of that courthouse a free man, you won't live to see him hung, Marshal Dillon.
What? Don't threaten me, Morley.
Why, I'm not threatening you, Marshal. This is just a simple appeal to your sense of justice and honor, that's all. A sense with which I know you are highly endowed. Good evening, gentlemen.
Well, now just what did you think of that?
Not much, Chester. Come on, let's get some sleep.
You know, Mr. Dillon, that place we're staying at ain't one bit better than the Dodge house.
Not much to choose from, I guess.
And that smart alecky clerk don't have no right to go putting on airs, though.
He been bothering you?
Oh, well, he ain't done nothing, but he acts like anybody from Dodge City come right out of a hole in the prairie.
He must have seen us when we came in last night.
Well, yes, I know, but I got cleaned up as nice as I could.
Never mind, Chester. Just eat your dinner.
And that's another thing, Mr. Dillon. This piece of beefsteak just ain't worth the fat to fry it in.
Oh? You haven't had much trouble eating it.
Well, no, sir, I was hungry. But I'll tell you something. Back at Delmonico's, they really know how to fry up a piece of meat.
That's not the way you talk back in Dodge, Chester.
Yes, sir, and I've been thinking about that, Mr. Dillon.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I guess it must be all this traveling around the country that we do. Up to Larned, over to Hays City, all the way here to Wichita.
Now, what about it?
Well, it just kind of teaches a fella about things in the world. Makes him really appreciate a place like Dodge City.
Oh, eat up, Chester, and let's get out of here, huh?
I trust you gentlemen are enjoying your dinner.
Well, if we was, we ain't now.
You, got something else on your mind, Morley?
Why, no, Marshal, nothing new, just my continued interest in your health and welfare.
Well, don't worry about it.
I'm just hoping that you'll worry about it, Marshal.
I told you not to get in my way.
Well, now, I wouldn't want to. This is just a friendly reminder, Marshal, that I'm still in town, that I'll be here until after the trial is over tomorrow.
You listen to me, Morley.
I'll be listening tomorrow at the trial. And I just know that judge is going to set Brother Reed free. I feel it in my bones.
He'll set him free if he thinks he's innocent, Morley. That's the only way.
Oh, I know that, Marshal. I know it, just like I know that Brother Reed couldn't have done that terrible thing. Just like I know that you want to go on living.
Morley, I'm through warning you. Now, you stay out of my sight, starting right now.
I'll see you at the trial. Good day, gentlemen.
I swear he's acting clear crazy about all this. It ain't your fault if that boy gets himself hung.
No, it isn't, Chester, but Morley thinks it is. That's enough for him.
Well, it don't have to be enough for you, Mr. Dillon.
And I hope you're right, Chester.
Sorry you made the trip for nothing, Matt.
Yeah. Well, old Bowers never has been a hanging judge.
I thought this case would hold up, though. I was sure the boy was guilty.
I don't think my testimony was much help to you.
You couldn't help that, Matt. You weren't even in on it till a week after the murder. All you did was make the arrest when we asked you to.
Yeah. And he didn't have any evidence on it. I hope he didn't do it.
The law says he didn't. That's all we have to worry about.
There's still a woman's death unanswered for.
Sure there is.
We meet again, Marshal.
Stand aside, Molly.
Well, now, that's not very manly of you, pushing aside a man who's come to thank you.
I don't want any thanks from you.
But you've got thanks coming to you, Marshal Dillon. Brother Reed's a free man. And in the name of the family, I want you to know that we're grateful.
Listen here, Morley. I didn't do anything for you or for your brother or for your family.
That was very nice testimony, Marshal. Nothing incriminating in it at all. Yes, sir, we are all grateful.
I want you to get something straight. What I told the court was just exactly what I know about this case, no more, no less. You didn't influence me, and I didn't try to influence the verdict in any way.
Of course not, Marshal, of course not. We're just glad to see that you believe in Brother Reed's innocence like we do.
I don't.
What?
I don't believe in your brother's innocence or his guilt any more than I did before, but the judge says he's not guilty, so that's all there is to it. Now, you get out of my way.
I don't take kindly.
I'm through listening to what you take kindly.
Now, Marshal.
And if you know what's good for you, you'll stay out of my sight.
Want me to lock him up, Matt? For disturbing the peace?
You do what you want, Tom. It's your town. But I'd just let him lie there. It may do something for his family honor.
I guess you're right, Sam. Better order some more glasses. I swear, it seems I just got some now.
Well, customers ain't very gentle with him, Kitty. That's a fact.
Customers aren't too gentle with anything around here. Oh, hello, Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
Sam.
Hello, Marshal.
You want to take your poison standing up or sitting down?
Well, I think I'll sit down, Kitty.
Yeah, pour a couple of beers, will you, Sam?
Sure thing. How was the trip to Wichita, Marshal?
Oh, not too bad, Sam. A little dusty's all.
Here you are.
Thanks, Sam. You want to carry him to the table, Matt?
Sure, Kitty. There we are. That's good.
You look tired, Matt.
Well, I spent the day helping Joe Hatch break a string of cow ponies. Those horses are bigger than I am.
And younger, too.
Yeah, they sure are. Well, anything been going on around here, Kitty?
No, been pretty quiet, Matt.
That's good. I'd like an empty jail tonight.
Well, there is one thing that I've been kind of wondering about.
No? What's that?
Well, it's that Reed Morley.
The boy I took to Wichita?
Yeah, he's back.
You know, I'd have bet my last dollar that he wouldn't want to come back here.
You didn't?
What do you mean?
His brother, that Clayt. Do you know him?
Yeah, we've run into each other.
Well, Clayt's insisting that Reed come back here to live.
How do you know all this, Kitty?
Well, the boy spends most of his time in here drinking, Matt. He says Clayt's making him stay in Dodge.
Does he say why?
Well, Reed says he has to stay here until folks stop talking about the killing and that woman, till everybody's convinced of his innocence.
For the family honor, huh?
Yeah, how did you know?
Oh, I heard about it somewhere. Well, Kitty, we better enjoy the quiet around here while we can.
What do you mean, Matt?
It's my guess that either that boy or his brother's going to blow up. And I don't know which would be the worst.
Here you are, Mr. Dillon. Burning good and bright now.
Thanks, Chester.
I'm sure am sorry it fizzled out on you that way. I could have swore I put coal oil in it just yesterday.
No, that's all right, Chester.
No, sir, it ain't all right at all. Fella ought to do the job he's being paid for, to my way of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, there's some jobs that's got just too many little details in them for a man to keep up with proper and all. Like sleeping out, reading up, making coffee, and fetching mail, all that stuff sometimes just gets to be too much for
Chester,
sure. But
what are you muttering about?
I was just saying, Mr. Dillon, that there's an awful lot for a body to do around here, keeping up the office and all.
Oh? You think there's too much work to do you?
Well, I was just kind of thinking that...
You think I should hire a younger man, maybe, huh?
No, sir, Mr. Dillon, indeed not. It's just...
Then why don't you shut up and let me read through these papers, please?
Yes, sir.
Chester, quit that rattling. Will you settle down someplace?
It ain't me, Mr. Dillon. I am not doing nothing at all.
All right, Chester. I guess it was the wind.
No, sir, Mr. Dillon, that ain't the wind. There's somebody working the door that way.
We'll see who it is.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Oh. My land, Mr. Dillon, somebody laying there. Look.
What? Yeah. He's hurt bad. Here, help me get him in, Chester.
Yes, sir, I will. Oh, my land.
Easy. Easy now. Hey, we'll put him down on the cot here.
Well, Mr. Dillon, it's Reed Morley. What do you suppose?
I don't know, Chester. From the looks of him, he's not going to be able to tell us for a while either. Now go get Doc.
Uh-huh. That's better. I tell you, Matt, that's about as bad a beating as a man can take.
Yeah. Is he going to be all right, Doc?
Oh, yes, I think so, but he's going to be sore for a while. Awful sore.
Hey, look, Doc. Looks like he's about to come to.
I shouldn't wonder with all that water I splashed on him. There we are. That'll do. I won't be needing any more hot water, Chester. You can take the rest of these things out. Okay, Doc. Can he stay here for the night, Matt? He should be able to limp away by morning.
Oh, yeah, Doc, sure. Can I talk to him?
Oh, talk shouldn't hurt him. Just don't go slapping him on the back, though. Okay, and I'm going to go back to the office. Try not to have any more riots tonight, will you, Matt? I'm short on sleep.
I'll try, Doc.
Matt.
Yeah, Doc.
You better hope that this fella was the loser in that fight. Because if he wasn't, the other man is sure to be dead.
Thanks, Doc. Good night.
Good night.
Reed?
You better lock that door.
You're all right, Reed. Just settle down.
You'll be after me.
No? Who'll be after you?
You gotta protect me, Marshal.
Now, come on, speak up. Who's after you?
Clayton.
Clayton? Your brother?
He's gonna kill me. You gotta stop it, Marshal.
Well, what happened?
He beat me. And he says he's gonna kill me in the morning. He'll do it too, Marshal. Now you gotta stop him.
He was trying to save your neck back in Wichita.
Yeah. He found out.
Well, what did he find out?
About that woman.
Oh. You killed her.
Didn't want to tell him, Marshal.
I bet you didn't.
I was drinking. I ain't been able to do nothing but keep on drinking since I got back to Dodge. Every place I go, I see your face, except when I got drunk enough.
And Clade was making you stay here?
Yeah, Marshal. Yeah, I didn't want to. I wanted to go anywhere else. That's what happened tonight.
Go on.
I was trying to get him to say I could go away. Just move on. He was being bullheaded the way he's always been. Going on about the family name the way he does. Well, I wanted to shut him up about it.
So you told him?
Yeah, I told him. I thought he'd throw me out, tell me never to come back. That's what I wanted.
Looks like he did a pretty good job of it.
Well, he's not finished, Marshal. He's coming after me. Now, you got to protect me.
Now, that's where you're wrong.
Now, what do you mean?
I don't have to protect you.
Well, you don't understand, Marshal. He's crazy. He'll kill me. Now, the law's got to take care of me.
The law tried to take care of you once.
Yeah, but I was acquitted. I'm all square on that, ain't I, Marshal?
Yeah. All you got to worry about now is the family name. Now, you can stay here tonight, but that's all.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Morning, Chester.
I land that Reed Morley back there sure sleeping like he was dead. He ain't showing no sign of moving at all.
He's sleeping off a bad beating.
Oh, say, did you mean to leave that cell door open that way?
Yeah, I meant it. He isn't a prisoner, Chester.
I can't think of it. I guess he ain't at that. Funny thing, ain't it, Mr. Dillon?
Now, what's so funny?
Well, the law can't touch a man again after it's tried him, even if he does turn out to be guilty of sin.
The law's stood up for a long time, Chester. I guess it knows what it's doing.
Well, it still don't make no sense to me. Oh, you been needing me for a little bit, Mr. Dillon?
No, Chester. You can go ahead and eat.
All right, sure. Ain't you coming?
No, not yet.
All right, I won't. Oh, say, you want me to close the door into the back?
No, never mind, Chester. I'll do it.
All right.
Marshal Dillon?
Hello, Morley.
This is not an easy call for me to make.
No, I guess not.
I want you to know, though, Marshal, when a Morley makes a mistake, he admits it. I want to apologize to you and to the law.
That's a little late for that.
I know that, Marshal. I found out last night my brother did kill that woman.
That's too late, too. He can't be tried again.
No, Marshal. It isn't too late. I mean to see justice done, even if the law was unable to do it.
Just how do you intend to do that?
I will take care of my brother, Marshal, for the honor of the family.
All right, you take care of him, just so you keep him away from me.
Oh, he'll be away from everybody, Marshal.
What do you mean?
He'll be dead.
Now, listen here, Morley. I don't blame you for wanting to skin him alive. I don't blame you for beating him the way you did. I got no mind to protect him, but I can't stand still for a killing. You better understand that.
Did you just mention a beating? How did you know about that?
I saw him.
He's here, isn't he? He came to you for help. I should have known.
Yeah, Clay, he's here.
Didn't expect you to hide a killer, Marshal.
Stay out of there, Clay. I'm not hiding it.
Not anymore, you're not.
Clay, no. No.
You're a fool, Morley. You've killed him.
Had to be done, Marshal. It was a matter of honor.
The law will call it murder. I'm locking you up, Morley.
You saying I'll stand trial?
And this time the court will make it stick.
I won't hang, Marshal. There's never been a Morley hung.
Don't be a fool, Morley. Drop your...
Mr. Dillon, I heard them shots. I would... My gracious, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
They both dead?
Yeah. It's like he was saying. A Morley is never hung. It's a matter of family honor.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Vic Perrin, and Jack Moyles. Farley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
This is close enough. Let's leave the horses here, Boyles.
Okay.
Don't forget your rifle.
Yeah, I got it. That's him over by the corral. Looks like he's alone, all right.
He's alone. Who else could stand being around them stinking sheep?
Must be something awful wrong with a man like that, Joe.
There is. We're going to set it right. Watch him now.
I don't see he's wearing a gun.
Probably got one hid out nearby.
Hello?
Your name Gideon Seek?
It is?
These your sheep?
Yeah. You got anybody helping you? I always work alone.
I notice you ain't wearing a gun, Seek.
I don't even own a gun. You don't? I don't believe in killing.
Well, we do.
Most men do.
Zeke, this is cow country. You know what that means?
Oh. It's my sheep.
We got to make an example of you. Other people might get ideas. If we don't, pretty soon the country'd turn white with them willies.
But I only have a few. Only 24 of them.
There's 24 too many. We're going to kill them, Sick. We're going to shoot every one of them.
Oh, no.
You go running to the law, we'll come back and shoot you.
Well, you can't kill them.
You try to stop us, we'll have to hit you on the head.
I won't do anything. He's too scared, Kel. Come on, let's get to work. Oh, please. Please, don't kill those animals.
You just stand right there. Be keeping one eye on you. You start the other end, Boyles. I'll start here.
Okay. But you mustn't do it.
You'll have a lot of meat left. If you eat sheep meat.
I don't eat any kind of meat, but you mustn't kill them.
Shut up. Let's get it done, Boyles.
I'm ready.
Go ahead, then. Stand back, Zeke.
You know,
Now, Matt, you sure Chester's going to bring my mail back too?
Well, he said he would.
But where is he? The Santa Fe pulled in 2 hours ago.
Oh, they have to sort it, don't they? What are you so anxious about, anyway? You expecting a lot of money or something?
I could use a little money. Eh? Oh, and there's a man who owes me $20.
Oh.
Gideon Seek. He's just getting off his wagon there.
Well, Gideon's an honest man. He'll pay you.
Oh, I know that. I'm not worried about him.
Good morning, Doc.
Well,
Marshal.
Morning, Gideon.
How are you?
Doc, I got bad news for you.
Oh?
I'd meant to bring in some sheep today, and I was going to pay you when I sold them.
Oh, well, I can wait, Gideon.
Well, I'm afraid it'll be a long time now, Doc.
Oh, that's all right.
Something happened, Gideon?
I lost my sheep, Marshal.
You lost them?
I'm going to get some more as soon as I can, and I'll pay you, Doc. Now, you know I'll pay you.
Oh, of course I do.
Well, goodbye.
So long, Gideon.
Oh. He's a strange one.
Yeah, he is.
But how could a man lose all his sheep, man?
I don't know, Doc. But I got to ride out that way in a couple of days. I'll stop by and have a look.
That whistling man, Bobby Haggart, really started something. Tonight, we'd like to introduce a player piano that could have come right out of the Long Branch in Dodge City.
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Well, I don't see old Gideon nowhere's around, Mr. Jones.
He's probably in the shed, Chester.
What's that big pile of dirt he's got out there?
I don't know. Maybe he's digging a well.
Oh, no, that's too much dirt for a well.
Huh? Well, then ask him what it is.
Well, hello, Gideon. Hello, Chester. Marshal.
Get in.
Won't you come inside?
No, thanks, Gideon. We were just riding by. Chester was wondering what you're digging out there.
Oh, well, that's a grave.
A grave?
My sheep are buried there.
Well, what happened, Gideon?
They got killed.
How?
It doesn't matter, Marshal. I'm going to get some more when I can.
Who did it, Gideon? Tell me.
A couple of men. They shot them.
They shot all your sheep?
Yeah, it's no use asking me their names. I won't tell you.
Don't you want them caught?
No.
Look, Gideon, I know you're a peaceful man and that you never carry a gun and all, but this is a matter for the law. Now, you tell me who did it so I can go after him.
No, I can't.
Why not?
I don't believe in killing, Marshal.
I didn't say I was going to kill him.
They killed your sheep, didn't they?
You don't understand.
Then you better tell us.
I don't believe in killing for any reason, even for food. And I don't believe in trying to resist evil.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if a man strikes me, I don't strike back.
But don't you believe in defending yourself?
The men who killed my sheep will be punished.
Hey, well, if I find them.
No, Marshal. Their own conscience will punish them.
Look, Gideon, you've got a right to think any way you want to think. But so have I. And I'm a lawman.
I'm sorry, Marshal, but I can't help you.
Those men aren't through with you yet. You get more sheep on here, and they'll be back, and the next time they probably won't stop just with a sheep.
I'll win in the end, Marshal.
You're awful stubborn, aren't you?
No more than you are.
All right, Gideon. It's your funeral. Come on, Chester. Hello, Kitty.
Matt, I didn't see you.
You weren't looking for me. Oh, did you find something in that window to blow your money on?
Now, you talk like I'm a cowboy in with 6 months' pay.
I know better than that.
Well, you don't act like it. I was only looking at those wool gloves, Matt.
No?
Hmm?
Oh, those would be nice come winter.
Yeah. By the way, anything new with Gideon?
Well, I haven't seen him since I was out there a couple of weeks ago.
He interests me, that man.
Yeah, me too.
This not fighting back and all. Maybe he's got something, Matt.
He hasn't got his sheep.
No. But he didn't get killed, either. If he'd tried to put up a fight, they'd probably have shot him.
They're still free to do it, whoever they are.
Well, maybe you're right. But at least Gideon's ideas are some different from anybody else's around here.
Yeah, well, that's true for sure.
And it isn't wrong just because it's different.
No.
Think about it, Matt. There can't be a fight unless both parties want it, can there?
Hey, Kitty, look.
Hmm?
Get him off that horse there.
Oh, it's Gideon. First time I ever saw him without his wagon.
Yeah,
He's going in to see Mr. Jonas. Maybe he's going to buy a new one.
maybe. Kitty, I think I'll go say hello.
Oh, sure, Matt. I got to get back to work anyway.
Yeah, I'll stop by later on, huh?
Good.
It's asking a lot of you to trust me, Mr. Jonas. Things going the way they are.
There ain't many men I trust, Gideon, but you're one of them. Oh, hello, Marshal.
Mr. Jonas, how are you, Gideon?
Hello, Marshal.
You hear what happened, Marshal? Have you told him yet, Gideon?
Oh, it's not important.
Not important. His house burned down, that's all.
Oh?
And his wagon along with it.
I'm going to rebuild. Mr. Jonas told me yesterday that he's going to put me on the books for enough material to get started.
Oh, that's mighty good of him.
Oh, glad to do it. Hard-working, honest fella like Gideon.
Must have been a pretty big fire, Gideon.
Yes, it was.
I mean, to burn your wagon up, too.
I got an old wagon out back he can use. You wait here now. I'll go see just how much material I got on hand.
Oh, Gideon?
Well, what, Marshal?
So they came back and burned your house down, huh?
All right, they did. But I'm still not going to tell you who they are.
They must want you out pretty bad, Gideon.
But I'm staying.
They'll kill you next.
It's no use arguing, Marshal.
Hell, it beats me. I don't know what to do.
Well, just don't do anything, Marshal.
Like you, huh?
They can't win.
They're doing pretty well so far, Gideon. Now, I can't beat it out of you, but I sure hate to stand by and watch a man let himself be destroyed.
I guess we'll never understand each other, Marshal.
No, I guess not.
Where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your favorite easy chair? Or out driving? Oh, there you are. In the kitchen. Say, you want to make whatever you're doing more enjoyable? Have a Chesterfield. Enjoy Chesterfield's better taste and mildness. It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Signed, Matt Dillon.
Mr.
Yeah, Chester.
You better come outside.
Oh, what's the matter?
Well, there's a wagon out there and Gideon Seek's in it. He must be hurt bad.
What?
There it is. I seen it coming down the street. There was nobody driving, so I tied the horse up at the rail.
Well, what happened to Gideon?
I don't know. I couldn't see too good in the dark and all, so I come to get you before trying to do anything.
He's been shot, Chester.
He's still alive?
Yeah, but we better get him up to Doc's. Come on, give me a hand here.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Do you think we can ride out and find where it happened? Maybe track him down?
What, at night in the rain?
Well, maybe now he'll tell us who done it.
I doubt it, even if he lives.
He sure does make it hard for the law, doesn't he?
Yeah, he sure does. Hello, Kitty.
Hello, Matt.
Draw me a beer, will you, Sam?
Come in.
How's Gideon sick today, Matt?
Doc says he'll be all right in time.
But he still won't talk?
Oh, he talks all right. I just don't understand him, that's all.
Well, I guess you're just going to have to let him have his way, Matt.
Here's your beer, Marshal.
Oh, thanks, Sam.
Bartender, bring me another bottle, will you?
Oh, another bottle. He sure needs that.
Yeah, he's pretty drunk, isn't he?
He ought to be. Sam says he's been here since morning.
It doesn't look like he's going to make any trouble, though.
I'm not so sure. He's been drinking like he's awful mad at something.
Kitty?
Huh?
Who's that who just came in?
I don't know.
I knew I'd find you, Boyle. You had to come here and get drunk, didn't you?
You just leave me alone, Phil.
What'd you run off for? What's the matter with you?
I told you what's the matter, now leave me alone.
You ain't quitting now.
I'm through, I told you. I mean it. I can't stand it no more.
I start something, I finish it, and I told you this morning I heard it ain't finished yet.
I don't even like to be around you, Kel. You make me ashamed of myself.
You listen. My horse is down the street. I'm a time next to yours, and then I'm coming back here for you. And you're going with me if I have to carry it.
What do you suppose that's all about, Matt?
I don't know. But I think I'll find out.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Kitty. Hello, Boyles.
Oh, you're the marshal, ain't you?
Yeah. What's bothering you?
Plenty. But it ain't none of your business.
What did you do to make you so ashamed of yourself?
Nothing.
You're a cattleman, aren't you?
I'm proud to be one. I sure ain't no stinking sheep herder, no lousy sheep herder.
No. And I don't think you're a coward either.
What?
But you're feeling like one. That's why you're ashamed of yourself. It's kind of hard to beat down a man who won't fight back, isn't it?
How'd you find out, Marshal?
From you, I guess.
We ain't dead. Kel heard about that this morning, but I ain't going on with it. I'm through. I can't stand it no more.
You finish your drink, Boyles. I'll be back directly.
Well, where are you going, Mr. Dillon?
Wait right here, Chester. I may need you.
Yes, sir. Well, what do you want, Marshal?
I've been talking to your partner, Kel.
What?
Kind of broken him down, what you two have been doing lately.
What are you saying?
It's made him ashamed. Now, you heard him. He can't stand it anymore.
It's Boyles you're talking about. He's drunk. He always gets to feeling sorry for himself when he's drunk.
Uh-huh. You shot a man last night, Kel. You left him for dead.
You better be ready to back that up, Marshal.
I'm ready.
All right, you can have Boyles. He won't fight. But you ain't taking me.
You think I'm going to let you ride out of here?
Enough talk, Marshal. Is he dead, Mr. Dillon?
He's dead, Chester.
But what happened? Who is he?
There's a man at the bar of the Long Branch. His name's Boyles. He's drunk. Go lock him up.
Boyles? Who's he?
Like Gideon said, Chester. Boyles punished himself.
And he was wrong about Kel here. I had to do that. So I guess we were both right.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
A cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
You know, when frontier settlers cleared their land, they left the brush piled around their place and earned the name Nester, because from a distance it looked like a big old bird's nest. Well, next week, a nester causes trouble when he won't leave his land. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Ralph Moody, John Daner, Harry Bartell, and Jack Moyles. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Live modern. Change to L&M.
Live modern. Smoke L&M. Only with L&M can you enjoy the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobacco. No other cigarette, plain or filter, gives you the full, exciting flavor you get through the pure white miracle tip. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Well, well, for heaven's sake. Matt,
Yeah, what, Doc?
look at that coming. It's a Surrey.
What?
A four-passenger Surrey. Oh, well, that's the first one of those I've seen west of St. Louis.
What? That's Kitty up there with the driver, isn't it, Doc?
Kitty? Oh, why, so it is. But who is the driver?
I don't know. I don't know the one sitting in back either.
Hey, that's pretty fancy for Dodge.
Yeah. Yeah, those are a couple of dudes, if I ever saw any.
Green as squash.
Hi, Matt. Hello, Doc.
Hi, Kitty.
Hello, Kitty.
Haven't met anyone?
Haven't even seen them, Kitty.
Here they are. Marshal Dillon, Doc Adams, Sir Samuel Sprague, and Clifton Bunker.
Hello.
Howdy,
Sprague.
Mr. Bunker. Quite a wagon you gentlemen have.
We brought it with us, Doctor, on the train. We've been all over the country around here in that Surrey, haven't we, Bunker?
What are you, prospectors?
No, Doc.
We're writers, Doctor, from New York.
Writers?
Did you ever read anything by Ned Buntline?
Oh, then you're not reporters. You write make-believe stories.
Well, we want to write true stories, Doctor, but there doesn't seem to be much material around here.
Kind of disappointed. There hasn't been a gunfight since they arrived, and every Indian in Kansas seems to be growing old on a reservation.
We're not going to get any stories this way.
You mentioned that writer, Ned Buntline, Mr. Sprigg. I met him once through Jim Bridger.
Oh, yes, he wrote a lot of stories about Jim Bridger's adventures.
Mm-hmm. Most of them were lies. They made Bridger look like a fool.
They also made Jim Bridger famous, Marshal.
Like Wyatt Earp, Buntline wrote about him, too.
Anything wrong with being famous?
I guess it depends how you get that way, Mr. Sprigg.
Yeah, go stir 'em up some Indians, Matt. A few massacred families out here would... Oh, that'd make nice reading in New York.
Yeah.
Let's go get a drink, Kitty.
You two go ahead. I'll join you.
All right. Good day, gentlemen.
Gentlemen.
Well, you were a great help.
What do you care about them, Kitty?
I don't think a series of stories in the New York papers would hurt Dodge any, do you?
Oh, she's thinking of business, Matt. I keep forgetting she's half owner of the Long Branch now.
So that's it, huh?
Of course it is. Don't want anybody killed, but you might at least be polite to him.
Haven't got time, Kitty.
What?
I got to ride up to Hayes City tomorrow. May not be back for a week.
Good.
You want to come along?
Ha!
Introducing one of the country's best-known jazz musicians and arrangers, Mr. Bobby Haggart. How about whistling along with him?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed by Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Hey, look, that's cavalry up ahead there, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Pretty sloppy looking, ain't they? Half of them ain't even setting their saddles straight.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, not that I blame them none. Riding them terrible McClellan
I
saddles.
think they've been hit, Chester. They must have had a fight.
Hey, by golly, I think you're right.
Let's pull up.
Some of them boys is wounded. And look there. A couple of them tied across their saddles. They're dead.
I think I know that lieutenant, Chester. Yeah, it's Lieutenant Bain.
What in the world do you suppose has happened?
Company! Company! Up!
Hello, Lieutenant. Can we give you any help?
Might have this morning, Marshal.
Indians?
Chief Little Hawk.
Little Hawk. The Pawnee?
Haven't you heard, Marshal?
What? I've been in Hays City for a week.
Little Hawk and 40 Braves jumped reservation 4 or 5 days ago.
He's one of the most peaceful chiefs in Kansas, Lieutenant.
Look at my patrol, Marshal. 2 dead and half a dozen wounded.
I don't understand it.
Neither does anybody else. They wiped out a family over on Walnut Creek yesterday, and he hit us this morning.
You're the only cavalry in the field?
Yeah. Funny thing, we picked up Little Hawk's trail right here, Marshal. Right out of that grove of trees.
Huh?
It's a Pawnee burying ground. Guess they stopped there to make medicine or something. Well, see you at the dance, Marshal.
Yeah, Lieutenant. I'm sorry it happened.
Yeah, so am I. Company! Company! Forward! Forward!
Come on, Chester.
Them poor devils, they really got it, didn't they?
Well, they're not far from Fort Dodge now.
Where are we going? To look at this Pawnee graveyard?
Not exactly a graveyard, Chester.
Well, what is it then?
You'll see.
Mr. Dillon, what's all them poles sticking up over there? With them platforms on them?
Graves, Chester.
Oh, yeah. I've heard of that. They bury people up in the air on them platforms, don't they?
Yeah, that's right.
But these is all new, Mr. Dillon. At least they're empty. There ain't no corpses laying on them.
No. Little Hawk must have come by here to pick up his dead and take him with him.
What for?
I don't know.
They must have been in an awful hurry. Look at that platform over there.
Uh-huh.
It's half tore down.
Yeah, I noticed it.
The rest of them ain't.
No.
I declare, I don't feel right here, Mr. Dillon.
Neither do I, Chester. All right, come on, let's go.
I'll buy us the first drinks, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester.
I swear my throat's solid alkali.
Yeah, so's mine. No, it's Kitty.
Yeah, she wants you, Mr. Dillon.
I'll join you at the bar, Chester.
All right, sir.
How long have you been back, Matt?
Oh, since noon, Kitty. I had a lot of business at the bank.
Oh?
Well, not personal business, you understand.
Matt, you remember Spriggan Bunker?
No. Are those dudes still in town?
Matt, they want to talk to you.
Now, Kitty, their stories aren't going to put Dodge on the map. It's already there. Texas cattle did it, not New York riders.
Please, Matt, I'm asking you.
Well, if you're going to turn female on me.
You forget I'm part owner of this place now. I can have you thrown out.
Yeah? Well, I'd sure be talking to those two.
Oh, right there, Matt, at that table. You see him?
No.
Well, then walk around a while. You'll find him. I'm going to talk to Chester.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Marshal Dillon.
Sit down, Marshal. Sit down.
All right.
Marshal, we've got a proposition to make you.
Oh?
You tell him, Sprigg.
Well, Marshal, we heard about those Indians. Some soldiers from Fort Dodge were in here a while ago.
And?
We want to find them.
What are you talking about, Sprigg?
Well, I don't mean find them exactly, but the next time they attack some settler, we want to be the first to get there.
That way we'd really see what it's like, Marshal. Maybe we could even talk to the survivors, if there are any.
We'll pay you well.
Pay me for what?
For guiding us, for taking us there.
What do you say, Marshal?
You want me to guide a couple of vultures like you?
Well, that's uncalled for, Marshal.
Why don't you go back to New York, huh? They got plenty of corpses there. And they're a whole lot prettier than anything the Indians might leave for you.
Now, look here, Marshal.
Just no getting along with him at all, Sprigg.
Well, you certainly didn't talk to them very long, Matt.
Is that my drink, Chester?
No, sir, it ain't. No, it ain't. It ain't. It's yours now.
Pour yourself another one. I'll buy it.
Well, thank you. I don't mind if I do. Oh, Mr. Dillon, look at this little dido Miss Kitty's been showing me.
Huh?
Well, they had it hung up behind the bar there. See, it's all carved out of bone.
Here, let me see that, Chester.
Interesting, isn't it, Matt?
Where'd this come from, Kitty?
Well, it's an Indian totem of some kind. Sprigg and Bunker brought it in.
Sprigg and Bunker?
But they were just lending it to us to hang behind the bar. Now what? I'll go with him, Chester.
Well, I'll go.
Where did your men get this totem?
We've had enough of you for tonight, Marshal.
Well, I want to know where you got this totem, Sprigg.
You're choking me.
Then tell me.
We got it from a soldier.
A soldier? What soldier?
A private from Fort Dodge. His name was Roger Harlow. We bought it. What is it, Mr. Dillon?
Chester, we're riding out to Fort Dodge in the morning. And time to wake up Major Honeyman.
All right, Marshal. B Company moved out yesterday. My judgment of the situation is that they'll make almost immediate contact.
I see, Major.
But I don't like your insinuation that the cavalry is responsible for Little Hawk jumping reservation. Well, I'll admit garrison life's dull, but no soldier in my command would want action that badly. Where's your proof, Marshal?
Right here, Major.
Why, this is a Pawnee totem.
It's more than that, Major. It's a Fox Clan totem.
Little Hawk's clan.
Yeah. Well, I've told you where I think it came from. Now let's get that private in here and settle this, huh?
Marshal, I'll feed him to Little Hawk if this is true. Oh, Sergeant Grimes. Oh, what'd you say his name is?
Harlow. Roger Harlow.
Yes, Major?
Now, Sergeant, you pride yourself on knowing every man at Fort Dodge.
As regimental sergeant, I consider it my duty, sir.
What company is Private Roger Harlow assigned to?
Private Roger Harlow?
Yes, that's right.
There ain't no Roger Harlow on this post, Major. There never had been.
Where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your kitchen? Getting ready for Sunday supper? Maybe in your living room, relaxing? Or out driving? Say, be sure and watch the road. But remember, there's pleasure ahead when you smoke Chesterfield. when you satisfy yourself with Chesterfield's better taste and mildness. It stands to reason. A cigarette made better and packed better smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Matt? Huh? Tell Matt.
Morning, Doc.
Hey, good morning. Did you find Sprigg and Bunker last night, man?
No. We finally learned at the stable they drove out of Dodge in that Surrey yesterday morning.
You going after them?
Yeah, as soon as Chester comes with our horses.
What do you think they're up to now, man?
I wish I knew, Doc.
They ought to be hung.
Hey, Doc.
Huh?
Look over there. Coming into the plaza.
Oh, yeah, well, you won't have to ride after them now.
No.
Them and their fancy Surrey. Yep, Matt, where you going?
Hello, Marshal.
Get on, Bunker. You too, Sprigg. Now.
Well, all right. We saw it, Marshal. We saw practically all of it. It was exciting.
And with no help from you either.
Oh, it was magnificent. The cavalry really got their own back this time.
What are you talking about, Bunker?
The Indians. The cavalry practically wiped them out.
What?
Yesterday, Marshal, just before dark. We were driving along the Arkansas and heard all that gunfire and commotion up ahead. And we got there just in time to see what few Indians were left running for their lives. They killed all but half a dozen of them, and they got that Chief Little Hawk, too.
You saw this, huh?
Oh, now, Marshal, we wouldn't be making it up, would we? And I might add that it's about time we saw something around here.
You know, Sprigg, I was talking to Doc Adams over there when you drove in. You know what he'd like to see?
No?
He'd like to see you and Bunker hung.
What?
And so would I.
What's the matter with you, Marshal?
Why did you tell me a soldier gave you that totem?
Oh, you found out.
Why did you lie about it?
Because you were choking me and because I didn't know what you'd do next. Or why.
Why? You men robbed a Pawnee grave. You stole a totem of Little Hawk's clan.
Well, that's all we took. Who cares about a savage idol anyway?
Little Hawk did. He went on the warpath.
Oh, nonsense, Marshal. Over a fool thing like that?
Marshal, you're not standing up for a bloodthirsty redskin, are you?
I knew Little Hawk, Sprigg. He was a good chief. He was a brave man and a peaceful one. Till you shamed him.
Well, he's not shamed now, Marshal. He's a good Indian.
Now, you get out, both of you. You get out today. Enough men have died because of you. And you go back to New York. And when you get there, you write a story about a marshal who'd have liked nothing better than handing you over to Little Hawk. If he were still alive.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
A cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
You know, there's a saying on the frontier, kicking won't get you nowheres lessen you're a mule. Well, next week, a man complains that somebody's trying to kill him and isn't believed until it happens. But that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, John Daner, Joseph Kearns, Lou Krugman, and Ralph Moody. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Live modern. Change to L&M.
Only with L&M can you enjoy the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos through the modern miracle of the pure white Miracle Tip. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Live modern. Change to L&M.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The trip from Hays City to Dodge was long enough horseback, but by stagecoach, it seemed endless. There were only 2 passengers besides me, and after the first hour on the road, we stopped talking and just sat there in silence, waiting for the ride to be over. I'd been up late the last few nights, so I braced myself into one corner of the coach and fell asleep. I vaguely remember the stage pulling to a stop and somebody shouting. But I came fully awake when the door was jerked open and a man behind a bandana stuck a shotgun in my face.
Get out of the coach.
Hands in front of you. Be a pleasure to blast you open. All right. Take his gun, Charlie.
Yeah.
Now, stand over there with the driver. You two next. Now get on out and don't try nothing.
How come you didn't start shooting when they stopped me, Marshal?
Well, I was sound asleep, Hank.
Well, I'm sure glad of that. If we put up a fight, that fellow with the shotgun would have blowed me clean off the seat.
Yeah. How many of them are there? Just these two?
That's all I've seen.
Well, there could be somebody with a rifle hiding in that clump of elder over there.
Could be...
That'll learn him, Charlie.
Hey, look. He killed him, Marshal.
Yeah, the man was a fool to try that.
Go get the box down, Charlie. Take this one to help you. Oh, come on, you. I'll keep an eye on these two here. So, you're a marshal, huh?
I am.
Well, that greenhorn got himself killed. He shouldn't have tried to shoot Charlie.
No, he shouldn't. Not with a little derringer.
Charlie got hit. Right in the arm.
Yeah, I saw it.
I just don't want nobody chasing us for murder.
Under the circumstances, it was murder.
It was, huh? Well, then the only thing to do is shoot the whole bunch of you and have done with it.
No, you can't do that. Mister, I got a wife and 2 kids in Dodge.
What I hear, Dodge ain't a very good place to raise a family anyway.
Look, you're in enough trouble already. Besides, you didn't kill that man. Your partner did.
Hey, that's right. It's Charlie they'll be after. How much money is there in that box, driver?
I don't know. They never tell me.
Well, we'll find out. He's got it open now. Load it in them saddlebags, Charlie.
I got an idea you're new at this game.
Look, if a man was holding a shotgun on me and I was unarmed, I wouldn't have no ideas about nothing, Marshal.
You always carry a shotgun, mister?
Why?
Well, we might meet sometime when you don't have one.
You're gonna make me shoot you yet?
Hey, look, your partner's ready to go.
Okay. Don't you make a move till we're out of sight. We'll ride back and kill every one of you. You understand?
I guess there's nothing we can do but stand here.
That's all, Hank. For right now, anyway.
Ow!
What'd you do, Kitty? Burn your mouth again?
Oh, darn it, yes. What do you mean again?
Well, it seems like you always do if the coffee's hot enough.
Thanks for the sympathy.
It's as much as you gave me about the stage hold-up the other day.
All I said was I'm glad you were asleep. You're a lot safer that way.
Now, being safe isn't exactly my main goal, Kitty.
Yeah, I know. How much money was there, Matt?
$2,000? You'd think they'd have paid a man to ride shotgun.
Have you any idea who did it?
No, they were both masked.
I hear Wells Fargo put up a reward for him.
Now, there's $1,000 for the one who killed the passenger, dead or alive.
They must want him real bad.
That's not good for business. People getting murdered.
What about the other one?
$300 for his capture. And if you recover the stolen money, Kitty, well, they'll give you half of it.
If I found that money, they'd give me all of it.
You'll end up in jail yet.
Well, the Texas Trail isn't far from being a jail. For me, anyway. I gotta get back there pretty soon, Matt.
Sure.
Hey, you. Waiter. Come here and take this money or I'll throw it at you.
Another gentleman in town.
Kitty, I don't want to turn around. What does he look like?
Well, I think it's the one with the black beard
You
over there.
heard me, waiter. Get over here before I bust your neck.
That's a one, all right.
Is there anybody with him?
No, he's alone. And he's leaving now.
Oh, good. No, don't stare at him. I don't want him to see me.
Well, he's not even looking this way. He's going out the door, Matt.
All right, come on. I want to follow him.
Okay.
Is that him ahead of us there?
The big man, yeah. Who is he, Matt?
I'm not sure. But he sounds an awful lot like somebody I want.
You going to arrest him?
No, not till I'm sure. Maybe not even then.
Look, he's going up to Doc's.
Yeah, so he is. Kitty, I'll leave you here.
Okay. Thanks for the supper, Matt.
Sure, anytime.
Tomorrow?
Well, I might be real busy tomorrow.
I figured that. So long, Matt.
Goodbye, Kitty.
That's a serious thing. It sounds like his arm is infected to me. How'd he do it?
Well, he just tore it on some wire.
Well, why didn't you bring him into town? It might be gangrene.
Is that bad?
Bad. Why, he could lose the arm, or even die. Where is he, anyway?
On the prairie, in camp. Ain't there some medicine or something I could take back with me, Doc?
Oh, hello, Matt.
Good evening, Doc.
Yeah.
Go right ahead. I just came up for a smoke.
Oh, sure. Sit down, Matt.
Yeah, thanks.
Now, look, mister. There isn't a medicine in the world.
Never mind.
But
Doc.
I'm telling you...
Forget it. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Everything's okay.
Yes. You better not wait too long. I'm warning you.
I won't. We'll take care of everything tomorrow. So long.
That man's crazy, that's what.
No, he's not crazy, Doc.
No, you should have heard him.
I did.
What do you mean you did?
I was outside the door, Doc. Well, he's going under the Olafraganza. I guess he isn't too worried.
What's this all about, Matt?
Doc, I'll explain it to you later. Right now, I gotta find Chester.
Oh, Chester? Yes, he's down in the office. I just left him.
Oh, good. I sure hope he's had a lot of sleep lately.
What's that?
He's gonna be pretty busy tonight. I'll see you later, Doc. Well, did you follow him all night, Chester?
Oh, Mr. Dillon, I'm about ready to drop. Everything's getting hazy.
Where is he? In the restaurant there?
Yes, sir, that's where he went. He gambled the entire night. I swear I don't know how he stays awake. I can't hardly keep my eyes open.
Oh, rub a rouser or tobacco juice on him, Chester. That'll help.
Oh, my goodness. He just come out the door.
Yeah, he's seen us. Stand steady.
Yes, sir.
Marshal, I got a complaint.
No, is that so?
Sure is. I had an idea this man's tracking me all night had something to do with you.
Oh, how'd you know I was following you?
Mister, you might as well have been wearing snowshoes with cowbells tied on them.
No, that's not true. That's a doggone
Never
lie
mind,
now.
Chester, never mind. What is your complaint, mister?
Well, you. Can't a decent citizen ride into Dodge and do a little gambling without being haunted by your man here?
Well, that depends on how decent the citizen really is. What name do you go by, anyway?
My own. Jeremo.
Jeremo? Is that all there is to it?
That's all.
Yeah. Well, Jeremo, I just didn't want you to leave town without my knowing about it.
Why not? I ain't done nothing.
Well, Doc told me about your partner. The one who tore his arm on some wire.
What about him?
Well, I'm curious to see if you're going to take care of him, that's all.
Well, of course I am.
He'll die if you don't hurry.
Well, I'm going after him.
When?
Well, it's no business of yours when. And anybody following me is likely to run into trouble.
From a shotgun, Jeremo?
I don't use a shotgun, Marshal.
Your partner's dying, Germo. You're wasting time. And he's dying.
He's my partner, not yours. I'll take care of him.
Sure, Germo. But you better hurry.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, since 1910, the work output of each of us has more than doubled, and the average annual income has gone from $2,400 a year to about $4,000. Yet about 18 hours has been cut off the average work week. These facts add up to the better we produce, the better we live. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
Chester had been up all night, so I sent him to bed, and I hired a Kiowa Indian I knew to keep an eye on Germo. But even though his partner was dying of gangrene from the bullet wound he'd received at the stage holdup, Germo didn't leave Dodge that day, or the next. He knew I'd track him to their hideout and to the stolen money if he did, and he wasn't the kind of a man who'd risk his own neck just to save his partner's life. And since I had no real evidence yet, there was no use arresting him. So, all I could do was wait.
That Indian is a wonder to behold, Mr. Dillon. He hasn't slept a wink in 2 whole days, and he don't even look tired.
No, but Germo looked tired the last time I saw him.
Oh, he's been sleeping regular.
Yeah, I know. But all this is wearing him out just the same. Yeah, he's getting pretty spooky.
Well, I should think he would, with what he's got on his conscience.
I better ask Satank if he knows another Kiowa who could spell him for a while. I think he's got a cousin around here somewhere.
Oh, it makes my bones ache just to think about him not sleeping at all.
Marshal, I got something to tell you.
Huh? Who are you?
My name is Verd, but I'm nobody, Marshal. Just a cowboy.
Well, there's nothing wrong with being a cowboy, Verd.
Sometimes there is. Like yesterday.
Oh, what's the trouble?
I found a dead man, Marshal, out on the prairie.
How'd he die?
Well, it looked to me like he got shot. That's why I come to you.
Did you bury him?
No. I wrapped a blanket around him, though.
Yeah. Where is he, Verd?
Not far from here. Maybe 15 miles.
Yeah. Chester.
Yes, sir?
Get our horses. We'll ride out and have a look.
Yeah, he's still there, Marshal. Nothing's been eaten on him.
He sure got himself hid out here. My, it's a wonder anybody ever found him.
Verd, you want to take the blanket off of him?
Sure. There.
Yeah. How did you know he'd been shot?
Well, his arm, it's all swole up, Marshal. And then, you see here, I noticed that bullet hole in his sleeve there.
Yeah. Well, looks like you've made yourself $1,000, Verd.
What?
Wells Fargo offered it for this man, dead or alive. He robbed a stage a few days back.
He did? Well, ain't I in luck?
And there's another 1,000 for whoever finds the money he stole.
It's probably buried around here somewheres, don't you think, Mr. Dillon?
Hey, that reminds me, I noticed something funny over there in them anthills. Like the ground been dug up.
Show us, Verd.
Yeah. Sure, Marshal. Right over here, wait. There. See it? Right there? Right by that big one?
Yeah.
Well, I declare. Huh. By golly, I think he's right, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, there's something been buried here, all right.
Yeah. I think I can... Yeah, there it is. There, I got it. Hey, looky there, Marshal. It's a money bag. And I found it, didn't I?
Yes, sir. That's right, Bird.
Here, look at that. That's real money, all right. Marshal, I found it, so I get the reward, won't I? 'Cause I knew where it was.
Yeah, you sure did, Bert. We dug up the rest of the money and then made the hole into a grave. And we buried the dead man right there. On the way back to Dodge, I told Verd he could talk all he wanted about finding the bandit's body and the reward he'd collect for it, but that he wasn't to say a word about the money we'd recovered. He couldn't understand why, and I didn't explain it to him, but I warned him he'd never get a penny of either reward if he didn't do as I said. Back in town, I didn't let him out of my sight for the next 2 days. I figured it'd make Germo pretty worried. And it sure did.
You know, it's mighty good to get off of that prairie just for change.
Should think it would be. You don't come to town much, do you? I never seen you around here before.
Well, I've been too broke, Chester.
Well, sir, it sure takes money to see the elephant in Dodge nowadays.
I'll be able to afford it soon enough. Ain't that right, Marshal?
It looks that way, Verd. Yeah, you've been mighty lucky. So far.
What do you mean, so far?
Nothing.
Evening, Marshal.
Hello, Germo.
This the fellow who found your bandit for you?
Yeah, I was just telling him how lucky he is.
Yeah, all that reward money. $1,000, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Is that all you're getting, mister?
What do you mean, is that all?
Well, there was more reward than that offered.
Oh, you mean the stolen money? Oh, it's too bad about that, wasn't it, Bert?
We didn't find no stolen money.
You didn't?
Oh, but looked everywhere. There'd been some digging nearby, but there was nothing in the hole.
Yeah. Well, now, what do you make of that? Just plain disappeared, huh?
Yeah. Looks that way.
Well, that's sure too bad, ain't it? But you can't have all the money in the world, mister.
I ain't got all the money in the world.
I'll see you later.
Marshal, I did like you told me. I didn't say nothing.
You did fine, Verd. Just fine. When we left the saloon a little later, I noticed Germo standing in the darkness of the alley, waiting. I was pretty sure he'd follow us as we crossed the plaza and walk up Front Street. When we reached Kelly's stable, Verd wanted to go in and see if his horse had been fed, so we said goodnight and left him there. Chester and I walked on a little ways. Then we turned off the street. We went back, entered the stable from the rear. Inside, we could hear voices. And we sneaked up from stall to stall until we were close enough to make them out.
Tell me where the money is, Bud. What did you do with it?
I told you, Germo. The marshals got it. We dug it up.
You're lying. Now, who turned in $2,000 to collect $1,000? You've stole it and hid it somewhere else.
No, I didn't. I tell you.
The marshal himself said there'd been some digging nearby. What'd you do with it, Bud? Now, tell me before I kill you.
No. Listen a minute, Germo. Look, when you didn't come back, I figured you got caught. And then Charlie died, and I got scared.
You always was a coward. That's why we left you in the bushes with a rifle when we stopped the stage.
No, that don't matter, but look, Germo, don't you see, this way we're both safe, because I'll split both the rewards with you. You know I will.
You're lying. And I'm going to kill you for it.
No, now don't, Jerry.
Hold it, Tomo! Tomo!
You're next, Marshal.
You should have had your shotgun, Germo.
I should have killed you with the holdup. That was my big mistake.
No. If you'd have trusted Verd, you both could have got by with us.
He was telling me the truth?
He was. And you'd have never been convicted on what evidence I had.
Well, I guess every man's entitled to make a few mistakes. Marshal?
Germo? Well, you won't make any more.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, John Daner, and Lawrence Dobkin. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. This Monday night, Frank Lovejoy stars on CBS Radio's Suspense. Remember, Monday night, Frank Lovejoy in On a Country Road, presented by radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense, over most of these same stations. George Walsh speaking. For mystery mixed with merriment, join Mr. and Mrs. North Tuesday evenings on the CBS Radio Network. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely. Her name was Rose, and she was pretty. And that's all anybody in Dodge knew about the girl. She'd come in on the stage from the south a month before and opened a blackjack table in the Long Branch, working on a 50-50 split with the house. The game got a big play, of course. A woman gambler was a new thing in Dodge. And some of the smartest and crookedest cardmen in town started coming around to try their luck. But with Rose dealing, the house never lost. And after a 3-week run of that kind of luck, I figured it was time to look into things.
Oh, doggone it, Matt. We've been sitting here for an hour and a half. How long is it going to take to catch her cheating?
Doc, we're not going to catch her.
We're not?
Yeah, the way she handles that deck, we could sit here till doomsday and never see a thing.
Well, maybe she's dealing honest.
Yeah, maybe. Chester.
Chester. Oh, yeah, Chester. Maybe he noticed something. You know, playing right there at the table with her.
That's the last place in the world to spot a crooked game, Doc.
I swear, I just don't know what you could have been thinking of, Mr. Dillon. Why, she's as nice a young lady as you'd ever care to meet.
Now, how much did she let you win, Chester?
$14.20. Yeah, but that ain't got nothing to do with it. I watched her every second.
All right, Chester. Who was the heavy loser, then?
Well, that Elko Dean must have lost about $200 before he pulled out, but just by betting foolish, Mr. Dillon, why, he didn't have no more reason to do what he done.
Who else?
Well, the ones there now, I reckon young Slim Raddick's out about 150 as the game stands.
He's been losing every night for 2 weeks, the way I hear it.
Well, he gets to making calf eyes at Rose and don't pay no attention to his cards.
Oh, yeah, maybe that's how she does it, Matt. She gets them so all fired up over it that they don't care if school keeps an eye.
Somebody like young Raddick may be, but not the professional gamblers, Doc. You sit down for a while, Chester. I'm going over and talk to her.
What you sipping on?
17 showing. Another card is 10.
Hit me again.
Again it is. 6 of hearts, 23 and busted. Much obliged to you, Mr. Raddick.
You doggone sure ought to be. Seems all I do. Oh, evening, Marshal.
Hello, Slim. Your luck turning on you?
It ain't turning, no way. It's been against me right along.
Then maybe you won't mind if I interrupt the game for a while. That is, with your permission, ma'am. I'd like to talk to you.
Why not? All right, gentlemen, the game is closed. If you want to step over to the bar, the drinks are on me. Well, how about it, Marshal? Do I get a clean bill of health?
Along what lines, Rose?
Running a square game. You've been watching me like a hawk for the last hour and a half. Every deal, every move I made. You see anything off color?
Well, I saw Elko Dean slip a cold deck in on you.
So did I. But I'll give you 10 to 1. You didn't see me slip it right back out.
No, as a matter of fact, I didn't.
Neither did Elko. And that mistake cost him $230. More eventually, because he'll be back here tomorrow night trying to get even.
So the game is crooked, huh?
Marshal, the man who taught me how to handle cards used to say, you can't cheat an honest man, Rose, so don't bother to try. But a crook is fair game any day.
Uh-huh. Tell me something, Rose. How does that fit young Raddick?
Slim?
Yeah.
That's different.
Different how? He's been losing steady here at your table. It can't all be bad luck.
I've tried to keep him away. I told him over and over again to stay out of it and leave me alone.
Stay out of what, Rose?
It doesn't matter. Here, Marshal. Take a look. Go on, count it if you want it. That's the money I've taken from Slim. $2,642. And when I leave Dodge, he'll get it all back. Every cent of it.
Can I ask you something, Rose? What's a girl like you doing in this business, anyway?
Earning a living, for one thing.
Now, there are other ways, you know.
None that I know as well. Besides, it lets me cover a lot of country. Look people over.
Why is that so important?
I'll tell you why, Marshal. I've spent 4 years now looking for one certain man.
Now, you won't quit till you find him, huh?
I found him. Tonight.
Oh?
What happens now?
I'm going to kill him.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Only the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip can bring all of L&M's full, exciting flavor through to you. And that's the big reason why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. Remember, L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. So live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
Jerky. You know something, Mr. Dillon?
No, what, Chester?
The doggone ham you get nowadays ain't nothing like it used to be.
Oh, is that so?
Well, just look at that. Lamb, they don't even half smoke it anymore. Just put on more salt. That's all they do.
Well, it's better than side meat, anyhow.
Why, even down in Texas, we used to smoke our meat at least 2 days.
How are you, Marshal? Chester?
Oh, morning, Slim.
Oh, Slim.
You had breakfast yet?
I'm aiming to right now.
I'll pull up a chair and join us, huh?
Thanks, Marshal.
My, you must have made a night of it. Didn't even get back to the ranch, huh?
Oh, ranch will keep. I have some eggs and ham, Jeff.
Right away, Slim. Yeah, say, maybe if you ain't tried this ham before, you ought to think twice.
I've tried it, Chester. Most every morning out at my place. Jeff here buys all his meat from me.
Oh. Well, it sure is a whole lot better than side meat.
How's the ranch coming along, Slim? Had a good year?
Best one yet.
Mm-hmm.
First time the place has brung me any hard cash. Feels mighty good to hear a few eagles jingling in your pocket.
Might jingle some louder if you stayed clear of that blackjack table.
My luck's bound to change.
Not with Rose dealing. She's warned you already, I understand. Told you to keep out of the game.
I guess I'm a stubborn man, Marshal.
Here's some coffee while you're waiting, Slim.
Oh.
Slim, what are you after?
Well, it's like this. Been 5 years now since I took that leased land up there on Bitter Creek. I spent 5 winters out there all alone. That ain't good for a man. I need me a wife on the place.
Huh? When'd you decide that?
3 weeks ago. First time I seen Rose.
Oh. How'd she feel about it?
Hard to say. She got something on her mind that won't let her think of nothing else.
Yeah, I know, Slim. She told me that she aims to kill a man.
That's so.
You wouldn't know her last name, would you?
I never asked her.
You know where she comes from?
Nope.
Any idea who the man might be?
Marshal, if I did, I reckon I'd up and kill him myself, just to make Rose happy.
You're just the man I was looking for.
How evening, Doc.
Yes, here. Sit down, Matt. You're just in time.
Time for what?
A poker game.
We got these two drummers here, fresh off the Santa Fe from St. Louis. Oh, Matt, they're as green as grass.
So help me, Doc. If you'd sweat as hard over healing the sick as you do trying to clip some tenderfoot, well, we'd have
This
a lot...
town's never been healthier, thanks to me.
Matt, you got a minute?
Yeah, sure, Kitty. I'll see you later, Doc.
Maybe later it'll be too late, too. Oh, man, then you'll be sorry.
I'm sorry to break in that way.
Oh, that's all right, Kitty.
Matt, I just found out
Oh, found out what?
about Rose, who she is.
Oh?
Matt, she's Bill Prawley's daughter.
Bill Prawley?
That's right. The gambler who was killed in Liberal 4 or 5 years ago.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember.
Rose Prawley, her name is.
Bill Prawley's daughter, huh? Who told you, Kitty?
Mule Skinner came in tonight. He saw her dealing a table out in New Mexico last year.
Yeah, and I guess that explains a lot of things about her.
It explains one thing, Matt. I haven't told anybody, of course, but the word will get around. And once it does, she's through here. Nobody's going to buck a game run by Dirty Bill Prawley's kid. They'll know it's crooked.
Yeah, maybe the word's already out. I noticed Slim Raddock's pulled out of the game. He's standing over there at the bar.
Well, she threw him out, along with all the other players except Elko Dean. She said it was a private game. Guess Elko wants to get back the money he lost last night.
Say, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Oh, something kindly funny happened. You know that sawed-off shotgun Sam keeps behind the bar, the one with the pistol grip?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, it's gone, and Sam thinks maybe it was Rose that took it.
Rose?
Yeah, but that don't make sense. Her and Elko were just sitting over there at the blackjack table looking at each other. Neither one of them made... What's the matter, Mr. Dillon?
We're about to have a killing on our hands, Chester.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Live modern. Smoke modern. Smoke L&M. Enjoy full, exciting flavor through L&M's Pure White Miracle Tip. L&M draws easier. Tastes richer. Smokes cleaner. That's why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. So free up. Freshen up your taste. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
Matt, what are we going to do?
I don't know, Kitty.
What do you think she's planning?
Well, I can guess. Chester, is Sam sure that Rose took that shotgun?
He says she come back to the bar just before he missed it.
Yeah.
She could have hid it in the fold of her skirt.
Elko's looking pretty white, Matt.
Yeah, just look at them sitting over there facing each other. You know, 10-1, she's got that shotgun under the table pointed at him.
Can't you slip up behind her, Matt? Grab her before she can use it?
A shotgun's not like a pistol, Kitty. All you got to do is point in the general direction of your target.
Yeah, but why she want to kill Elko?
Revenge, I guess. Chester, did Slim Raddock hear about her having the gun?
No, sir, nobody didn't. Sam called me to one side.
Good. If word got around, somebody'd be sure to lose his head and touch the whole thing off.
What's going to happen anyway, Matt? Elko's starting to get restless.
He's sure going to make a move soon.
Well, it'll be his last one if he does.
Matt. Oh, Matt. These plums are just ripe for the picking. I can't hold up the game all night for you.
I'm sorry, Doc. I'm busy.
Oh, well, as long as you feel that way about
Doc,
it.
you don't understand.
Oh?
Well, only one way to handle it, I guess. No, you stay there, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Be careful, Matt.
Will somebody tell me what's going on here?
Good evening, Rose.
I'm sorry, Marshal. Table's closed.
Oh? Not closed to Elko, then.
Marshal, she's
Shut
had
up. Elko and me have a personal game going, Marshal.
Yeah, I know. Better hand over the gun, Rose.
Sit down. Sit down and put your hand flat on the table, Marshal. Same as Elko's got his. Good. Now keep him there. I guess you know this is a shotgun I'm covering you both with, underneath the table.
Yeah, I know that.
Well, why'd you come over here if you knew that...
Keep your voice down, Elko.
Why didn't you shoot her from where you was standing? She's aiming to kill me, Marshal.
Yeah, I figured it was about the way things stood.
I knew I'd find him someday if I just kept traveling and kept on dealing cards. And last night it happened. I recognized him the minute he sat down at my table. I knew he'd be back tonight, and I was ready for him when he come.
Now you mean to kill him, huh?
She's crazy, Marshal. She's out of her head.
Keep your hands on that table. I mean to kill him.
Why, Rose?
If you knew me, if you knew who I am, you'd understand.
I do know, Rose. You're Bill Prawley's daughter.
That's right. Dirty Bill's daughter.
Look, Rose.
Oh, I know what they called him. Dirty Bill Prawley. All the cheap little tin horns that tried to cheat him and lost their shirt doing it. They're cowards. And that's the only way they could hit back. Give a dog a bad name and shoot him for mad.
Take her, Marshal. She's gone clean out of her
Shut up,
mind.
Elko, before you get us both killed.
My father was a fine man, and anybody that says different is a liar.
Marshal...
That night he was killed, I was upstairs asleep. The shots woke me up. I looked out of my window, and I saw a man run out the front door with a gun still in his hand. I saw him for just a second in the light from the door. But I never forget his face.
Elko here, huh?
That's him.
Don't listen to her, Marshal. She's lying.
It's a job for the law now, Rose.
Now you walk away from this table, Marshal. Stay clear of this. I got nothing against you personally.
I want your gun, Rose.
Sorry. The hand's played out.
No, not yet, it isn't. I got a whole card. Hey, Slim Raddick.
Marshal.
Yeah, Marshal?
Come here a minute, will you?
What do you think you're doing now?
Marshal, you... Hold it, Elko. Keep your hands on the table.
What's going on?
Get away, Slim. Stay back.
Right here, Slim, between me and Elko, huh?
No.
That's right.
What's the matter, Rose?
Oh, you fool.
All right, Rose, you were planning to give him back his money, so he must mean something to you. And he's in it now, too. The way a shotgun works, it's all three of us or none of us. Now you hand over that gun.
No. Oh, Slim, why didn't you stay clear?
Now, what's this all about?
Rose, I want that gun, and I want it now.
You knew I couldn't. You knew I couldn't, not with him in it.
Well, I was sure hoping you couldn't. Chester. Here, put this in back of the bar, will you?
Yes, Mr. Jones.
It wasn't fair, Marshal. It was cheating. It wasn't fair.
Sometimes you have to cheat, Rose. Get her out of here, Slim. And if you take my advice, you'll keep her out of here.
Don't you worry about that. Come on, Rose. Matt, if that wasn't the doggonest thing I ever saw.
Hey, Elko.
What?
Wait a minute.
No.
I said wait a minute. You're under arrest.
You're not taking me in, Marshal.
Look out, he's got a gun!
Drop it. Drop that gun!
Well, Matt, I guess a man's luck can't last forever.
His sure didn't, did it?
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. Now a public service message from CBS Radio. What is America really like? Thousands of men, women, and young people all over the world want to know the truth. There's proof of it in the flood of mail received by the volunteer group called Letters Abroad, which gets mail from people everywhere in the free world who are eager to be in correspondence with someone in the United States. They want to know all sorts of details about our everyday life. Anyone who is over 15 years of age who would like to write to someone overseas in Europe, the Middle East, or the Far East should send his or her name in a stamped, self-addressed envelope to Letters Abroad, 45 East 65th Street, New York, New York, together with information about age, occupation, and interests, which will make possible selection of a suitable correspondent. That address again is Letters Abroad, 45 East 65th Street, New York, New York. Everyone who does enter into such a correspondence is sure to find it greatly rewarding, a contribution to better understanding among peoples of the free world. And now, William Conrad.
You know, when they buried a man out on the high plains, they usually wrapped him in his saddle blanket and forgot about him. But next week, a man dies and leaves a will that keeps the whole of Dodge from forgetting him. And that was the West.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Virginia Christine, Vic Perrin, and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
So your name's Force Capper, huh?
Yeah, that's right, mister.
You say your name out like you got nothing to hide.
Well, now you're right again.
Well, I guess a man wanted to hide something. He'd be wearing a gun to help him do it.
Maybe.
Well, are you agreeing with me, or ain't you agreeing with me?
Any way you want it, mister.
Yeah, you're big, Capper, but I ain't afraid of you.
There's no reason you should be.
You're awful big. Man'd be a fool to go against you without a gun, wouldn't he? Well, wouldn't he?
Mister, have a drink.
No. Here. You have this instead. I always carry an extra gun in my belt.
I don't want your gun.
Well, I can't fight you letting you have a gun. You're too big.
We got no cause to fight, mister. Now, you take your gun back.
You're afraid. You're a coward. You're a sneaking
Don't
coward.
you push it, mister.
I said you're a coward.
All right, fella. You've had enough.
You keep out of this.
I am wearing a gun, mister. And I'll bend it across your skull in a minute.
Oh. You're the marshal.
Get out of here. Go on, move.
Sure. Sure.
Well, suppose I ought to thank you, Marshal.
No need.
Name is Foss Capper.
You know, most men around Dodge do wear guns, Capper.
I've had enough of fighting, Marshal.
Oh? And where was that?
By the war. Had it from Harper's Ferry all the way to Richmond. You know, a man gets tired of killing.
Yeah, I know.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Mr. Dillon, Ben Stacel's out there in the street.
So?
He's about to beat up one of his riders.
I suppose it has to do with his sister again, huh?
Yes, sir, it sure does. And Carrie's there, too.
All right, let's go.
Oh, I declare that poor Carrie. Mr. Dillon, she was trying to load their wagon all by herself. And this rider, Stansel's, come along, and he was helping her when Stansel himself come up and got real sore about it.
Stansel doesn't deserve a sister like Carrie.
She's as nice as he is, mean and ugly. There they are.
Yeah.
Well, say, where's that cowboy at?
He's lying on the ground behind Stansel.
Well, I sure didn't hear no shooting.
Back to loading that stuff, Carrie. You hear me?
Yes. I hear you, Ben.
Well, I hope you didn't kill him, Stansel.
Oh. He's all right, Marshal. I only knocked him down.
Well, I'll go get some water from over there.
I should have killed him.
For what? Trying to help Carrie do a man's work?
Carrie's my sister, Marshal. What she does ain't no business of yours.
No. But you're keeping men away from her the way you do is going to lead to real trouble one of these days.
My trouble, Marshal.
Not if you kill somebody. You know, I guess men don't like the way you treat her. There's somebody else trying to help her.
What? Now, by heaven.
You just take it easy, Stansel. That man's not wearing a gun.
Then he better go get one. There you are. What do you think you're doing, stranger?
Well, that box seemed a little heavy for a lady to be lifting.
Please, Ben. He meant no harm.
You know this man?
He told me his name.
Jerry, you're turning into a regular doxy.
I wouldn't talk like that, mister.
You shut up.
You're going to beat me like you did the other fella?
There's been enough fighting for one day. Stansel, your wagon's loaded. So why don't you get going?
All I can say to you, mister, you better get yourself a gun. Get up on the seat, Carrie.
Good day, Miss Carrie.
Goodbye, Mr. Capper.
Well, How did you get mixed up in this, Capper?
I was curious, so I followed you out. And I seen her struggling with that box. Couldn't just stand there and watch her, could I?
Uh-huh. You just remember something. Someday Stansel's gonna kill somebody over her.
Well, I sure hope it won't be me.
And you know what to do, huh?
Yeah, I know what to do, Marshal.
You've heard Bobby Haggart whistling it on radio and television. Right now, a country-style version. Okay, partners?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Ah, Kitty. Are you shopping?
Well, I guess a woman's always shopping, Matt. Whether she buys anything or not.
I believe that. Well, now.
What?
That's Carrie Stansel.
Huh? Oh. Well, sure.
But isn't that Foss Capper driving her wagon?
Well, where you been the last few weeks, Matt? He drives her wagon every time she comes to town.
He does.
Well, sure. He rides out, meets her part way, ties his horse behind, and they drive in together.
And this has been going on for a couple of weeks or so?
Oh, but at least.
Ben Stansel hasn't found out, I take it.
I doubt if Capper's ever showed himself anywhere near the ranch, Matt.
You think he's afraid?
Don't you?
Maybe he only wants to avoid a fight.
Isn't that the same thing?
No, not necessarily, Kitty.
Well, if he wasn't a coward, he'd be wearing a gun, wouldn't he?
I don't know, Kitty. I haven't decided about Foss Capper.
Look at them, Matt. They're so wrapped up in each other they don't even see us.
This is the last time it's got to be.
I don't want to bring you no trouble, Carrie, but I ain't going to stop seeing you.
She's smarter than he is.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, I guess she'll never be able to get away from that brother of hers. Oh, Matt, look.
Yeah.
There's going to be trouble, Matt. Stansel looks awful mad.
Well, I don't like to interfere in family matters, but this time I guess I'd better.
Yeah, you better hurry, too.
Yeah, I will.
How long's this been going on, Carrie?
Please, Ben. Let's talk about it at home, not here.
We're going to settle this here and now. You ain't going to stop it, Marshal.
I just want to be sure you remember that Foss Capper doesn't carry a gun, Stansel.
Dirty coward. Of course he doesn't.
A gun wouldn't solve anything, Stansel.
It'd get you killed. That'd solve things.
Maybe for you, not for Carrie.
I don't even want to hear you saying her name.
You're going to have to hear it. Now, it's gone on long enough, Stansel, the way you treat her.
What I do with Carrie ain't no business of yours.
I want Carrie to marry me.
Foss, you never told Dad?
Well, I've been thinking on it, Carrie. I figured to wait, but I guess there ain't time now for waiting.
Oh, Boss.
Carrie's worked hard for you, Stansel. And you never gave her a thing of her own. You kept everybody from her for fear of losing her. She ain't a woman to you, a sister. She's nothing but cheap labor.
I'll kill you sure now.
No, you won't, 'cause you'd hang for it.
I'll get you, Capper, one way or the other.
Carrie,
Yes?
you go on back to the ranch and get what things you need. I'll be waiting right here for you tomorrow noon.
No,
You
Carrie,
can't
no.
stop us, Stansel. You're going to be free, Carrie. You make up your mind later about marrying. But you're going to be free.
Carrie.
Stansel, you shut up. And don't you lay a finger on her, or I'll just beat you to death. Go on now, Carrie.
All right, Boss.
Noon tomorrow, Carrie. I'll be waiting. And you mind what I said, Stansel. Don't you try to stop her.
I won't try to stop her. It's you I'm going to stop.
Now, you know, Marshal, I didn't mean to cause trouble when I come here.
Yeah, maybe not, Copper. But you sure done it.
Where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your favorite easy chair? Or out driving? Oh, there you are. In the kitchen. Say, you want to make whatever you're doing more enjoyable? Have a Chesterfield. Enjoy Chesterfield's better taste and mildness. It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
You better get on out there quick. It's fixing to happen. Ben Stansel just rode in with two of his men.
What? Has Carrie showed up yet?
No, sir, she ain't. But Foss Capper was waiting for her when them others come in.
Yeah. I didn't think Stansel would let her go without a fight.
Oh, there's going to be a fight, all right. Of some kind. Look how they're crowding him.
Get out of this now, Capper. We're going to fix you good.
I see you brought plenty of help.
Ah, you're too big for one man to handle. If the three of us can do it.
No, you don't, Stansel.
You keep out of this, Marshal.
You don't think I'm going to stand by and watch three men work over one, do you?
Wait, Marshal.
Yeah, what, Kepper?
Now, there ain't no other way. I'll take them on, all of them. It's got to be done.
Wait a minute. Look who's coming yonder.
It's Carrie. I told her to go back home.
What in the world's the matter with her? She looks like she got drugged.
You keep away from her, Capper.
Shut up, Stansel. Leave him be.
Carrie. What happened to you?
They caught up with me at the edge of town.
Here, I'll help you down.
I got here anyway. He couldn't stop me.
Did your brother do this to you? Did he knock you around?
You get back on that wagon and go home, Carrie.
All right, hold it, Stancil. Let her talk.
Carrie, did he do it?
Yes.
You sure need convincing,
I told
Carrie.
you to shut up, Stancil.
Chester. Yeah? Would you be good enough to take Carrie over to Miss Kitty's? Because I got a little business here.
Be glad to.
Don't you move, Stancil.
You come on, please, Miss Carey.
All right, boys. Let's get to work.
Wait just a minute, Stancil. I've changed my mind.
What?
I ain't gonna fight you. Not now, not that way. We're gonna settle this for good and all.
What are you talking about?
Marshal Dillon, could I ask you a favor?
What, Cabot?
Lend me your gun. Well.
All right. All right, here it is.
Thank you.
Now, what's this? What are you two doing? Who ever heard of a lawman lending his gun?
I think Capper's right, Stancil. This business has got to be settled for good. And he's the one to do it, not me.
Okay. And you can watch him die. You ready, boys?
Now, wait a minute, Stancil. You didn't say nothing about no gunfight.
What difference that make?
There's something about him. I don't like the way he wears that gun. He looks kind of professional to me.
He's nothing but a tin horn, and he's a coward at that.
He ain't no coward. And I ain't having no part of this. Come on, Bob, let's don't be fools.
Now, you're fired, both of you.
Good.
Stancil?
Was he right, Capper? Are you a gunman?
You can find out. Easy enough.
You gonna stand there and allow this, Marshal?
I can't stop it now.
Well, I think he is a gunman. I think he's a killer.
Stancil, you're through. Get going. Marshal, your gun. I thank you.
Sure.
You remember I told you how a man gets tired of killing?
I had a feeling it was more than the war that did it, Capper.
I thought I was all through wearing a gun. That's why I asked Carrie to marry me.
So?
You tell her for me, Marshal. Tell her I was ready to kill her brother. I can't ask her to marry me now. A day will always come when I'll have to put on a gun again.
Not against Stancil.
Well, there's others. A man like me's got enemies.
Why don't you tell her about it yourself, Capper?
It wouldn't be fair. I'd be influencing her the wrong way just being there. Will you do it?
It's too late.
Huh?
I'm behind you.
Oh.
She didn't go to Kitty's. She was waiting to see what happened.
Yeah.
She saw you, Capper, gun and all. She doesn't look like she's coming to tell you goodbye.
No. Oh, she doesn't, does she?
Boss?
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
A cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
You know, writers like Ned Buntline drew exaggerated word pictures of the West, yet they did no real harm. But next week, 2 writers from New York come to Dodge and are the cause of an Indian massacre. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Vic Perrin, Gene Bates, Barney Phillips, and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Live modern. Change to L&M.
Live modern. Smoke L&M. Only with L&M can you enjoy the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos. No other cigarette, plain or filter, gives you the full, exciting flavor you get through the pure white miracle tip. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Morning, Dr. Clay.
Oh, good morning, Nielsen.
You wanted to see me?
No, I never wanted anything less than to call you in here.
You got bad news.
Yeah, it's been bearing down on me for 2 days. But you've got to know, Nielsen.
I'm not going to make it?
Nope. Sooner or later, that bullet in you is going to kill you.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir, I am sure.
Well, I feel good enough, Doc. You could be wrong, couldn't you?
Well, I wish I was. I don't know if I'm right in telling you about it, but I treated the same kind of case at Shiloh. And the bullet kept moving, just like yours. And there was no way to stop it.
How long did it last?
Not as long as you have. You've been going 2 months since the fight.
And how much longer I got, Doc?
Well, there's no way to know. Another month, maybe longer, maybe less. I just thought you'd want to know, Nielsen.
Better to know now than when it's too late to do anything about it.
What are you going to tell Alice?
What's there to say?
Well, with her planning the wedding, there ought to be some explanation. You, want me to tell her?
Just say I changed my mind and I'm heading west.
Where are you going?
Back to Dodge.
To look up the Mailer brothers?
If they've killed me, I don't see any reason to let them go on living.
Chester, can you force it up a little more?
Well, no, not much, Mr. Dillon.
Come on. Yeah, that's better. Hold it then.
Well, can it turn loose now?
Now, let's just try one more nail.
Oh, the only thing that's going to fix this door is a whole new door, Mr. Dillon.
There. That'll hold it for a while.
Cussed wood so rotten dry it won't hold a nail no more.
Well, haven't you two given up with that door yet?
Oh, hello, Kitty.
I give up a long time ago, Miss Kitty.
Matt, Jim Nielsen's back in town.
Jim Nielsen?
What? Nielsen's dead, Kitty.
No, he's not. He's at the Long Branch right now, spreading the word that he's come back to kill the Mailer brothers.
Are you sure?
I've seen him. I've heard him.
Well, have the Mailer boys heard about it?
It won't take long, the way it's getting talked about.
Tom Mailer rode up to Clay City, Mr. Dillon, day before yesterday. Charlie's the only one in town.
I guess I better go see him.
What about Nielsen?
Well, if he's spreading the word, he'll be where I can find him anytime I want. Charlie.
Oh. Afternoon, Marshal.
Hello, Charlie. What's the trouble?
Oh, this blamed mare got a rock in her hoof. She won't even let me pick it up.
You want me to hold her for you?
No, I'll manage. How are you, Marshal?
Oh, I'm fine, Charlie. Fine. Charlie, did you know that Jim Nielsen was in town?
Nielsen? Nielsen's dead, Marshal. Tom did for him.
He's not dead. He's back in Dodge looking for you and Tom.
All right. He's welcome.
Look, Charlie, I know a lot of people are on your side, but there are a lot of others on Nielsen's, and I'd like to stop this trouble before it goes any further.
It was a fair fight, Marshal.
I know it was.
Any time Nielsen wants to stand up again against either of us, we'll be ready.
It'd be better if you'd stay out of sight until he leaves.
I can't do that, Marshal, and you know it. People would say I was a coward.
What people say isn't important, Charlie.
I don't hide from nobody.
Now, the only thing behind that fight was some temper and some strong words. Aren't you man enough to forget it?
What are you going to do about it, Marshal?
There's nothing I can do if you're set on facing Nielsen. Except try and get him out of town.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Only the modern miracle of the pure white Miracle Tip can bring all of L&M's full, exciting flavor through to you. And that's the big reason why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. Remember, L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. So live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
Hello, Nielsen.
Marshal?
Well, I didn't expect you'd ever get to Dodge again.
Guess you thought I was dead, Marshal, along with a lot of other people.
You didn't look very healthy when they took you out of here.
I'm still alive, for a little while anyway.
What good's it doing you to be back here?
Well, everybody figured the fight was over, but I don't happen to think that way.
It's a lot of trouble over nothing. You and the Mailer brothers are good men and peaceful ones. You were drinking and there were some names called. But that's sure no reason for you to come back and stir it all up again.
They thought they'd kill me, Marshal, and they were proud of it.
I don't think they were. Look, Jim, I'd like it if you'd go back to Abilene.
I'm not going to do it, Marshal. I got nothing to go back to, nowhere.
What does that mean?
I'm going to die from that gunfight we had. The bullet's still in me.
Oh. There's nothing to be done about it, huh?
No. Nothing but try and settle the score.
I don't see how you're going to be any better off trying to kill two good men, Jim.
Marshal, it's a funny thing knowing you're going to die. I had too much to live for when I faced up to him the first time. I was going to get married. I owned some land. Those were the things I was thinking about. I got scared and tightened up. Man shouldn't have anything to think about in a gunfight.
It was kind of hard not to.
But I don't have now, Marshal. I don't have a thing to lose.
Jim, you're a bad man to have in town.
I won't be here long. You can count on that. Drink with me, Marshal?
No. No. Not tonight, thanks.
Nielsen. I hear you're looking for me and my brother.
You forget it, Charlie, and get out of here.
Where should I get out to, Marshal? You want me to run away, Nielsen?
Hold it, Charlie!
Is he dead, Marshal?
Yeah, he's dead. You satisfied now, Nielsen?
It was a fair fight, just like the first one.
And just as needless.
Not to my way of thinking. Tell me, Marshal, when's Charlie's brother going to get back to town?
Tom! Hold up a minute, Tom!
Well, hello, Chester. What you doing way out here?
Mr. Dillon wanted me to stop you before you got up to the plaza.
Yeah, what for?
Well, Jim Nielsen's waiting for you.
Nielsen? Wait. What about my brother?
Charlie's dead, Tom.
Did Nielsen do it?
Charlie come after him.
I thank you, Chester. Thank the marshal.
Tom, you gonna ride in anyway?
I got no place else to go.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Live modern. Smoke modern. Smoke L&M. Enjoy full, exciting flavor through L&M's Pure White Miracle Tip. L&M draws easier. Tastes richer. Smokes cleaner. That's why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. So free up. Freshen up your taste. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
Hello, Kitty.
Tom, I thought you were in Clay City.
I was. I did real well, too. I signed up for Charlie and me to take a pack train clear to Lincoln County. Charlie's dead.
Can I get you a drink, Tom?
Maybe later. I thought Nielsen was here.
He left about a half hour ago.
Happened to know where he went.
No. Can't you get your pack train together and go, Tom?
Oh, you know I can't, Kitty.
What good's it gonna do you looking for Nielsen or waiting for him?
It's something I got to do.
If he kills you, what are you gonna be proving?
My brother's dead.
Killing Nielsen won't bring him back. Some men ought to be killed, sure, but not you and Nielsen. You're fine men, both of you.
My brother was a good man, too. Kitty, what would you have me do?
I don't know, Tom. Being the kind you are, and after what's already happened, I guess I got no right trying to tell you what to do.
Now, do you know if Nielsen figured on coming back here?
I don't know, Tom. I'm going to my room.
I was just about to order that drink.
Then you'll have to have it without me.
Thank you for sitting with me, Kitty.
Matt, how long have you been here?
There's not a thing I can do, is there, Kitty?
Not if you don't take the guns away.
They'd only find more.
Then you watch them kill each other, Matt. I can't do it.
Mr. Dillon.
Yeah?
He's coming, Mr. Dillon.
How long, Chester?
It won't be but a few minutes. He was looking for Tom over at the Alfraganza.
All right. You get out of sight someplace.
All right, sir.
Afternoon, Marshal.
Hello, Tom. Look, Tom, I'm going to ask you to do a brave thing. Will you let me keep your gun for as long as you're in town?
No, I won't, Marshal.
You and I have been good friends, Tom.
I'd like to keep it that way.
But you won't do what I say, huh?
What would you do was you in my spot?
What you're going to do, I guess. Tom, it's a different kind of a fight this time. Nielsen's going to die from the bullet you put in him 2 months ago, and he knows it. He's got nothing to lose.
I kind of wondered why he come back.
That's why. Now, will you either take off your gun or get out of town?
I'd like to leave, Marshal. I'd like to be rigging our string of mules with Charlie. But there won't be any more of that.
All right. All right, Tom. I told Nielsen, and I'll tell you from the beginning, this thing has been needless. My mistake was not throwing the three of you in jail right off.
Marshal Dillon, have a drink with me.
No, thanks, Tom. I'm going back to my office. Goodbye. Well, Nilsson, I guess there's no reason trying to talk any sense into you either.
It's gone past talking, Marshal. You aren't figuring on stopping me.
There's nothing I can do.
I'll see you later.
There was nothing I could do for him, Matt. He's dead.
Oh, my goodness. Seemed like such a waste. He was a good man, both of them was.
There's no reason for you to feel bad, Matt. You tried your very best to stop it.
Someday there's going to be a law about carrying guns, and there's going to be fights like these that'll bring it.
A man's got the right, Mr. Dillon.
They're going to lose it, Chester, if this sort of thing doesn't stop. Doc, I'll have the body taken away.
All right, man.
I'll go with you if you want me to.
Yeah, sure, Chester. I think I'm ready for that drink everybody offered me.
Me too. You reckon Miss Kitty knows?
By this time, I'd think so.
There he is, Mr. Dillon.
Hey, Nielsen! Well, you made it, huh? You killed both the Mailer brothers.
Yeah?
And in fair fight, huh?
Yeah.
I want to ask you something. Make you feel any better?
No. Tell you the truth, it don't.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. Americans today are earning more money than ever before. And smart Americans are planning ahead, too, to preserve prosperity. They're investing part of their paycheck every payday in United States savings bonds. And you can, too, an easy, automatic way, by joining the payroll savings plan and buying savings bonds regularly where you work. With payroll savings, money is set aside for you by your employer before every payday, in any amount you say. That way, you never plan on the money and never miss it. Payday after payday, these sums grow into savings bonds, and before long, you'll find you have a collection of them. And remember, every Series E bond you buy pays back $4 at maturity for every 3. That's right. You get back $4 for every 3 invested. Help today's higher earning power pay off for you tomorrow. Begin saving regularly with United States savings bonds. Join the payroll savings plan. And now, William Conrad.
You know, on the frontier, a woman had to scratch pretty hard to make any kind of a home for a man. And next week, a woman who had worked at this for over 20 years finally lets the frontier beat her, and a man dies. But that was the West.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Gil Dowd, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Vic Perrin, Lawrence Dobkin, and Jess Kirkpatrick. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal on the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, the story of a man who moved with it, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Marshal.
Good morning, ma'am. Kitty!
Hello, Matt. I didn't see you sitting there.
Well, I know. Sit down, sit down. There you are.
How do you like my outfit?
Ah, I never saw you in a riding skirt before, Kitty. You been riding side saddle?
For the first time in my life. At least I know how to do it now, in case I'm ever called on to be a lady.
Well, I know ladies who don't always ride side saddle.
Sure. Like that female wildcat down in the Panhandle you told me about. What's her name?
Oh, Belle Star?
I bet she never rides side saddle.
Oh, Belle Star's a lady, though. And everybody treats her like one.
Even though she has to use a 6-gun to make them do it.
Maybe I ought to try that.
Yeah, it takes more than a 6-gun to make a lady, Kitty.
That's a funny way of putting it.
Well, that isn't what I meant.
Dillon? Hello, Miss Kitty.
How are you, Chester?
Hey, I just come to Longhorn there, Mr. Dillon.
What, trouble, Chester?
Not yet, but there's going to be as soon as Art Long gets to town.
Art Long? Well, he's always been a peaceful man.
Isn't he one of those nesters out near Sam Baxton's ranch?
That's him, but it's another one of them nesters that's talking up trouble. A fellow named Hoffer. He's saying he's going to shoot Art Long on sight.
Well, is he drunk, Chester?
Yes, sir, some.
Armed?
He's got the biggest old cavalry pistol you ever saw stuck right in his belt.
Real farmer style.
Well, that may be true, Kitty, but those horse pistols go off sometimes.
Well, bye later, Matt.
Yeah, I will if I can, Kitty. So long.
It sure sounds like he means it, Mr. Dillon.
Now, why does he want to kill Long, Chester?
Well, sir, he didn't say.
Yeah, maybe he's just drunk and wants to shoot somebody.
No,
Anybody.
Sir. No, sirree. Hoffer's pretty certain about who it's going to be.
All right, Chester. Don't stand too close in case he puts up a fight, huh?
No, sir.
And all you bully clubs, shut up and listen to me. When Art Long gets here, you're going to see his blood all over the floor. Right there. Or maybe right over there. I don't know just where yet.
Your name, Hoffer?
Barnaby Hoffer.
What's the trouble between you and Art Long?
You friend of his?
That doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. Because if you're a real good friend, I might take it to mind to shoot you, too.
I'm a U.S. Marshal, mister, and you're not going to shoot anybody.
Oh, Marshal Dillon, huh?
I'll take that pistol, Hoffer.
Okay, Marshal. Take it.
All right. Now tell me what this is all about.
I don't need no pistol.
He's got a knife, Mr. Dillon.
Drop it, Hoffer. I said drop it.
No, I'm going to cut you again. Give me that knife back.
You're kind of hard to convince, Hoffer.
Did he cut you bad, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, he opened up my arm a little bit, Chester. I better go see Doc. You throw him in jail.
Yes, sir, I sure will.
There's a saying that it's the gentle horse that's most dangerous. You don't watch him close enough. And so with Barnaby Hoffer, a farmer who hands you his old horse pistol and then snatches an 8-inch knife from the back of his belt. Well, Doc took a few stitches in my arm and told me to come back in a couple of days. And I did. And it looked pretty good by then. At least I thought so.
You're going to have to watch that cut, Matt. There might be an infection in it.
What are you talking about, Doc? Looks as clean as rain to me.
Well, how do you know what that idiot's been using his knife on? Probably sticks hogs with it all day and uses it to clean his boots at night.
Yeah, sure, but my arm bled a lot. That got it clean. That and all the turpentine you poured into it.
Hurt, didn't it?
You know, someday, Doc, if my luck holds, I'm going to get a chance to work on you.
Oh, no, you know, I'd sooner die. I'd sooner lie in the snow and bleed to death all alone without anybody around even to bury me.
How did you get in the snow, Doc?
Oh, I just hate snow.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Oh, come in. Oh, hello, Chester. Doc, Mr. Dillon, Art Long's been killed.
What?
Yes, sir. A cowboy just come into the office and told me. Said he rode by his cabin this afternoon and he found him there laying right in the door. Barnaby Hoffer must have done it. Hoffer? I thought you had him in jail, Matt.
Well, I turned him loose next morning, Doc. He seemed calm enough then. I guess I made a mistake.
I guess you did, all right. Maybe we shouldn't have stopped to bury Art Long. Hoffer may be a long way from here by now.
We couldn't leave him lying there, Chester.
No, sir, I guess not. Poor fella.
Well, there's Hoffer's cabin.
Yes, sir. Hey, we've done pretty good at that. It's hardly past daylight.
Looks like his door's open.
Yeah, then he must be inside. He wouldn't go off and leave his door open.
No. Hey, wait a minute. Look over there, Chester.
Why, it's him. Oh, he looks dead.
Yeah. Come on.
Oh. He's been shot, Mr. Dillon. With a shotgun. Just like Art Long.
Well, he's still breathing. Hopper? Hopper. It's Marshal Dillon, Hopper. Hey.
Marshal. I'm tore all apart. Took a load of buckshot when I opened the door.
Who did it, Hopper? Did you see him?
Sam Baxton. He did it.
Sam Baxton?
Who killed Art Long, Hopper? Did you?
Art Long. Is he dead?
Yeah.
Both of us. Dead. I don't want to die.
It's no wonder he lived this long.
Gosh, Mr. Dillon, I just can't believe Sam Baxton done this.
Why? Just because Baxton's a big rancher and pretty respectable? He's also a mean old devil. And these men are nesters. Come on, let's go find him, Chester. Hello? Anybody home?
Why, it's Marshal Dillon and Chester.
Hello, Miss Baxter.
Oh, ma'am.
Well, don't stand around out there. Come on in and sit a while.
Thank you, ma'am.
I got 2 pots of coffee on the stove.
Well, we don't want to bother you now, Miss Baxton.
Bother. Why, I love company. And besides, you don't get out this way very often, Marshal. You're just going to have to stay and eat dinner with us. Sam, we got company.
Hello, Baxton.
What are you doing here, Marshal?
Why, Sam, that's no way to...
Shut up, woman.
Please, Sam, don't talk like that.
Want to get whooped instead? Well, do you?
No, Sam.
I asked what you're doing here, Marshal.
Yeah, I heard you.
Well, say it out. We're busy around here.
You know Art Long and Barnaby Hoffer?
I know 'em. Dirty nesters.
Well, they're both dead, Baxter.
Good.
Oh, no.
They both got killed the same way.
What do I care how they got killed, as long as they're dead?
I'm going to tell you anyway, Baxton. Each of them, when he came out of his cabin first thing in the morning, was killed by a man waiting outside with a shotgun.
Oh, you know all that. You weren't there.
Barnaby Hoffer was still alive when we got there, Baxton.
Still alive?
He died pretty quick, but before he did, he told me who shot him.
Did he? And who was that, Marshal?
You?
Oh, no. No, it couldn't be.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but that's what he said. I'm going to have to arrest you, Baxton.
Arrest me? On the word of a dead sodbuster? Who's going to believe it?
The court will decide that, but it's enough evidence to hold you on.
What makes you think Hoffer wasn't lying? He knew he was going to die, and it was his last chance to get me in trouble. That's what happened.
You'll get a trial, Baxton. You can defend yourself there. Right now, you're going to jail. I'm charging you with 2 murders.
But Art Long was dead. He didn't tell you nothing, Marshal.
He and Hoffer were killed exactly the same way, ma'am. Looks like one man killed both of them.
Come on, Marshal. If we're going to jail, let's go. And you stay out here, woman. I don't want you running into Dodge all the time I'm there.
All right, Sam.
And don't go talking your fool head off to everybody about this either.
I won't.
When we get this business over with, Marshal, I'm going to give you a lot of trouble. You're going to wish you never come near me.
Come in. Be with you in a minute, Matt. As soon as I get Kitty fixed up here.
Oh, Matt.
Kitty. What's that, a black eye? What happened?
It's none of your business. How's your arm, Matt?
His arm's all right, Kitty. Just comes up here to bother me.
Somebody's got to keep you from sleeping all day, Doc.
Oh, don't forget I'm making pretty good money off that cut of yours. Yeah, Kitty.
Thanks, Doc. Matt, has Sam Baxton confessed yet?
No, I've spent 2 days trying to get him to, but he won't admit a thing.
Well, if he does hang, there won't be many tears shed around here.
Yeah, there's Ms. Baxton, Kitty. For some reason, she really loves him.
Oh, that poor woman. I've seen how he treats her.
Too bad she hasn't got a son to stand up for her. Some kid about 8 feet tall.
He'd be about 8 feet tall if he was Sam Baxton's. Well, that man's tall as a tree.
Is he still wearing that white hat of his?
Yeah, the only time he takes it off is when he sleeps, Kitty. Then he puts it over his face.
Must be like sleeping under a horse blanket. No wonder he's so ornery all the time.
Oh, come in. Well, come on in, friend.
Fellow downstairs told me I could find the marshal up here.
What can I do for you, mister?
Oh, I never been in Dodge City before, Marshal. I ain't even been in Kansas very long. I'm riding south. I got tired of that cold up north.
Well, you're welcome here.
I'm going on south. What I come to tell you was there's a little creek runs out of Arkansas about 20 miles from here. Fellow told me it's called Ginger Creek.
Yeah, that's up near Sam Baxton's ranch, man.
It's on his ranch, according to him. What about Ginger Creek, mister?
Some fellow's got a little cabin there with a corral out in back. I don't know his name.
Now, that'd be Jim Fowler. He's been homesteading there for about a year.
No more he ain't.
Now, what do you mean?
I buried him myself early this morning. I come by and found him laying in the door of his cabin. He was dead, but still bleeding. Somebody's tore him plumb in two with a shotgun.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first...
Radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense, launches its new summer series Tuesday nights on most of these same stations with more spine-chilling stories packed with excitement and well calculated to keep you in suspense. This Tuesday, here The Earth is Made of Glass, in which a man experiments with crime on a scientific basis. Suspense, now Tuesday nights at the Star's address. Don't miss it.
Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Mr. Dillon, look at there.
What is it, Chester?
Out there in the street. It's Miss Baxton.
Huh?
She's coming to buggy.
Ah, news travels fast, doesn't it?
You going to turn old Sam Baxton loose?
Well, I don't have much to hold him on now, Chester.
No, sir. Not with him right here in jail when that last fellow was killed the same way as Art Long and Hoffer. Shucks, I guess he was telling the truth after all.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Well, I'm glad for Miss Baxton anyway. I'll open the door for her. Well, morning, Miss Baxton.
Hello, Chester.
Come right on in, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello, Miss Baxton.
Marshal Dillon, I'm sure glad to see you this time.
Well, I hope there aren't any hard feelings, ma'am.
Oh, you was only doing your duty. I respect that. Oh, where's Sam?
The cells are out back.
Oh, you haven't turned him loose yet?
No, ma'am.
It's too bad about Jim Fowler, Marshal, being killed that way. But it was just like the others, wasn't it? The same man killed all three of them. And Sam was right here in jail.
Well, I was just saying to Chester, news sure travels fast. How'd you hear about it so soon? It just happened this morning.
What? One of our cowboys rode by there about noon, Marshal. He come straight to the ranch and told me about it. Would you let Sam out now? I'd like to get started for home.
I'm sorry, Miss Baxton, but
I'm going to have to hold him for a while yet.
But why, Marshal? What for?
Well, Mr. Dillon, a few minutes ago you said yourself...
I said that he wasn't clear of this yet, Chester. You don't listen very close, Chester.
No, sir, I sure don't.
Marshal, you said that whoever killed Hopper killed Art Long, since they was both shot the very same way.
Well, I know I did, ma'am, but I've been thinking a lot about it, and I'm just not sure yet.
Even with the same thing happening again this morning?
Well, I got to admit that does make a difference, all right. I suppose if one more man got killed like that, I wouldn't have any case at all against your husband. But the way things are now, I got to hold him, ma'am. I'm sorry about it.
Well, it's like I said, Marshal. You got to do your duty.
Yes, ma'am. If there's anything I can do for you, Miss Baxton.
Thank you, Marshal, but I'm all right. Can I see Sam before I start back?
Of course, ma'am. He's right through that door.
I can't stay long.
Chester, you've been up on Ginger Creek since I have.
Yes, sir.
Isn't there another nester there not far from Jim Fowler's cabin?
A couple of miles beyond, there's one. I don't know his name, though.
Oh, that doesn't matter. Chester, go get our horses, huh? And bring a horse for Sam Baxton, too. He's going to go up there with us.
I don't know what you're up to, Marshal, but I'd rather be in jail than spending the night in this place.
It's a nice little cabin he's got here, Baxton.
Yeah, you improved it some when you sent him into Dodge for the night.
It's almost daylight, Mr. Dillon.
Okay, Chester. Well, I'm going to build a fire now and let whoever's waiting outside think his victim's just got up.
What makes you think he'll be there this morning, Marshal?
But if he isn't, we'll stay here till he does come.
Mr. Dillon, you want me to pull the door open when you're ready?
I'll tell you when, Chester. And after he gets off a couple of blasts with that shotgun, we'll go out and try to take him alive. All right, Baxton, you get over there with Chester. And I'll try to get this thing started. All we're going to need is a little smoke going up through the chimney.
Maybe we can come back when it's all over and cook a little breakfast, Mr. Dillon.
Now, we'll worry about breakfast later, Chester.
Yes, sir. Here, Paxton, you stop that.
What?
Wait, he's got my gun, Mr. Dillon.
You're standing in my way, Chester. Move!
Oh, he got outside.
Come on. Drop that gun, Baxton.
I got him, Marshal. I hit him both times.
Drop it, I said.
All right. I was only helping out, Marshal. Look, he's laying right out there.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon. I never thought he'd try nothing like that.
Walk ahead of me, Baxton.
Yeah, sure. Oh, Marshal, look, it's my wife.
Yeah. She's dead.
I didn't know who it was, Marshal. I couldn't see who it was. How'd I know she was doing this? Going around killing people.
Your wife shot Jim Fowler yesterday morning.
I didn't know she hated nesters that much. Well, it's kind of hard to believe, Marshal.
Yeah.
But I guess you never know about a woman.
Well, I can tell you about her, Baxton. Fowler's the only man she killed, and she didn't kill Fowler because she hated him. She did it because she loved you.
What are you talking about?
She was trying to cover up for you.
Oh, wait a minute.
She almost did it, too. She almost kept you from hanging. So she claimed one of your cowhands saw Fowler's body when I knew he'd already been buried. I had all the evidence I needed on her right then, Baxton. And the biggest mistake you made was killing her.
I didn't know it was her.
You knew. But what you forgot was that she'd have confessed to killing Wong and Hoffer.
Why would she?
Because she loved you. Besides, she couldn't have been punished any more for killing 3 men than for killing 1.
You got it all figured out, ain't you, Marshal?
Yeah, everything. Everything except how she could love a man like you. But then it's like you say. You never know about a woman.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Helen Cleve, Paul Savage, and Clayton Post. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Roy Rowan speaking. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Gene Autry stops a lynching of an innocent man and tracks down the real killer on tomorrow's Gene Autry Show. There's time out for Melody on Melody Ranch, too, as Gene sings Down Yonder, Blue Canadian Rockies, and other Western hits. CBS Radio presents the adventure and melody of the Gene Autry Show every Sunday on most of these same stations. Be listening tomorrow. Meet William Demarest and Hope Emerson as the Cobbs, Sunday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Oh, so that's Enoch Mills's new hotel.
Yeah, it will be when they get it built, Chester.
I never heard of a cattle rancher going into hotel business before, Mr. Dillon.
Enoch Mills is a man of enterprise.
Look yonder at him. He's as proud as a new father, ain't he?
Well, it isn't every day a man builds a new hotel in Dodge.
Hello, Marshal. Chester?
Oh, Mr. Mills?
Yeah, it's gone up pretty fast, isn't it?
Well, we got most a month before it's finished.
Uh-huh. How many rooms you going to have?
15. Could have more, but this is going to be a class hotel. Not some hay tent like Jim Doby's Dodge House.
I bet he's jealous.
That Doby's had a monopoly in this town long enough. You're right about him being jealous, Chester. He's already done everything he can to keep me from building.
Oh, what's he done? He
Tried to buy up all the good lumber in town, for one thing. Thought he'd leave me with nothing but a lot of warpy old cottonwood. But I got on to him soon enough. I'm building with the best, Marshal. All of it. Ash, hackberry.
Yonder he comes now. He's scouting the enemy, I guess.
Yeah. Let him scout. He'll be out of business soon enough.
Looks like a town meeting we're about to have. How are you, Marshal, Chester?
Hello, Mr. Doby.
We're coming along just fine, Doby. Of course, it's only a little bitty hotel.
You'll never beat me, Enoch. You're getting too old.
Old? Doby, I'll eat the goose that fattens in your grave.
Not likely. Anyways, what do you know about the hotel business, Enoch? You won't last a month.
Now, look, man. Dodge can use 2 hotels. There's plenty of trade here. Why don't you quit fighting each other?
You're just scared of a little competition, Doby. You ain't slept a night since I started building.
You got a ranch to run, Enoch. That's enough for one man. You shouldn't be pushing into other people's territory.
Well, you ain't going to stop me, Doby.
I've tried to stop you, and I'll go on trying.
Marshal, he's threatening me. You heard him.
I'm going to fight you, Enoch. I'm going to fight you all the way. So now you'd better start staying up nights.
That man belongs in jail, Marshal.
Doby's a hard one, Enoch. He'll give you a fight. But I don't think he'll do anything illegal.
Oh, you don't, eh? Well, you just wait and see. And it's going to be your fault for not stopping him now. The whole blame's going to be on your shoulders, Marshal. And I ain't going to let nobody forget it.
Well, evening, Kitty. What are you doing here?
I came by to tell you something, Matt.
Oh?
You ever hear of a man called Gil Shank?
Don't tell me he's in town.
I met him at the Long Branch this afternoon. He didn't say much, but a man like that stands out like a white buffalo.
You can pick him, Kitty. Yeah, Gil Shank's a gunman and a crook. He isn't wanted that I know of, but he sure ought to be.
I didn't figure him for a drummer.
Well, I think I'll let him stay around a few days. See what he's up to, maybe.
Well, there were a couple of men with him, but it's hard to say if they're friends or if they just met.
Yeah, they're probably friends. Gil Shank never liked traveling alone.
Oh, they didn't look like gunmen, Matt. They're just a couple of saddle bums.
Oh, well, maybe I'm wrong. Thanks for telling me anyway, Kitty.
Mr. Dillon. Oh, hello, Miss Kitty.
Something to scare you, Chester?
Worse than that, the new hotel's on fire.
On fire?
On fire. And old Enoch sent Jim Doby there. Oh, the place. You better get down there, Mr. Dillon.
Introducing one of the country's best-known jazz musicians and arrangers, Mr. Bobby Haggart. How about whistling along with him?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
The more perfectly packed your cigarette, the more taste and mildness are released for you. Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, as an open, easy draw that unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos. Now, Accuray ensures an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
By the time I reached the fire, a bucket brigade had been formed. And there wasn't much to do but get in line myself. Even while we worked, I could tell the fire had been set and that the wood had been soaked with kerosene. It was all over in a half hour, but not because we'd put it out. There was nothing left to burn. Next morning, I went back and had a talk with Enoch. And he'd already bought more lumber, and he had his workmen busy cleaning up.
This ain't gonna stop me, Marshal. Takes more than a little arson to stop Enoch Mills.
Enoch, I guess there's no need to ask you who you think did it, is there?
What? Jim Dobie, of course. You know as well as I do.
Yeah, but you don't have any proof of that, Enoch.
I got what proof I need. And if you was anything of a lawman at all, Dobie'd be in jail right now.
Enoch, you know I can't arrest a man because you and he are enemies.
Well, it don't matter. I ain't counting on you no more. I got other ways. Yes, sir. Hey, come in right there, Marshal.
What?
There.
You mean Gil Shank?
That's right. He seen me after the fire last night, and he offered to go to work for me.
What do you need a gunman for, Enoch?
Yeah, that makes you sit up, don't it? Yeah. You and Dobie both. You bet it does.
Marshal Dillon. Well, now, this is a pleasure.
Yeah, he knows you're working for me, Shank. I told him.
Just Shank, Enoch?
What do you mean?
Well, is he the only one you hired?
I'm alone, Marshal, if that's what you're driving at.
You're making a bad mistake, Enoch. You don't need a man like this.
I could take offense at that, Marshal.
No? Well, why don't you let me know when you decide, huh?
I'll let you know.
Yeah, that's telling him. All right, we'll take care of Jim Dobie next.
You won't do a thing to Jim Dobie. Either one of you.
Well, you're protecting a criminal, Marshal. But it ain't gonna work. Shank's got a plan. You said you was gonna figure something out, Shank. You done it?
Well, Enoch, what with the law being so loose around here, we gotta protect your hotel day and night. How many riders you got out at the range?
Well, about 20.
I want 15 of them.
You what?
I want them here in Dodge. We're going to put a guard around this building 24 hours a day.
Well, I can't spare 15 men, Shank. Who's going to watch the cattle?
You ain't moving cattle this time of year, are you?
Of course not.
Then 5 riders is enough. You want this hotel to go up or don't you?
All right. I'll send for him.
Hey. See that Jim Dobie over there?
Yeah, that's him.
Come to enjoy his dirty work, I guess.
Shank.
What, Marshal?
The first sign of any of your dirty work, and I'm coming after you. Fast.
Morning, Marshal.
Dobie?
I suppose I'm getting the blame for this?
You are.
Yeah. Then why ain't you arresting me?
I've known you for a long time, Dobie. You're pig-headed and you can be downright mean. But you don't fight this way.
You make it hard to thank you, Marshal.
You can thank me by laying off Enoch Mills for a while. There's going to be enough trouble without your making any.
Maybe there ain't nothing going to happen after all, Mr. Dillon.
What?
I mean about old Enoch Mills' hotel. Been a week now, and everything is purely pond peaceful.
Well, what with 15 armed guards spelling one another day and night, it ought to be.
I didn't see that fellow Gil Shank running yesterday.
Oh, Enoch said he rode down to Tascosa.
What for, to hold up the bank?
It wouldn't surprise me.
No, okay. Well, here's Mr. Botkin.
No?
Oh, morning, Marshal. Morning, Chester.
Morning, Mr. Botkin.
You look like you're dressed for traveling.
Well, a banker doesn't do all his work behind a desk, Marshal. I've been looking over some land up north the last couple of days.
How'd you have a good trip?
Fine, except for crossing the Pawnee. It was almost in flood.
And how'd you make it?
Well, I was lucky, Chester. Some cowboys were taking a herd across, and they gave me a hand.
Swimming a herd across the Pawnee this time of year?
Yes. They must have had 1,000 head, Marshal.
Well, who was it? I don't know anybody moving cattle now.
They were strangers to me.
What was the brand?
I'm afraid I'm not much of a brand reader, Marshal.
Oh, you think you could draw it for me? Come over here in the dirt, Mr. Buck.
All right.
Here's a stick. Now, what did it look like?
Well, there was a circle here and a line through it, like this. It stopped just about here.
Well, everybody knows that brand, Mr. Botkin.
Everybody but me, I guess. Where would they be taking those cattle, Marshal?
Only one place. The Greystone Indian Agency is about 20 miles beyond there.
Oh, they're going to sell them to the agency, eh?
Well, they won't get top prices, but it's always a fast cash sale. Chester.
Yes, sir?
Go saddle 3 horses and tie them up behind the office, and then wait for me. I'll be back after dark. Go ahead, Enoch.
Don't know what you're bringing me here this time of night for, Marshal.
Well, I got everything ready, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, good, Chester.
You got everything ready for what?
Well, I don't know exactly, Mr. Mills.
I think you're both crazy.
Well, now, here, that's no way to talk. Nobody's done nothing to you.
I suppose burning my hotel down was nothing, huh?
It wasn't a hotel. It was only the frame of one.
Chester, I'm beginning to think you and the Marshal was in on it. Both of you. You're such big friends of that Jim Doby.
You'll believe most anything, won't you, Enoch?
Anything but what you tell me, Marshal Dillon.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
It's sure enough true. All right, I'm getting out of here now. I got nothing to say to you, and you got nothing to say to me. Don't know why I come here in the first place.
Wait a minute, Enoch.
Well, make it fast.
I will. I was going to try to explain something to you, but I can see that it'd be a waste of time.
You all through?
No, I'm just getting started.
All right, give me that gun, Marshal.
I'm going to keep it for you, Enoch. Right here in my belt.
You arresting him for something, Mr. Dillon?
No, I'm not arresting him, Chester. I'm kidnapping him.
Where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your kitchen? Getting ready for Sunday supper? Maybe in your living room, relaxing? Or out driving? Say, be sure and watch the road. But remember, there's pleasure ahead when you smoke Chesterfield. When you satisfy yourself with Chesterfield's better taste and mildness. You see, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. A more perfectly packed cigarette gives you an open, easy draw that unlocks all the better taste and mildness of fine tobaccos. And Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, is more perfectly packed, with an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying. Remember, to the touch, to the taste.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Buy Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Enoch Mills was about as mad as any man I'd ever seen. But I managed to get him on a horse, and then he and Chester and I rode quietly out of Dodge.
By noon next day, we'd covered some 60 miles and were at the Greystone Indian Agency. It was run by a man called Albert Leach, who didn't seem too bright, but at least I could tell he wasn't a grafter like most. I had a talk with him, and I brought Enoch in to meet him.
Come in, gentlemen, come in. Have a chair.
You give me a chair, mister. I'll bash both your heads in with it.
Now, really, Mr. Mills.
How come you know my name?
Marshal Dillon told me.
This is Albert Leach, Enoch. He runs the agency.
I don't care who he is or what he runs. If he's got anything to do with whatever it is you're up to, Marshal, he's going to end up in jail, too.
Good heavens.
Don't worry about it, Leach. Enoch was up all night. I think I put him in a bad temper. Look, Leach, I want you to tell him how many cattle you bought yesterday.
1,012 head.
Mm-hmm. And you paid?
$15 a head.
Well, then you robbed somebody. Any cow can walk's worth $20.
The government never pays over 15, Mr. Mills.
Which is why I never sell to the government.
We haven't got much time. Have you paid for those cattle yet, Leach?
No, the boss will be here any minute to collect the money. In fact, that's him riding in now.
Yeah. All right, you pay him, Leach, and we'll wait in the other room.
I understand, Marshal.
Come on, Enoch.
You're getting yourself in deeper and deeper, Marshal. But I've about decided you won't go to jail. Just going to lock you up in a madhouse.
Quiet now, Enoch. Just listen.
Matt, you got the money, mister?
Are you the boss of that outfit?
Enoch Mills is the boss. I run it for him.
What? Be quiet.
Come on, give me the money. I ain't got
Well,
all
that's
day.
Gil Shank.
Well, hurry it up, mister. Now, where's the money?
Oh, I'll kill him. I'll kill him with my bare hands.
No, wait a minute, Enoch.
Dirty thief, Shank! What are you doing here? Dillon.
Hold it, Shank.
Yeah, you killed him, Marshal.
You're not hit, are you, Enoch?
Yeah? No, he missed me. That's what he wanted my men guarding the hotel for. That rotten criminal.
He had some help. Now, we're going to be a long time finding him.
I don't care about them. You got him.
He set that fire, Enoch. He planned the whole thing.
He had it figured out. Why didn't you tell me?
You won't believe anything I say. Remember?
I've been a fool, Marshal. Looks like I owe you an apology.
Never mind me. What about Jim Doby? You've given him a bad name.
I don't know, Marshal. I never should have started that hotel in the first place. I'm a cattleman. I'm no innkeeper.
You mean you're not going to finish it?
Oh, I'll finish it. But then you know what I'm going to do? I'll go to Jim Doby and I'll ask him to run it for me. You think he'll do it, Marshal?
Yeah, he'll do it, Enoch. And whenever you come to town, he might even let you stay there. If you behave yourself.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobacco.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield. Mild. Yet they satisfy the most.
You know, on the frontier, an outlaw was called a gunman, while a peace officer was referred to as a gunfighter. But they both lived by their guns, and they usually died by them. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Vic Perrin, John Daner, Harry Bartell, and Joe Duvall. Parley Bear as Chester, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. If you're a young man of draft age or a veteran, the National Guard offers you many outstanding opportunities. Contact your local National Guard unit for details.
Smokers, this is it. L&M filters. So good to your taste, so quick on the draw. Make today your big red letter day, your L&M red letter day. Superior taste and filter, it's the miracle tip. Make today your big red letter day. Change to L&M today.
L&M, so good to your taste.
So quick on the draw. Get L&M today. Relax with L&M. So good to your taste, so quick on the draw.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Well, hello, Doc.
Chester?
You going out on a sick call?
I don't usually carry my bag when I'm going for a beer.
Oh, no.
Why, did you want something?
Oh, no. I just thought I'd stop by.
Well, you can walk with me at the stable if you want to. I'm going out to Jake Morrison's. His boy has the ague.
Oh, now, ain't that a shame? Seems like everybody's getting the ague these days. Had a touch myself last week.
Oh, that's so?
You know, most folks swears by Osgood's Caligog. But I found me some new stuff. Professor Curtis's original Mameluke liniment.
Mameluke?
Look, it says right here on the bottle what it's good for. guaranteed to cure cramps, pains in the joints, sore throat, frosted feet, rheumatism, lumbago, old sores, bites of insects and reptiles, mange, salt rheum, dysentery, diarrhea, and cholera.
Well, a regular medical arsenal all in one bottle. And it's doing you good, is it?
Well, of course, Doc.
Well, then how come you're still walking around like a buffalo with ring bone?
Well, maybe I still got just a
Oh,
little
so
touch
you
in
come
the
to me
knee.
for some free advice now, didn't you? Well, I'll just give you some free advice. Chester, stop eating all that salt pork and dried beans.
What?
And put some fresh greens in your stomach.
Why,
And stay away from the saloons for a few days.
Oh, now, Doc, a little whiskey and sugar never hurt
Oh, a
nobody.
little whiskey. Oh, and most important, take all those patent medicines you got and use them for cleaning your boots. They're just the thing to kind of toughen up the leather. And as far as I'm concerned now, Chester, you can...
What's the matter, Doc? Doc, what is it? Something about that fellow that just rode by?
Yes, Chester.
Why, you was staring like you seen a ghost.
You go ahead, Chester. I'm going back to the office.
The office? What for?
To get my gun.
Your gun? Why?
I'm going to kill that man.
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
The more perfectly packed your cigarette, the more taste and mildness are released for you. Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, has an open, easy drawer that unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos. Now, Accuray ensures an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Buy Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon,
Yeah, what's the trouble, Chester?
you better come on out the plaza. Maybe you can stop him.
I'll stop who?
Doc, he's going to kill a man.
Doc.
Doc, yes, sir. He's gone and got his old army walker and strapped it to his belt, and he's marching up Front Street looking for the fellow, whoever he is.
All right, let's go.
I tried my best to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. Oh, you should have saw his face, Mr. Dillon. He means business. I never seen Doc like this.
Who was the fellow, Chester?
I never seen him before.
Well, you know what it's all about?
No, sir, but I do know one thing. I'd hate to have to face that old Walker pistol, even if 'tis an old cap and ball. Why, it'd blow a hole clean through a buffalo.
Matt!
Oh, wait a minute. It's Kitty at the door of the laundry.
She's waving. He must be down there.
Yeah, come on.
Matt, it's Doc.
Is he in there, Kitty?
Yeah, and he's got a gun. He's threatening some man.
All right, thanks, Kitty.
And if you won't come outside, I'll kill you where you stand.
I told you I'm not going to fight you.
That's up to you. But I'm going to kill you whether you defend yourself or not.
Doc. That's enough.
Matt, you stay out of this.
Happens to be my business, Doc, when a man threatens another man in this town. When the other man doesn't want to fight, won't defend himself, it could turn out to be murder.
You think I don't know that?
You must want to kill him pretty bad.
I've wanted to for a lot of years.
Why?
I've got good reasons, Matt.
But you won't tell me, huh?
No.
All right, what about you?
I could say I don't know, but I'm just a stranger passing through town. But I know.
There's no good reason for murder.
I guess he thinks there is.
Do you?
Not many men would say yes to that, now would they, Marshal?
But you won't defend yourself, huh?
I won't draw with him, no. If he's going to shoot me, he'll have to take the consequences. I'm not a fighting man, Marshal. I'm a miner. Me and my partner here, we're just traveling through Dodge. We don't want any trouble.
That's right, Marshal. We made our strike out in Arizona Territory, and we're headed back for St. Louis. Oh, we was just minding our own business, having a quiet drink when this fella comes along.
What's your name?
Clem Maddow. This is Ben Bartlett, my partner.
We don't want no trouble.
You won't have any. Go on back to your drinks.
I'm going to kill him one way or the other, Matt. And you can't stop me.
Look, Doc, you're taking an awful lot for granted. Maybe you think I won't throw you in jail for threatening murder. Maybe you think because you're the town's only doctor that you can get away
Matt, listen.
No, you listen to me. You're forgetting a lot you ought to remember, Doc. For instance, your position in this town. You ought to be setting an example instead of acting like an ordinary gun hand. And more important, your responsibility. Another man's life may be his own risk, but yours belongs to this whole town. And a good many lives depend on you. So you calm down and you put that gun away.
Hey, you sure told the old fool off.
You shut up!
Huh?
Maddow, I don't know anything about you. Maybe you're what you say, but if Doc doesn't like you, that's good enough for me. So you get out of Dodge while you got a whole skin. And you stay out.
Why should we? We got a right...
And you take your partner with you, Maddow, because I don't like him.
Sure, Marshal. We was going on tomorrow anyways. We'll ride on tonight, as soon as we stock up on some grub.
All right. Where did Doc go, Chester?
Well, up the street, probably back to the office, like you said to.
Matt, the look on his face when he went out.
Yeah, I know, Kitty. Well, I'm going up there.
Matt, you had to do it.
Yeah. I'll see you later, Kitty.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Dillon, that Maddow, he didn't seem like such a bad fellow.
No, he didn't, Chester.
I'd sooner believe bad of that partner of his, that Bartlett. That one seemed like he could be a hard case all right without half trying. But Maddow wouldn't even defend himself.
No. But I don't think that was because he was afraid to.
No, that's true. Seemed more like he just didn't want to fight Doc. Didn't seem mad at all like Doc. More like he was sad.
Maybe a man with a guilty conscience, Chester.
Yeah, I guess so, Mr. Dillon.
You better go on over to the office, Chester, huh? I want to go up alone.
Yes, sure.
Doc. Now, Doc. Huh. Now, I wonder where he could have gone.
Did you find him, Mr. Dillon?
No, Chester.
Well, he didn't show up at Delmonico's for his supper, and it's way past his usual time. I've been watching the office, and his light ain't come on. Of course, he could be sitting up there in the dark.
I just tried again. He's not there.
Mr. Dillon, you don't reckon he might have just left town?
Run away? Because of what I said? Not Doc. He's too bullheaded for that. Most likely he's out there somewhere with that old pistol of his looking for Maddow.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're right. Doggone it, I don't know what this town would do, thought Doc. He can be awful irritating at times and all, but... Hey, that was a shot.
Yeah, come on.
Marshal! Marshal!
like that Bartlett, Mr. Dillon.
It's Clem, Marshal. I think he's dead.
All right. Everybody stay back. Give me that lantern, will you?
He was shot in the back, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
It looks mighty bad.
He said he'd kill him, and he's done it.
Did you see who did it, Bartlett?
No. We was loading horses, and I just turned to go back into the store for another load, and I heard the shot.
Anybody else around to see it?
Why, no, but after all, Marshal, can't be much doubt who did it, can there? Everybody in town heard him threaten to kill Clem. Just because the man's a doctor doesn't give him any right to go around murdering people.
That's enough, Bartlett. The important thing right now is to try to save this man's life.
Where will we take him at, Mr. Dillon?
There's only one place, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Now, where have you been, Doc?
I was down by the stable, and I heard a shot.
It's Maddow. He's still alive, but he was shot in the back.
Oh, I see.
As if you didn't know.
Doc, I could understand you getting into a fair fight, but not shooting a man in the back.
Why, you just gonna let him walk away like that, Marshal?
Doc! He's gonna die if he doesn't get attention right away, and you're the only doctor in town. You gonna let him die?
Where do you think I was going, Matt? Bring him up to the office. I'll have everything ready.
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
The more perfectly packed your cigarette, the more taste and mildness are released for you. Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, has an open, easy drawer that unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos. Now, Accuray ensures an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Buy Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Is he gonna pull through, Doc?
I don't know. I've done all I can.
Ah, good.
You really didn't have to stand here and watch, man.
I know I didn't, Doc. That's not why I stayed. I thought maybe I could help. And I wanted this.
The bullet?
Yeah, that's right. You see, Doc, I knew you didn't shoot Maddow, but I had to be able to prove it.
How did you know?
Because Maddow was shot in the back. I tried to tell you out there, Doc, only you didn't understand.
Oh.
But you did have me kind of worried when you started to walk away from him.
Why, it never occurred to me to walk away from him. I guess being a doctor's a lot more important than any personal grudge. Well, I reckon I'm under suspicion, aren't I?
Doc, look at this .45 bullet. Took it out of Maddow's chest. Now, it couldn't have been shot from that old pistol of yours, could it?
No.
I guess it couldn't. Well, then who did it?
Well, that's not hard to figure. Oh, Bartlett, Chester, you can come in now.
How is he, Marshal?
I think he's going to be all right.
He ain't gonna die? Say, that's mighty fine. Well, I was plenty scared with this man operating and all.
You needn't have worried. He's a doctor and a good one. You see, he didn't shoot your partner.
He didn't?
No, we have the proof for that.
Who did?
Now, there's only one other man in town who'd have had any reason to. A coward who saw a golden opportunity to double his takings of a mining strike by shooting his partner in the back. You just keep your hands away from your belt, Bartlett.
Well, I want me to get his gun, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
Oh, you're crazy, Marshal. You can't prove this.
I think we can, Bartlett. Anyway, we'll just wait and see. All right, take him down and lock him up, Chester.
Yes, sir. Come on, you.
Doc, looks like Meadows gonna come too.
Yes, maybe. His color's better. You know, it's funny. I don't hate him anymore.
You mind telling me why you ever did?
It happened a long time ago. It had to do with a girl we were both pretty fond of. She chose Meadow, but he jilted her. She drowned herself. I swore I'd kill him. And I carried that hate in my heart all these years. That's not good for a man.
No, it's not, Doc.
Well, you brought me to my senses, Matt, in that saloon. Thank you.
Well, I looked all over for you afterwards.
Well, I guess I was out of Jake Morrison's. I remembered I had to treat his boy for the ague, so I did.
Doc?
Oh, yes, Clint. Now you just take it easy. That's right. You lie still. You're going to be all right.
Doc, I wanted to tell you I'm awful sorry for what happened. Maybe sorrier than you. I loved her. I would have come back if I could have.
Well, I guess I never even thought of that. Well, we've both been sorry too long. It's all over now.
Thanks.
Now you just go on to sleep. You get your rest there now. And the world will look a lot better to you tomorrow. That's it. That's it.
Well, good night, Doctor.
Good night, man.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
You know, cowboys with 6 months trail pay made the frontier a good place for a crooked gambler. Next week, one comes to town and gets cured of his bad habits the hard way. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The special music for Gunsmoke was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin and John Daner. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Make today your big red letter day, your L&M red letter day. Superior taste and filter, it's the miracle tip. Make today your big red letter day. Change to L&M today. L&M's got everything.
Superior taste.
And superior filter.
Get L&M today.
This is it. L&M, superior taste and filter. L&M, America's best filter tip cigarette.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story of the Western frontier when Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
No sense trying to save the cabin, Chester. The barn, the sheds will soak them down good.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, hauling well water takes too long. You better get it from the stream.
I'm after the bucket. It's a sight bigger than these 10 pails we got.
Here, let me give you a hand.
I'm thick with rust. I don't know how this fellow drawed water. It don't seem like nobody hasn't worked this thing for a long time.
Well, it's coming some, but the bucket's still a long way down there. Wait a minute, hold it. Maybe I can haul it up by hand.
Can you get it?
Yeah, I can get it.
There, hold fast to it now.
I will, but whether this rope can hold the bucket or not is something else again.
That rope was plumb rotten.
Yeah, well, maybe out in the barn, the sheds, you can find something to haul water in.
Sure, I just don't figure how he got his water. He sure didn't use this well.
He?
Well, the fellow that lived here, the one I'll be dragged out of the cabin.
Well, where'd he take him?
Yonder, on them trees.
You check the barn, Chester. I'll see to Aldi. You look kind of singed, Aldi. You all right?
He's just a cinder. That's all I can think. He's just a cinder.
Out under the blanket here?
He ain't a man at all. He's a cinder.
Yeah. That's all, Aldi. Could you
tell? Was he alone in the cabin?
I couldn't believe it. He was sitting at the table. His head was slumped forward, and there was fire all around. And then I seen he was on fire. He was just sitting there, on fire.
Take it easy now.
And I got to him, and he toppled off right onto the floor, and he laid there burning.
He didn't know it, Albie.
I seen trees burn. I seen fields. I seen logs. I never seen a man burn before.
Just forget about it.
You know, it's funny. A man on fire. First thing you do is put a blanket on him. He's burning hot, so you smother.
You put the fire out, Albie. That's the way to look at it.
You put a blanket on his
All right,
cinder.
now, Albie.
You put
Albie,
a blanket
stop it.
around his
Stop it.
cinder. Were you talking to me, Marshal?
Yeah, the blanket. It was in the cabin?
A blanket. Oh, it was on the floor right by the table.
Well, it's wet.
It felt wet when I grabbed it.
Uh-huh.
That's a funny smell, isn't it, Marshal?
Yeah. Whiskey and kerosene together make a funny smell, Albie.
That what that is?
That's what it smells like.
Mr. Dillon, can you come back here?
Yeah, right away, Chester. You rest yourself, Albie. You've done more than your share.
Oh, I'm all right, Marshal.
Where'd you find him, Chester?
In the corral, behind the barn. Poor things, ain't they puny looking? All thin flesh, bones showing.
Yeah.
Somebody neglected them for a long time. They're about starved.
Any feed in the barn?
Ain't nothing in that barn but rusty cans and a broke plow. Everything in there's crumbling, except the rats.
Well, there's grass down by the creek. We'll lead them down there.
It don't seem like this was Indians, does it, Mr. Dillon?
It looks queer, Chester. Everything around here looks queer.
At least the barn is still standing, and a couple of sheds.
We done what we could, Mr. Dillon.
You hadn't been riding by and come to fetch us, we couldn't have done this much, Albie.
I couldn't do enough alone. Funny, in a way. It ain't too far from Dodge, but you know, I didn't pass one settler on the way in.
You didn't see anybody around here?
No, not a soul.
It's just odd, that's what it is. Odd as can be.
Well, you got to figure he was alone, excepting for them two starving horses.
I don't know his name, so can't mark his grave. Can't help wondering about him, though. What's a man like that lives alone, lets his place go to rust and rubble, his horses starve?
And that well? I don't know when that's been used.
I don't think he drank water, Chester.
You mean that smell of whiskey on the blanket, Marshal?
Yeah. Might be he drank himself into a stupor, knocked the whiskey over, along with it a kerosene lamp. And it'd start a fire that'd burn a man to death.
Yeah, that must have been the case.
Well, if he was all alone, maybe it doesn't matter what we know.
Well, for the love...
What?
All right, Mr. Dillon, look, coming up from the creek bed yonder.
Maybe he wasn't alone after all.
Well, that's just a child. She can't be more than 9 or 10.
I'm afraid I'm no judge.
Who are you?
I'm Marshal Dillon from Dodge City. Who are you?
Charity.
How's that?
Charity Gill, that's my name. It was a big fire, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. You live here?
Mm-hmm.
Well, where you been, Charity?
Up the creek. I play up there, stay up there all I can. I like it up there.
You knew about the fire, Charity?
I tried to make him move. I told him to, and I pulled at him, but he was too big. I couldn't move him. I tried. See, I burned my dress.
He was your father?
You know, he married Mama and me when I was little. She said I was to call him Daddy, and I did, but I didn't like him.
Where is your mama, Charity?
Oh, she's dead. She died when I was 7. I'm almost 10 now. He's dead, ain't he?
Yes, he is.
I didn't like him.
Mr. Dillon, you don't think...
I don't know. It'd be hard to think, wouldn't it, Chester?
Yes. I'd say you're a pretty healthy young lady.
I've never been to a doctor before.
You never have. Well, you take a tip from me. You stay away from him all you can, Charity.
You're funny.
Well, some folks think so. Now then, I guess you can slip into your dress yourself.
I always do.
Oh, well, Marshal Dillon, I'll be waiting for you in the other room when you're ready.
I won't be long.
All right.
What about her, Doc?
Oh, she's fine. She sure could use some more meat on her bones, but there's nothing really wrong with her.
The way her dress was burned, I thought maybe the fire got to her, too.
Well, it's not a sign of a burn. You know something? She seems a lot older than 10, doesn't she?
I don't know anything about kids, Doc.
Well, I don't mean she is older than that. She just seems it. Older than her years.
I guess she's seen a lot.
You talked to her much about the fire?
She said she tried to move her stepfather. Couldn't, I suppose.
She didn't like him.
She keeps saying that.
I'm hungry, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, well, we'll fix that pretty quick now.
Yeah, just, Matt, get Chester to eat with her. Hey, he sets a mighty good example.
Yeah, he does at that, doesn't he? Charity, will you tell us about the fire?
What about it?
Oh, how it started, for instance?
Well, it's almost happened lots of times. Mama used to tell him that it happened sometimes if he wasn't careful. He'd drink out of that jug, and then he'd fall asleep, and if the lamp was near, he'd knock it over.
That's what happened this morning?
I guess so. I went down to the creek to get my breakfast. He didn't talk to me ever, so I didn't talk to him. He was just sitting there with the jug.
Your breakfast, Charity?
Yeah, the berries are nice down by the creek.
Oh, you ought to eat more than berries for breakfast.
I thought you wanted to know about the fire.
That's right, we do.
When I came back from breakfast, the lamp was on the floor and everything was burning. I tried to make him move, but he was too big. And when my dress started to burn, I ran away.
It was just you and your stepfather. That's all that lived there, huh?
Mm-hmm. And Coley and Sue.
Coley and Sue?
Yeah, the horses, Doc. We brought them in the moss.
Oh.
Marshal?
Yeah, Charity.
Will I live with you now?
Well, no. We'll find a place for you, but...
But I like you.
Well, yeah, but you
Don't
see...
you like me?
Well, sure. Sure, I like you all right, honey. You want to say something, Doc?
Huh? Oh, no, I don't.
Oh, come on, Doc. Help me make her understand now, would you?
You wouldn't let me be alone, would you?
Well, no, Charity. I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I guess I do.
Are you in a hurry?
Well, it's going to be dark before long. I want to get you settled with Ma Smalley for the night.
Who's Ma Smalley?
Oh, she's a woman who runs a boarding house.
What's a boarding house?
Well, you know, you board there. You get a room to sleep in and your meals.
Can I eat with you?
Well, sure. Sometimes, maybe. Sure.
I can cook a little bit. I mean, when there's food in the house, I can cook.
Well, yeah, I bet you can.
Do you have a little girl like me?
No.
Little boy?
No.
Why not?
Well, I'm not married, Charity.
Well?
Well, what?
Why don't you have a little girl, a little boy anyway?
Now, you listen to me, little lady.
Oh, you were going to call me Charity?
Yeah, well, you ask an awful lot of questions, Charity.
Well, that's how you learn asking questions.
Well, sure. That's how you learn.
Then why don't you have a little girl like me?
I told you, Charity, I'm not married.
Well?
Come on, Charity. You're going to like Ma Smalley.
Does she have a little girl?
No.
Is she married?
Well, I think she used to be, yeah, but...
Well?
Charity?
I just don't understand.
I know you don't, honey, but I just don't figure I'm the one to make you understand. Now, come on.
Evening, Marshal.
Evening, Rob.
What's that you got there?
This is Charity, Rob.
Well, she's a young'un, a girl.
Yeah?
Do you have a little girl?
Now, don't start that again, please.
Well, you talk right up to her, don't you, Marshal?
Is Ma around, Rob?
Can't start that soon enough with a young'un. Girls especially. Can't give 'em their heads, you know. Gotta lay down the law right early in life.
I was asking after Ma. Where is she, inside?
No, she is not.
Well, then where is she, Rob?
Meddling. That's where she is, thinking and talking free with a whole sewing circle of half-wit women who should have been buggy-whipped a long time ago.
Is he mean, Marshal?
Oh, yeah, he's mean as a butterfly.
Ain't no mean about it, just setting down the facts, stating the case, you might say. Now, if someone had put Ma and them others in their place when they was this young'un's age, we'd have had a warm supper this evening and a few of the comforts us men folks are entitled to.
Rob, you're going to run down pretty soon and tell me where Ma is?
Clean all the way to Wichita.
Wichita?
Mm-hmm. Left on the morning Santa Fe, big as you please. Her and the Dorsey girls, Boss Grimmick's wife, Fanny Doty, Clara Jones.
Hold up a minute, will you? You're calling off every woman in Dodge. They can't all be in Wichita.
Well, you're the marshal. Make yourself a house-to-house search. There ain't a woman left in town, and they ain't going to be for 5 days running.
Well, what's going on?
Suffering.
Rob, you talk straight to me now,
That's
or so...
what they call it, suffering. They all met for it. Women from all over the state, according to Ma, pouring into Wichita, and every single one of them's got suffering on their minds.
Suffering? You mean suffrage?
Oh, it's one and the same thing. It's that sneaky way women folks has of talking. Why don't they just come out plain and say that they want the vote? No, they got to call it suffrage.
Suffrage.
Well, you let them vote a while and see if the country ain't suffering.
I'm awful sleepy, Marshal.
Yeah, me too, Charity.
Man.
You're the only woman in town, Kitty. It's only natural that you'd want to take care of her now, isn't it?
In a saloon? There's nothing natural about that.
She can sleep in your room, can't she?
My room, the Long Branch, any of this. It's no place for a little girl. You should know it isn't.
You think one of my jail cells is better, maybe, huh?
Well, it's no worse. Honestly, Matt, I know this is a problem, but I don't think I'm the solution. There must be someplace in town, or even out of town, some family.
We rode out to Albie Stevens.
He's got 8 kids.
Yeah, they're stacked up out there, and they're all boys.
What about Mrs. Stevens?
She's gone to Wichita with Ma Smalley and the rest of them.
8 kids, and she wants to vote, too?
Well, Albie says she went for the outing. I guess you can't blame her for wanting to get away.
Hello.
Oh, hello, honey. Did you get the drink you wanted?
No, the man said he didn't have any milk, so I had some water.
She ought to have milk, Matt.
Well, yeah, but...
They keep a cow at Delmonico's.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess they do.
Well, go and get us some. Teddy will be all right here for a little while.
Here, honey. You sit down here. And you wait with Miss Kitty, huh?
You're not going to leave?
No, I'll be back as soon as I get you some milk.
I like him.
Yeah, I like him, too.
You're pretty.
You think so, honey?
Mm-hmm, and you smell pretty, too. Only...
Only what?
You got your face painted. Mama used to tell me only Indians painted their faces.
Maybe your mother was pretty enough without using powders and things.
Oh, she was pretty. Freckles. She had freckles all over.
Well, that proves it. I don't have any freckles.
This is a funny place, ain't it?
Kind of funny, yeah.
Sometimes I don't understand grown-ups, Miss Kitty. Outside, there's alfalfa and sweet clover to smell, and creek water to drink, and currants and wild gooseberries and sheep shower to eat. But grown-ups are always crowding together indoors and smelling smoke and drinking whiskey and talking loud. What is that?
I don't know, Charity. I just know they do. And if they didn't, I'd be out of business.
Now, Mr. Dillon, I just don't see the need of this at all. I never been in jail before in my life.
Stop acting like an old woman, Chester. You're not in jail now, really.
Poor Egbert McPeters was in the same doggone cell just last week before they took him off to Hayes City to hang.
Now, you listen to me, Chester. It's been a long day. I had about all the jawing I can handle. Charity's going to sleep in your bed. I'm going to sit up in mine, and you're going to sleep on that cot there, and that's the end of it. Now, shut up.
Yes, sir, I understand, but I don't see why I got to be locked up to
You're
accomplish
not
it.
locked up, Chester.
You closed the door shut on me, Mr.
All right,
Dillon.
all right, there. Better? Is that better? Huh?
Yes, sir, it is. A sight better.
Good night, Chester.
Night, Mr. Dillon. Yes, I guess Charity's asleep by now, all right?
She probably was before we started this ruckus, yeah.
Oh, that poor little thing. Whatever is going to come of her, Mr. Dillon?
No, I don't know, Chester. I don't know anyone who wants kids that hasn't got them. I sure never run up against anything like this before.
She's plumb gone on you. Tags along like a little stray. Too bad you can't keep her.
Oh, you're out of your head.
Well, now I can see it ain't the most practical thing in the world. Chances are you'd feel a lot better having a little boy, but all the same...
Chester.
Yes, sir?
I'd feel a lot better having nothing at all. No boy, no girl.
Well, yes, I suppose so. You're more used to that.
Good night, Chester.
Good night, Mr. Dillon.
Ain't you gonna get in your bed, Marshal?
Huh? Hey, you're supposed to be asleep, young lady.
I know, but I keep thinking. I never can sleep when I'm thinking.
I guess the secret's to quit thinking then, huh?
I'm worried about you, Marshal Dillon.
Worried?
You don't know what to do about me, do you?
No, honey, I sure don't.
I guess you're tired of me, too.
I'm not tired of you, Charity. I just don't rightly know what to do with you.
You don't want me to live with you, do you?
Well, honey, you can't very well. You've seen how I live here. It's not the right place for a little girl. You ought to have a home. A real home, Charity, with folks close to you who see that you're cared for, who will love you.
Mm-hmm. Like my Aunt Annie.
Aunt Annie?
Oh, maybe I haven't told you about Aunt Annie.
Oh, maybe you haven't.
Well, at first, I thought it'd be nice to live with you. But mostly you and I just walk around. I get tired.
Charity, where does Aunt Annie live?
Just on yonder from where I used to live before the fire. Maybe 5 miles, not far. I like you, Marshal Dillon.
Yeah. Well, I like you too, Charity. And tomorrow morning, we're going to ride out to Aunt Annie's, huh?
Oh, I think I'll sleep better now.
Yeah. Me too, honey. Me too.
Munch, munch, munch a bunch of Fritos, corn chips. It's not polite to smack your lips, but you can't help it with Fritos, corn chips. Munch, munch, munch a bunch of Fritos, corn chips.
Some things you eat because they taste good, and some things you eat because they're good for you. But Fritos corn chips are one snack you can eat for both reasons. Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Kathleen Height, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Ann Whitfield, Joseph Kearns, and Lawrence Dobkin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Good thing we packed in all that stove wood, Mr. Dillon. Gonna need plenty of it for morning.
Yeah, it'll be a real cold night, looks like.
That snow keeps on there, so it's gonna be 2 foot deep on the level and 4 in the draws.
And if you don't take your boots off that stove, you're gonna have 2 feet on the bare ground, Chester.
What are you talking about?
Well, your soles are starting to smoke. Now take them off.
My golly, I thought I smelled something burning in here.
The stove's red hot.
Yeah, well, at least my feet's warm for the first time in 2 days. Yeah, maybe I'll rub my boots with tallow. The leather ought to soak it up real good, being so hot that way.
Evening, Matt.
Oh, hello, Kitty. Come on in.
Kitty.
Oh, cold out tonight.
Yeah, well, come over here and stand by the stove and burn with a Chester.
Oh, no.
I can't stay, Matt. I gotta get back to the Long Branch.
Ah, big crowd tonight?
Yeah, but quiet one. Men get sentimental around Christmas time.
Oh, I'm that way myself, Miss Kitty.
So am I, Chester. I was thinking earlier this evening what it was like when I was a little girl. We used to always... Well, that was a long time ago.
Well, why don't you stay a while, Kitty, and let Sam run the place tonight, huh?
Well, the boys sort of need me, Matt. Talk with them and laugh with them. even though they're thinking of somebody else at the time.
Well, yeah, I know, but...
Well, I don't mind, really. Kind of nice to be needed by somebody. What I was thinking, though, Matt, later around midnight, maybe the three of us could get together. Make some hot rum, maybe?
It's a good idea, Kitty.
Yeah, doggone, maybe I can get old Mr. Jonas to rustle up some chestnuts.
And I'll be counting on it.
All right.
I'll come here if that's all right. I'd kind of like to get away from the Long Branch.
Okay.
Oh, well, how are you, Mr. Beaker?
Good evening.
Well, I'd better get on back. I'll see you later.
All right, Kitty. Come on in, Jethro. You look like you could stand some warming up.
Marshal Dillon, got some trouble out in my place.
Oh, what kind of trouble?
I've been invaded, attacked it on my own property, shot at. Look here, at that there hat.
Ah, that bullet come much closer. You'd have been shot, not shot at. Who was it, Jethro?
A couple coming through in a wagon. They took over my barn and won't let me put a foot inside.
Now, what do you mean a couple? A man and wife?
How do I know whether they're man or wife or not?
Well, maybe they just wanted shelter from the storm.
Marshal, I don't care what they want. They took possession of my barn without so much as to buy your leave. And I want them throw it out tonight.
Oh, now, can't we leave it till morning, Jethro?
No, sir. Will Ross ain't spending the night on my property.
Will Ross?
Yeah.
Is your daughter with him? Harmony?
Marshal, I ain't got no daughter.
Well, you did have until 2 years ago when she married Ross and you threw them both off the place.
For the last time, I ain't got no daughter.
You had one for 19 years, Beaker.
You know me for a man of my word, Marshal. Now I'm telling you this. If you don't ride back out there with me right now and get them two off my property, I'm going to burn that barn down with them inside it.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
You better saddle a couple of horses.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Live modern. Smoke modern. Smoke L&M. Enjoy full, exciting flavor through L&M's Pure White Miracle Tip. L&M draws easier. Tastes richer. Smokes cleaner. That's why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. So free up. Freshen up your taste. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
I don't see any wagons, Jethro.
Yeah, they're holding inside the barn. Blast them. They're burning the coal oil stove in the tack room, and they got a fire going in the blacksmith forge.
Well, it's a cold night.
Yes, and charcoal and oil cost money. Come on out there, Ross. Got the law with me now.
Jethro, if I'm going to handle this, I'll handle it my own way. Now, you stay right here. Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Now, don't you go easy on them. I want them two treated like any other criminals.
You make mighty good targets again this snow, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, I guess we do it that. The wind dies down, may not turn into a blizzard after all.
But I just don't like the idea of walking right into a gun.
Who is it? Who's out there?
It's Matt Dillon. Hold your fire, Will.
Stay back. I'm warning you, Marshal.
Just want to talk to you, Will. Now, come on, open the door. It's cold out here.
Is old Jethro with you?
No, just me and Chester.
You can come in alone, Matt. You leave your gun out there with Chester.
All right, open it up. Here, Chester, hang on to this.
Mr. Dillon, I just don't like this.
Now, we got no choice.
All right, hurry up, Matt.
Welcome home, Will.
You took a big chance walking up here like that.
I doubt that. You wouldn't have shot anybody in cold blood before. I don't think a man changes that much in 2 years.
Not unless he's pushed hard enough.
Maybe. Now, take that gun, Will.
You said you just wanted to talk.
I do, but not over a gun sight. Now, hand it over.
No, now stay back, Matt. No!
Like I said, Will, a man doesn't change that much.
No, I guess not. I wouldn't even have shot old Jethro.
I figured that.
We didn't aim to stop here, Marshal. We was trying to make Dodge, and the storm come down on us.
A man takes shelter where he can.
I wouldn't even ask him for a drink of water. Not after the way he treated us when we got married. But we didn't have no choice.
Where's Harmony, Will?
She's in the tack room. It's warmer there. I made up a bed for her with some straw and some blankets.
A bed?
You better go talk to her, Marshal. She'll be right glad to see you after all this time.
All right. Chester.
Yes, sir?
Come on in. I'll be right back.
All right, sir. How you been making out, Will? Not too bad.
Harmony?
Who is it?
Matt Dillon.
Oh, Matt.
What's going on here, young lady?
Oh, everything, Matt. We're in trouble. Real trouble.
What's wrong? You sick?
I reckon you might call it that. It'll be any time now, I think.
Oh. Well, now, look, don't you worry, Harmony. I'm going to get some help out here right away. Everything's going to be all right now. I'll be right back.
Get out of my barn, off my property, Ross. Take that woman of yours with you.
Jethro, I told you to stay outside.
I'll remind you, these is my own premises, Marshal.
We'll worry about that later. Chester, go get Doc out here fast.
Well, what'll I tell him? Is Miss Harmony took down sick?
Not exactly, no.
What?
Just get riding, Chester.
My. Yes, sir.
Happy holidays from L&M. And here's how to say it to your friends. Give modern. Give L&M holiday cartons. L&M holiday cartons are gay, handsome. A gift that says both you and your friends know how to
live modern. Live modern. Live modern.
free up, freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Remember, when you smoke L&M, you always get full, exciting flavor through the L&M Miracle Tip. L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. That's why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. So smoke L&M, and remember, your friends appreciate your gift of L&M holiday cartons.
Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
Matt, I'm scared.
Now, you just take it easy, Harmony. Now, Will and Chester are going to be back any minute now. And they'll have Doc with them.
Why don't they hurry?
Don't worry, it won't be much
Oh,
longer.
they've got to hurry. Oh, they've just got to. Oh.
It's going to be all right, Harmony.
Couldn't Chester have gone alone? Oh, why did you have to send Will with him?
Well, if he'd stayed here, Harmony, your father and him would have been at each other's throats.
Where's Pa?
He's out there keeping the forge burning, heating up some water.
He's looking sicker by the minute.
Why did it have to happen? Here, Matt. Oh.
Harmony, take it easy.
If I only had something to hold on to. Maybe if you'd give me your hand.
Here, take my hand.
Oh.
Here. There you go. There you go. There you go.
You know, baby's first look at the world ought to be all love and joy, not like this. With Pa hating us like he does.
Oh, no, Harmony.
He does. He hates us. Will and me both.
Well, maybe not as much as he puts on.
Oh, Matt. Oh, you're right, I think.
What do you mean?
Oh, it's not going to be much longer.
Just take it easy.
If Doc doesn't get here, you'll stay with me. You'll help me, won't you, Matt?
Well, sure I will, Harmony. I'll do what I can. But he'll get here, though. Doc always makes it.
I hope so, Matt, but I'm afraid he...
Oh, say, look. Now, what's all this fuss about?
Oh, Doc. Thank goodness.
It's a fine time of night to drag a man out in the snow. Yeah, put my bag right. I can't see why you didn't plan this thing at a decent hour, young lady.
Doc, I'm scared.
Oh, scared? Fiddlesticks, not a thing to worry about. Women were having young'uns long before you and me was even born.
Hurry, please.
Oh, well, now then you just settle back there and you quit worrying. I'll tell you when it's time to hurry.
Doc, do you mind if
Well, now, Matt, well, you're as white as a sheet.
Oh, well, Doc,
Oh, you thought you was going to have to take over by yourself, huh? Now, you go on out there and you tell that old buzzard out there to heat up some more water. He hasn't got half enough.
All right, Doc.
And then stay out from underfoot. Me and Harmony's got some work to do. Go on now, get. Oh, howdy, young fella. Welcome to the world.
Gracious, it is cold, Mr. Dillon. Stopped snowing, though. Clear as a bell. There you are, Mr. Beaker. Better put some more wood on that forge, I guess. It's burning down pretty low.
And so's my wood pile. It's a fool waste trying to heat a barn in midwinter.
I'll cut enough to make it up before we leave.
Yeah.
One thing sure, Jethro, we ain't going out beholden to you.
You always was a fine one to talk.
Mostly, I can back it up.
You didn't with Harmony. We don't need your old man's farm, you said. We'll have us one twice as big, you said.
We run into bad luck.
Yeah, sure you did. And you come crawling back with your tail between your legs.
Not to you, we didn't. We got caught here tonight by accident.
Bad luck accident. That's all you was born for. Just what I told Harmony when she defied me and up and married you.
That's so. Now, you listen to me, Jethro.
All right, that's enough. Settle down, both of you. Well, I didn't give you back your gun just to have you start another argument.
I'm sorry, Marshal. I'm just kind of on edge, I reckon.
Well, it ain't no wonder when a man's got a new little boy less than an hour old.
Yeah, the rich get richer and the poor have young'uns.
Jethro, shut up.
Marshal, I'll remind you that all of you are trespassers on my property.
I thought we settled that. I'm here because you called the law in, remember?
Well, you sure ain't done nothing.
Force of circumstances, Jethro. Now, they'll leave as soon as your daughter's able to.
You can count on that.
I ain't got no daughter, Marshal.
Well, anyway, while they're here, you're going to keep the peace.
And ain't no law against talking.
There is if a talk leads to violence. And just remember that Harmony and Will don't like putting up with you any better than you like putting up with them.
Real high and mighty, ain't they? And without a ruff over their heads.
A lot of folks might figure that makes you look worse than them.
Now, what kind of talk is that, Marshal?
Well, with a ranch this size, a big house on it, and a man your age trying to work it all by himself while his own kin roam the countryside. Some folks might figure a man like that's got a lot of meanness in him.
I told her what to expect if she married this feller.
Man might tell somebody most anything when he's mad, Jethro. But it's plain stubbornness that makes him stick to it afterward.
They come sneaking into my barn like bandits, Marshal. Didn't even knock on my door. Now you're saying I ought to go crawling to him.
I didn't tell you what you ought to do.
Well, it comes to that, though, and I ain't doing it.
Don't worry, Jethro. We don't want no part of your ranch.
And it ain't being offered to you. I worked mighty hard to make this place look like what it is.
A little peace and quiet out here wouldn't do the patient any harm, you know.
How is she, Doc?
Is she going to be all right?
She's fine. And so's the young'un. She'll live to have a dozen more, and he'll grow up and probably come to a bad end. Like being a marshal or a country doctor. Oh, now, young lady, I'll be back in the morning. You get yourself some sleep.
All right, Doc. But would you tell my pa that...
If you've got any telling to do, you do it yourself.
Pa? Pa?
Well, answer, you old coot. She's talking to you.
Yes? What is it?
Pa? Would you come in here and say howdy to your grandson?
Grandson? Did she say my grandson?
Of course he's your grandson.
Well, I hadn't thought of that. My grandson.
Now, wait a minute. I don't know, Jethro. You just got through claiming you didn't even have a daughter.
Confound it, Marshal. You're trying to put words in my mouth. Of course I got a daughter. And a grandson.
And as fine a boy as you could ask for.
Will.
What?
Well, I'd be much obliged to you if we could shake hands and kind of forget about things.
Well, can't see no reason not to, Jethro.
Yeah, good. Good. Now, come on, Will. Let's look him over. By golly, a grandson.
Oh, look at him, the crazy old fool. Young'un's born every day. It's nothing to get all worked up about.
Who you fooling, Doc?
Huh? Nobody. Well, what are we going to do? Head back to town?
Might as well, Doc. You know, they'll probably have some ups and downs yet, but I guess the four of them will be able to work it out now.
They'll spoil that kid rotten.
Well, turned out to be a fine night after the snow quit, didn't it?
Look at those doggone stars.
Say, Doc, why don't you come by the office when we get in town? Kitty will be there, and we thought we'd have a little something to drink and sit around a while and talk.
Oh, that sounds fine.
Yeah, hold on. It's pretty near 4 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Dillon.
That's right, Chester.
Well, Miss Kitty won't still be waiting up.
You want to bet?
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. Just one person can make the mistake that causes an accident. Pedestrian, passenger, or driver. Any one of us can go into the kind of solo mistake that spells trouble on the road. It can happen even though we know better. Most drivers know how their cars operate and what the traffic rules are. We know that speed kills and that alcohol and gas make a bad mixture. Yet an impulse sometimes takes over. We show off, act defiant, or let off steam. We take the gamble that figures in the majority of accidents today. Don't be sorry later. Be sure now. Drive with courtesy and care. Use posted signs and signals. They were placed there for you to know the road ahead. Keep in mind that just one person can cause an accident when a dangerous impulse takes over behind the wheel. It's what psychiatrists call emotional immaturity. Whatever your age, on the road, grow up and live. Remember, careless driving is kid stuff. And now, William Conrad.
You know, the frontier cowhand was pretty proud, and he'd fight anyone who had bad to say of his horse, his hat, or his saddle. And next week, it's because of an old spotted hound dog that 2 men nearly died. And that was the West.
Gunsmoke, Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Ralph Moody, Vic Perrin, and Virginia Gregg. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another story of the Western frontier, when Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Bowers. How's the cattle business?
I shipped 1,000 head out into Santa Fe this morning. Guess I can afford to buy you a drink?
Well, thanks, Bowers, but I hear Doc Adams has been looking all over for me. I better go find him.
I was in here a while ago talking to Kitty.
No?
Oh, here she comes. Maybe she knows where he went.
Matt?
Oh, Kitty.
Hello, Mr. Bowers.
Hello, Kitty.
Doc had to leave, Matt. They called him out to the Smith place on an emergency. But he asked me to give you a message.
Oh?
You know Ed Thorpe and his wife?
Well, sure, I know.
Yeah, they got a little piece of land right on the south edge of my ranch. They're not doing very good, though.
Well, they sure aren't, according to Doc. He was out there last night, and he'd planned to go back for him today.
To go back for him?
They have to be brought into town, Matt. They've got spotted fever, both of them.
Hey, they got a little baby out there, too.
Well, that's why Doc says somebody's got to fetch all three of them into Dodge where they can be taken care of.
Well, I'll find a wagon and go after him tomorrow. We couldn't get him back tonight anyway.
You want some help, Marshal? I got a pack of cowboys who ain't earning their feed.
Well, thanks, Bars, but Chester and I can manage.
You might need some help.
Oh, what do you mean?
Ed Thorpe. Sick as he may be, he'll get a gun and fight before he lets you carry him off that place. I know him.
Then he can stay there, but I'm going to bring his wife and child in.
All right. But you keep an eye on him. He can be a bad one.
This ain't Ed Thorpe's place, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I know, Chester, but I want to meet these people. They must be new. Come on.
How do you know they're new? You ain't been out this way in over a year.
Well, all the more reason to meet them. Now, let's walk around back. I thought I saw somebody there.
Nothing but a sod hut and blow dirt. Must be living on nothing.
Well, it doesn't look like it, Chester.
Huh? Why, he's butchering a calf. Now, where'd he get that?
Well, he sure didn't raise it on those weeds his woman's trying to hoe. Hello.
What are you men doing here?
I'm Marshal Dillon from Dodge. This is Chester Proudfoot.
How you do? Something wrong, Marshal?
No. Except your hat's going to get all bloody where you laid it on this calf.
Leave it be.
Here. You get sunstroke without a hat.
All right. So I was trying to cover up Emmett Bauer's brand. We're starving out here, Marshal. I had to kill that calf.
You ain't going to arrest my husband, are you, Marshal?
No, ma'am. Not unless Emmett Bowers complains.
Well, Joe had to do it, Marshal. We just can't go on without something to eat. Look where I've been hoeing over there. I couldn't plant enough for hardly anything to come up. We can't afford no more seed. Our credits run out in Dodge.
Well, that ground doesn't even look like it's been plowed.
I done the best I could. It ain't easy.
No, ma'am. Not for a woman. We're on our way over to Ed Thorpe's. I guess you know that they got spotted fever.
I was there this morning. Ed Thorpe's dead. Died in the night, I guess.
She didn't tell me that, Joe.
You mean you left Miss Thorpe and the baby alone over there?
I ain't gonna chance catching no fever.
But, Joe, the baby.
My woman's always worrying about babies. It's only 'cause she can't have none, I guess. She's like one of them there dry gourds.
Don't, Joe. You're putting shame on me.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Let's get out of here. Oh, Miss Nader,
Yes, Marshal?
next time you're in Dodge, come see me, huh? I'll get you some seed to plant.
That whistling man, Bobby Haggart, really started something. Tonight, the Calypso Boys join in. Ready, amigos?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Goodness, Mr. Dillon, I thought we wouldn't never make Dodge tonight.
How's the baby, Chester?
Well, it's asleep anyway. Guess I've been holding it right, huh?
Just like a mother.
Oh, I am not.
Oh, there's Doc waiting for us. Oh, there.
You just sit tight a minute, Chester. We'll help you with the baby.
I hope it don't wake up or anything.
Matt, where are Ed Thorpe and his wife?
Well, Ed died before we got there, Doc. Miss Thorpe's lying down in the wagon back there. We covered her up good. She's been asleep most of the way.
Oh, yeah. Mrs. Thorpe? She's still asleep. Give me a hand up, Matt.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Mrs. Thorpe? Oh. Oh, my.
What's the matter, Doc?
She's not asleep, Matt. She's dead.
No.
Died on the way in, I guess. Now we got a baby to take care of.
You know, Doc, I think she knew she was going to die.
Why?
Just before we left her place, she told me that if anything happened to her, the baby was to be put in Ma Smalley's care. And Ma Smalley was to have complete charge over him. Well, what she says goes.
Well, Ma's a widow. She's had kids herself. That was a good choice.
Yeah.
But she's too old to raise them herself, man.
Well, we'll worry about that later, Doc. Let's get busy. Hello, Ma.
Howdy.
How have you been, Miss Nadler?
Pretty good, Marshal.
Marshal, Mrs. Nadler wants to adopt the Thorpe baby.
Oh? Well, Miss Thorpe left the baby in your charge, Ma. It's all up to you.
Well, I've had him over a week, Marshal, and I'm going to keep him a while longer so he'll be near Doc just in case. But Mrs. Nadler here seems like a mighty fine woman to me. And I'd let her take that baby, only I'm worried about one thing.
I told her, Marshal, and the truth, and she's afraid maybe Joe and I can't make a go of it out there. You remember what you said when you was leaving that day?
I said to come to see me. I'd help you get some seed to plant.
Well, now, that's all I need. I get a little corn up there. I might even raise a few hogs. I'll work awful hard, Marshal. I promise I will.
She gets started. She can have the baby, Marshal.
Miss Nadler, why don't you come by my office before you leave town? I'm going to the store here and have a talk with Mr. Jonas now.
Oh, Marshal, I do thank you.
Come on back to the house, Mrs. Nadler.
All right.
You can look at him.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, Jonas.
Well, what can I sell you today?
I came by to see you about Miss Nadler. You know her, don't you?
Yeah, of course I do. Joe Nadler's out back in the stockroom right now.
Oh, he is?
Yeah. Nadler, come in here a minute. He's buying himself a new pair of boots, Marshal.
I thought their credit had run out.
Oh, well, Nadler's doing better now. He started bringing meat into Delmonico's and a couple other eating places and paid up part of his bill already, ain't you, Nadler?
I don't know as I like you talking about my private affairs, Jonas.
Oh, no harm. It's only Marshal Dillon.
Come on, Nadler. Those are good-looking boots.
They ought to be. Them's the best I stock. Them's $20 boots.
$20. I'd buy a whole wagon load of seed, Nadler.
You telling me how to spend my money?
Does your wife know you've been doing better lately?
Family matters ain't no concern of the law.
Yours are. And if it wasn't for your wife, I wouldn't bother just warning you. But because of her, I'm telling you to take off those boots and buy some seed and whatever else you need to grow corn with.
Now, you look here,
You
Marshal.
shut up! Now, I'm giving you a chance, Nadler. In 3 days from now, I'm riding out to see what you've done with it. It's up to you whether or not you'll be riding back with me.
Today's Thursday, Mr. Dillon. Ain't we riding out the Nadlers?
Well, we can wait another day, Chester.
You know what? I don't think you want to go at all.
Yeah, you're right, I don't.
Oh, Marshal.
Bars?
Chester.
Oh, Mr. Byers.
I was just up at Delmonico's, Marshal, having myself a feed.
Oh, good. How was it?
It was fine, till I went out back and got a talking with the cook.
Oh?
Marshal, I reckon any man's got a right to complain when he goes to a restaurant and finds himself eating his own beef.
I know about that, Bowers.
You do? And why ain't you done nothing about it?
Oh, because of Ms. Nadler, I guess.
Look, Marshal, I'm a rich man. I don't mind a Nestor slaughtering one of my calves when he's starving. But nobody's going to start selling my beef. I'll kill him. He keeps that up.
All right, I'll handle it, Bowers.
I admire that woman, too, Marshal, but letting him get by with rustling ain't going to help her. By the way, Ma Smalley brought some pies down to the kitchen while I was there. She's waiting outside here. She wants to talk to you. Get you right out, man.
Thanks, Clement.
Hello, Ma.
You riding out to Nadler's, Marshal?
I am.
Then you tell her I'm sorry. Tell her I think she's a good woman, but I can't let that baby go into the home of a cow thief.
No. A little break her heart, Ma.
Son, I got a trust put in me.
All right, I'll tell her.
Say, where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your car? Getting ready for dinner? Oh, I see. Just relaxing in your favorite easy chair. Well, I'd say you're in a good spot right now to really enjoy a Chesterfield. You see, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. It stands to reason. A cigarette made better and packed better smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Buy Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Hello, Miss Nadler.
Oh, Marshal. Hello, Chester.
Hi, ma'am.
What brings you out here, Marshal?
Is your husband home?
No, he's been gone since morning.
Oh. Miss Nadler, do you know that he's been slaughtering Emmett Bowers' beef?
Oh. Mr. Bowers complained about it. About that calf?
Oh, it's more than that one calf, Miss Nadler. He's been selling meat around Dodge lately.
So that's what he had in the wagon.
Now, I know you had nothing to do with it, Miss Nadler, but I hate to tell you this, but Ma Smalley isn't going to let you have the baby.
Oh. Well, she's right, Marshal. It wouldn't be fitting.
Mr. Dillon, look.
Huh?
Over yonder.
That's Emmett Bowers. I'll be back, Miss Nadler. I'm going to go talk to him.
Them other two must be riders of his, huh?
Yeah.
Thought I might find you here, Marshal.
There's something wrong, Bowers?
One of my men's been murdered. We found him out yonder about 5 miles. He'd been left for dead, but he talked a little.
Well, what happened?
He's gone now, Marshal, so you'll have to take our word for what he told us.
All right.
You run across Joe Nadler, slaughtering another steer.
Nadler shot him?
That's right.
Anything else?
Only that Nadler got on his horse and headed for Dodge. I guess he figures he'll get caught, and he might as well get drunk one more time.
He'll get caught. I promise you that, Bowers.
Finally found him, Mr. Dillon. He's in there getting drunk at the bar.
Well, it's taken us long enough. Everybody in town must know I'm after him by now.
There, see him?
Yeah, I see him.
Stop there, Marshal. Don't you come no closer.
Put that gun away, Nadler.
I saw Chester. I knew you'd be in here next.
Why, Nadler?
You don't fool me. You know all about it.
You admit killing that rider?
I knew when I shot him I couldn't get by with it. My horse's tracks was all over the place.
Well, don't make it any worse than it is.
I told you not to come no closer.
Put your gun on the bar, Nadler.
You watch what I'm going to do with it.
No, Nadler, don't.
Why not? Hit you, didn't I? Now I'm going to kill you.
You hurt bad, Mr. Dillon?
He hit me in the arm, Chester, but I'll be all right.
You killed him?
Yeah. Do something with him, will you? I'm going over to Doc's.
Yes, sir, I will. Alvin.
Marshal Dillon?
Huh? Oh, Ma Smalley.
Why, you've been hurt.
Oh, it's not bad, Ma.
What about Joe Nadler?
He's dead.
I figured you would be. I heard you was looking for him. That's why I followed you down here.
Look, my arm's bleeding some, Ma. I better get over to Doc's.
Well, you hear me out first, Marshal.
Yeah, of course, Ma. Go ahead.
You'll be the one to tell Mrs. Nadler about him, won't you?
I guess so.
Take a wagon with you, Marshal.
What?
A woman can't live out there alone. Now, I got an extra room at my house if she'll help with the work.
Well, what about the baby?
It'll be her baby, Marshal. And tell her I won't interfere none, neither.
Yeah, I sure will, Ma. I'll tell her all that. I'll go out first thing in the morning.
Well, you won't go nowhere. You just stand here gabbing all night. That arm's bleeding, Marshal. You ought to go get it fixed, you hear?
Yeah, you're right, Ma. But then you pretty off on the hard.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
A cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
You know, the buffalo hunters killed off the entire High Plains herd in a few short years, leaving the Indians to starve. And next week, this hunger sets off an Indian massacre. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, John Daner, Jeanette Nolan, Virginia Christine, and Frank Cady. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Help today and hope tomorrow is the slogan of the 7th Annual United Cerebral Palsy Drive. Support United Cerebral Palsy.
Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Live modern. Change to L&M.
Only with L&M can you enjoy the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Live modern. Change to L&M.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Good evening, Matt.
Hello, Doc. I've been waiting for you. I'm all set up.
Ah, well, might as well put away that cribbage board. We won't be playing tonight.
Oh, why not? You found an easier mark?
No, but you're going to hightail it up the street once you hear the news.
Yeah?
Matt, Belle's back.
Belle? Belle who?
Belle who? Belle Ainsley, that's who. You got a mighty short memory for a man who used to eat dinner out at her place 2 and 3 times a week.
Well, she was a good cook, that's all. Besides, that was 3 years ago.
Oh, Matt, you know doggone well you...
Why don't you forget it, Doc? Is Jess Kreider with her?
No. She's come back alone.
Well, that's too bad.
Too bad? Why? Jess Kreider's no good.
That's just why. He was wanted 3 years ago when he left here with her, and he's wanted even more now. Here, take a look at this bulletin from Wichita. Hold up at the Stockman State Bank, wounding 2 bank guards. Santa Fe, 3 counts of highway robbery. Lordsburg, hold up at the Butterfield stage, driver killed.
All right, so Jess Kreider's a thieving killer. Everybody knows that.
Well, that's why I'd like to see him come back.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Guess who is back, Mr. Dillon?
I already know, Chester.
Yeah, but that ain't all.
Chester, if one more person comes in here and tells me about Belle Ainsley, so help me out.
Your what, Matt?
Belle, she was right outside, I was going to say.
Well, come on. Come on, Chester. I'll buy you a beer.
Well, Gosh. Well, I'll see you later, Mr. Dillon.
How are you, Matt?
I'm fine, Bill. And you?
Oh, a little older.
Are you visiting, or are you planning on staying?
Well, I'm staying. If the town will let me.
What about Jess Kreider? Where is he, Bill?
I don't know. And I don't care. I left him in Durango. I'm through with him, Matt.
I see.
I want to stay here with my father. He's getting old, and my kid sister, Phyllis, well, she's grown into a young woman since I went away.
And pretty bitter, I understand, when it comes to you.
She'll get over it. Everybody will, if you'll help me, Matt.
Help you?
3 months after I left, I came back, if you remember. And I found the good people of Dodge had already tried and condemned me. What could I do but go back to Jess?
Well, you chose to run off with him in the first place.
Chose. Who knew whether I had? Who bothered to ask? You? Anybody?
What are you saying?
Matt, I rode out of Dodge, thrown across the back of Jess Kreider's saddle, with a gag in my mouth and my hands tied.
Oh. Why didn't you tell somebody that?
Who'd have believed it?
But he didn't keep your hands tied for 3 years, Bill.
Matt, a woman has to have somebody. Somebody who wants her. And nobody here did. As bad as he was, Jess was my man.
Yeah. What do you want me to do, Bill?
Just tell people, that's all. If you believe me. Just tell them how it happened.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Only with L&M can you enjoy the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos through the modern miracle of the L&M Miracle Tip. Through the pure white Miracle Tip, L&M tastes richer, smokes cleaner, draws easier. No other cigarette, plain or filter, gives you all the flavor you want. The rich, exciting flavor you get only from L&M. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Get L&M today.
Hello, Matt.
Evening, Kitty. Where'd you get all the crowd?
The trail herd's in. The bar Double D from the Panhandle.
No?
I understand an old friend of yours came back last week.
You know, a man tips his hat twice to a woman around here, and he's married.
Is that really all you did, Matt? Tip your hat twice?
Yeah, just about. Have you talked to Bill?
Well, in passing. I heard his story. You believe it, Matt?
That's possible. It's the kind of a thing Jess Kreider would do. I don't know for sure.
Well, if it did happen that way and she's left him for good, then I guess maybe she's got some sympathy coming to her.
Yeah?
She sure didn't get much at home.
What do you mean?
Well, she moved back in at the ranch.
Yeah, so I heard.
It was all right with her father, probably on account of her cooking. You remember her cooking, Matt?
I remember old man Ainsley well enough. He worked both those girls half to death.
Well, anyway, I guess her sister really raised Cain.
Well, I figured that'd happen.
She's hated Belle ever since the night she ran away with Kreider was taken away. But I didn't think she'd carry it so far.
Now, what do you mean?
Phyllis left the ranch yesterday and moved into town, Matt. She's got a room over at the Dodge House.
What?
Uh-huh.
A 15-year-old kid living here alone?
Yeah, I know.
I'll go see her and talk to her, Kitty. But I don't think it'll do any good.
Well, good evening, Marshal. Chester.
How are you, Dovey?
Some of my guests been kicking up their heels, have they?
Dovey, I understand that the youngest Ainsley girl, Phyllis, took a room here yesterday. Is that right?
Yeah, she certainly did. Wanted to get away from that environment, I reckon. I can't say I blame her, Marshal. I know if my sister'd been cavorting around for 3 years with a cutthroat like Jess Kreider,
Dovey, would you mind telling the girl that I'd like to talk to her?
Well, I can't very well do that, Marshal.
Oh, why not?
Because she up and left this evening.
What?
Yep. I've already let the room to somebody else. She said she was leaving the country and wasn't coming back.
Leaving the country? Well, was she alone?
Well, now, she walked out alone, but I kind of had the impression there was some man waiting for her outside.
And you let her go?
Well, there wasn't nothing I could do about it.
Well, you could have told somebody, her family, or me. She's only 15, Dovey.
Well, that's growed up the way I look at it. Anyway, I figured it's just another case like her sister Belle. It sure ain't none of my responsibility.
Chester and I saddled up and rode out to the Ainsley Ranch, or a homestead it was, actually. A broken-back spread with a flinty range and short water. When we got there, we sat and talked with Belle and her father, all polite and formal-like. And nobody saying much of what they meant. Chester kept looking at me funny because I didn't mention young Phyllis, but I'd decided against that 2 minutes after we walked in. And I still hadn't said anything when we left. Belle came out into the yard with us.
It was nice of you to ride out, Matt and Chester.
Well,
Nobody else from town's even been near the place.
Now, they're slow people to change, Belle. It takes them a while, I guess. They got to get over feeling kind of awkward around you, I guess.
Well, it's not only the outsiders who feel awkward around me.
Oh?
Well, I guess you wondered where Phyllis was. She's moved out, Matt. She took a room in town.
Well, she'll get over it. A girl can be pretty flighty at that age.
I suppose so. Well, thanks for coming out.
Sure. You ready to ride, Chester?
Yes, sir.
We'll see you again, Belle.
I hope so. Good night, Matt. Good night, Chester.
Good night.
Mr. Dillon, you didn't say one word about Phyllis.
Wait a minute, Chester. We're going to ride away from here now, but we're coming back later tonight.
What?
Didn't you notice how they acted? Old man Ainsley was scared to death, and Belle was jumpy as a young colt.
Well, I did notice that, but...
Belle didn't come back home alone, Chester. Just Kreider's around somewhere.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Yes, live modern. Smoke modern. Smoke L&M. Enjoy a modern cigarette. L&M gives you the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos. No other cigarette, plain or filter, gives you the flavor you get through the modern miracle of the L&M Miracle Tip. Through the pure white Miracle Tip, L&M tastes richer, smokes cleaner, draws easier. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live, live, live modern. Get L&M today.
You figure Crider was right there in the house tonight when we was, Mr. Dillon?
No, he couldn't have been, Chester. There's no place for him to hide. Probably holed up in the barn. We'll look there first.
Yes, sir. There's a lantern burning inside.
Yeah. Now, you wait here and keep me covered. I'll edge up to the door and then go in fast.
Yes, well, now, you be careful.
Crider? Jess? Come on in, Chester.
He ain't here?
No, but he has been. You see that blanket on that straw there? It's made up for a bed.
Well, maybe he's up at the house now.
I don't think so. The only horse in here is that old spavin mare Ainsley uses on the buckboard. Jess Crider'd have the best mount he could lay his hands on.
Maybe the two of them got spooked up and made a run for it.
Yeah, maybe, but I don't think so.
Get your hands up, Matt.
Well,
You too, Chester.
Oh, well,
Jess? Jess?
Forget it, Bill. He's too far away by now to hear you.
What are you talking about?
Well, take a look around. Didn't you have a couple of horses in here?
Sure we did. Now, don't move. Either one of you. They're gone. Jess! Jess!
You might as well save your breath, Bill.
He took both saddles and the packs. You know where he went?
Well, I can guess.
Where?
When's the last time you saw him this evening?
Just before dark. I brought him out some coffee, and he said he was going to try to sleep. Matt, where'd he go? Tell me.
There's not much point in holding a gun on us. Not now.
Stay back, Matt.
Let's have it, Bill.
No.
Thanks.
Well, now, a man can breathe a mite easier without that thing staring him in the face.
What's happened to Jess? Tell me.
What do you care? You've left him, haven't you? You said you had.
Oh, I only came and told you that so you wouldn't get suspicious. Jess caught a bullet in that hold-up at Elko. It was bothering him some, and we had to find a place to stay for a while.
So you brought him home to the family, huh? And in less than a week, your kid's sister ran away from home.
She didn't run away. I sent her into town.
And why?
What's the difference why?
Because Jess was bothering her, is that it?
What are you saying?
He's always been known for it, Bill. Was that the reason?
All right, that was the reason. She's my sister, Matt. And she's only 15.
And Jess is your man, huh? Isn't that what you told me when you came to my office?
Sure, that's what I told you, but never mind that now. I want to know what's happened to Jess.
The same thing had happened to Phyllis, I guess. She checked out of the Dodge house this evening, Bill. She said she was leaving the country for good.
What?
A man was waiting for her outside. And Jess Crider left here with 2 horses.
Get him, Matt. Go after him and get him.
You know where he might be.
Of course I know. I know everything about him. I've had 3 years to learn, haven't I?
All right, then where is he?
He'll only ride at night. He'll stop at sunup. There's an abandoned shack about a mile west of where Little Deer Creek runs into the Arkansas.
Yeah, I know the place.
Well, that's where he'll be. We've used it before. We stopped there on our way in.
All right, Bill. That business about your hands being tied, being thrown across the back of Crider's saddle.
That part was true, Matt.
All right, Bill. Come on, Chester, let's ride.
all day, Mr. Dillon.
He will, Chester. They just got here. Those horses are still sweating. He won't leave them standing there saddled for long.
It wouldn't be too hard a chore to slip up through that plum thicket there at the back.
No. If he fights, I don't want the girl in it. We'll just wait till he comes out.
Doggone if I can understand women at all, Mr. Dillon.
I've had the same trouble myself a time or two, Chester.
But why would that nice young girl want to go running off with a murdering outlaw like Jess Crider?
Maybe it's more a matter of hitting back at her sister. She's let her hate for Belle build up till it's driven her half crazy, I guess.
Somebody's coming out. It's him.
Yeah. Easy now. We'll just let him get clear of the cabin. You stay down now.
All right, hold it, Crider. You're under arrest.
He's going for his gun.
Have it your way. Okay, Chester.
It looks like maybe he got out of hanging.
Yeah.
You killed him! Marshal, you killed him! Why? Do you know what you've done?
I know, Phyllis.
Oh, no, you don't.
Yes, I do. I've kept you from making an even bigger fool of yourself than you already have.
Oh, what are you saying? I love him. We were going to be married. Well, we were.
Phyllis, you better go home and talk to Belle about that.
Oh, Bill, I'll never say a word to her again as long as I live.
Now, you listen to me, Phyllis. You got to get rid of that hate of yours. If you don't, it's going to ruin your life for good. Now, you go home and you talk to Belle and you listen to what she's got to say before you judge her.
No, I won't go back.
Yes, you will.
I can't. Not now.
Nobody will ever know about this, Phyllis. I promise you. Jess Crider was alone when I found him. Now, there's your horse. And he's still saddled.
I can't. I don't want to.
I know what you need, young lady. You see that plum bush over there? Well, I'm going to cut me a switch off of that, and if you're not out of here in 1 minute,
Oh, you wouldn't.
Oh, I wouldn't, huh? Well, you just watch me.
Marshal,
Yeah?
I've been thinking, Marshal. Maybe I'll go home after all.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. Learn more now, earn more later. That's a motto CBS Radio wishes every college student would paste inside his or her wallet. A lot of those collegiate wallets are a good deal fatter than usual these days, thanks to summertime jobs. And as a result, quite a few young men and women are finding themselves tempted to forget about school this fall and keep on with that job. This isn't such a smart idea as it may seem. It's a plain and simple fact that dropouts from college are less likely to find and keep better-paying jobs. Quit school before you've finished, and you're not only cutting down on your chances for a really good job, you're also throwing away thousands of dollars of possible future income. Finish college, get all the education possible, and your lifetime income is many thousands of dollars higher. America needs well-educated young men and women, and the rewards are sure. So if you're wavering now that school's about to open, don't decide against your future. Go back. And remember, learn more now, earn more later. And now, William Conrad.
You know, when men on the frontier were able to prove up some good land, they were usually content. But next week, after building a prosperous ranch, two lifelong friends nearly lose everything, even their lives, because of some side meat and hominy grits. And that was the West.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Virginia Christine, Ralph Moody, and Sammy Hill. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke.
Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.